Beddau is the kind of close-knit Welsh village where life moves at an easy pace and neighbours know each other by name. However, in 2015, that peace was shattered. The discovery of a body near the home of an elderly woman sent shockwaves through the community, transforming the sleepy village into the centre of a chilling mystery. Whispers spread quickly through the streets as residents struggled to comprehend how something so dark could have been hidden for so long, right in their midst. In November 2015, two friends, Michelle James and Ryan Lee, made their way into the garden of the Tremacum Flats, intended to unwrap what they thought was a medical skeleton, something left behind for a harmless joke. But as they sliced into the package, an unpleasant stench filled the air, and a strange liquid seeped out. It was in that moment the laughter faded, replaced by a chilling realization that what lay inside was no prank at all, but human remains. Moments later, they called the police. Michelle explained to authorities that her neighbour, Lee Sabine, who died a month earlier in October of 2015 of cancer at the age of 74, told her that the vacuum-packed package contained a medical skeleton. It was also stated that Lee also left several possessions to her neighbours. Very little was known about Lee Sabine, an eccentric woman who often shared colourful but unverified tales of her life with neighbours. Mary Gardner, a former acquaintance, described Lee as an enigmatic figure who often kept people at a distance, revealing very little about her life. Many were intrigued by her accent, which was described as peculiar, with a slight twang of a New Zealand accent. Her home was almost entirely bare of personal photographs, except for a single black and white image of her performing as a nightclub singer in Australia. Lee offered conflicting accounts of her past. To some, she claimed she had left a violent and unfaithful husband in New Zealand before moving to Wales, where a women's charity helped rehouse her. To others, she said her husband had abandoned her. In truth, Lee and John Sabine had married in 1960, eventually raising 5 children together, though their relationship began under unusual circumstances. They first met in a London hospital when Lee was 17 and John, who was an accountant and Korean War veteran, was 29 and already married with 2 children. When Lee fell pregnant, the couple ran away together. In 1969, John and Lee Sabine left their 5 children at a daycare in Auckland, New Zealand, with the promise of returning. However, they never came back. The children, the eldest being 11-year-old Susan and the youngest being 2-year-old Leanne, were thrust into a turbulent childhood, spending the next decade drifting through foster homes, facing instability, abuse, and the lingering sense of rejection that would haunt them for years. Meanwhile, their parents had moved to Australia, chasing Lee's dreams of a cabaret career, leaving their children to navigate the emotional fallout of abandonment. The story captured national attention in New Zealand, and when the Sabines resurfaced in the early 1980s claiming they intended to reunite the family, hope briefly flickered. Lee told the Auckland Star that she and John had only recently earned enough to return to New Zealand and had been eager to reunite with their children. However, her story was soon challenged. People who knew the couple in the early 1970s came forward, revealing that they'd been living under the surname Martin at the southern tip of the North Island, contradicting Lee's version of events. In 1984, Lee and John soon expelled their 2 youngest children from the family home, and 19-year-old Jane faced arrest over alleged abuse, with Lee expecting to testify as the key witness. However, the case collapsed when the crucial witness disappeared. Just weeks later, John and Lee told neighbours they were heading on a holiday up north, but once again, they never came back, abandoning their children for a second time. The following year, the couple reappeared in the United Kingdom, eventually settling in Beddau in 1997, taking their eldest son, Marty, with them. In Sky's documentary, The Body Next Door, it was stated that Marty was empathetic towards his parents and hopeful that one day they would all be a family again. However, as time passed, he sadly realised that his dream would never become a reality. Following his move to the UK, Marty never saw his siblings again. Lee and John's choice of Beddau as a location to settle in seemed odd to some, and it later emerged that Lee was not, as she had long claimed, originally from New Zealand. In truth, Lee was born in Wales and endured her own traumatic childhood, abandoned by her mother and passed between relatives and state-run care homes. Many have been and remain perplexed by how someone who experienced such profound neglect could later abandon her own children in a similar manner. For the Sabine children, the wounds of these repeated abandonments ran deep. The second rupture in 1984 finally reached a breaking point when Jane, one of the daughters, confronted her mother about the initial desertion and spoke publicly about the pain it had caused, exposing the lasting scars that the family's fractured past had left on all of them. Lee never provided an explanation to the children as to why both she and John abandoned them. In November of 2015, a pathologist determined that the remains found in Wales, tightly encased in layers of carpet and plastic up to 8 inches thick, had likely been there for only a matter of weeks or months. Examination revealed the body belonged to a man in his 40s whose life had ended violently from severe blunt force injuries. The remains were still dressed in pyjamas bearing a St. Michael label, a line last sold by retailer Marks & Spencer in 2000. This surprised investigators, as the remains were subsequently determined to be much older than previously estimated. Investigators attempted to identify the body through dental records and the serial number on a hip replacement, reaching out to local hospitals and surgeries for matches, but their efforts yielded no leads. Lynn Williams, Lee's carer, chillingly revealed in Sky Crime's documentary The Body Next Door that, quote, Lee was always talking about a medical skeleton. On numerous occasions, she wanted it moved, and I would be like, oh gosh, I really haven't got time to do things like that. We were sitting around the table having a cup of tea when she mentioned the skeleton again, and I said, well, I hope it's not a bleeding real one. And she went, you never know, Lynn. Lee also told a local hairdresser shortly before her death, quote, people are going to talk about me after I have gone. I could be famous. The hairdresser asked her why, with Lee replying with, quote, because of the body in the bag. Neighbour Michelle James was initially brought into custody under suspicion of being involved, and footage showed she was visibly distressed by the experience. Police found no evidence to link her to the crime, and subsequently released her and cleared her of any involvement. Michelle faced harassment from locals who accused her of being a murderer, leading the council to rehouse her. She now lives a more isolated life, separated from the friends she once had in the village, and has been diagnosed with PTSD as a result of the traumatic events she experienced. Focus shifted to Lee's husband, John, who had not been seen since signing the lease on the Beddau flat in February 1997. John had registered with the local GP and was due to pick up his repeat prescription in April, however he never did. Lee maintained that he had left her for another woman and began a new life elsewhere. In 2000, during a phone call with her daughter, Jane, Lee disclosed that John had died, but did not elaborate further. Shortly after her husband vanished, Lee entered a stormy relationship with retired fireman Derek Ellis, who briefly moved into her home. There were rumours that Ellis had also gone missing after their split, but his daughter later confirmed that he had passed away in 2010 from alcoholic liver disease. Lee's neighbours in Wales reported that despite the fact she had children, she never once mentioned them. She appeared to completely despise them. In 2014, Lee sent a letter to her daughter, Jane, alongside a picture of a phoenix. The letter read, quote, "Like the phoenix, I will arise from the ashes, and sleep will obey me, and visit thee never. For my eyes are upon thee, for ever and ever. I have served my life sentence of shame and blame. Now it is your turn to do the same. Your nemesis, Anne Lee Sabine." In a significant breakthrough, DNA testing confirmed that the remains found outside the flat in Beddau belonged to 67-year-old John Sabine, matching a son he had from a previous relationship in England. The revelation came as a profound shock to the Sabine children, who had been unaware that they had two half-siblings through their father. Investigators also discovered a hair embedded within the layers of wrapping around the body, which was identified as Lee's, immediately placing her under suspicion. One of Lee Sabine's acquaintances, Valerie Chalkley, testified that in a 1997 phone conversation, Lee had allegedly admitted to killing John, claiming she had done it, quote, "with a frog." However, Chalkley admitted she was never entirely certain whether Lee was speaking truthfully, given her tendency for dramatic and exaggerated claims, especially regarding her aspirations as a cabaret singer. Forensic pathologist Dr. Richard Jones determined that John Sabine had died from blunt force trauma to the head. The injuries and Valerie Chalkley's testimony corresponded precisely with a heavy stone frog the couple kept by their bed, its protruding eye and hind leg aligning with the fractures. The stone frog was found in the property of a neighbour who Lee had left possessions to. This discovery helped investigators confirm that the frog was indeed the murder weapon. Dr. Jones also noted that the body had been meticulously wrapped, which resulted in remarkable preservation through a form of what's called chemical mummification. The remarkable preservation was so thorough that toxicology tests could still reveal details about John's final hours, showing he had consumed alcohol before his death, though not enough to exceed the legal drink-drive limit. Even at the time his remains were found, he remained listed on the electoral roll as residing at the property. His pension had also continued to be collected for years after he vanished. Coroner Andrew Barclay of the Glamorgan Valleys concluded the inquest by recording a verdict of unlawful killing. He noted there was no documented history of domestic violence and no evidence to suggest that Lee Sabine had acted in self-defence. The circumstances surrounding John Sabine's death will never completely be known, and it remains a mystery as to why Lee killed him. She took all her secrets to the grave, never facing justice for her crimes. Sky's documentary, The Body Next Door, explores the trauma endured by the Sabine siblings and how the events deeply affected their lives. Heartbreakingly, Marty Sabine died in February of 2000 at the age of 35, having taken his own life. As well as finding out about two half-siblings, the Sabines also discovered a cousin of their mother's who resides in Wales. In a 2016 interview with The Guardian, Jane shared that discovering these newfound family connections offered a small but meaningful sense of hope. She expressed a wish to travel to the UK to meet her newfound family, hoping to find some measure of happiness despite the shadows of their troubled past. Christian Magnus and Marie Ollerud raised their two children, Anne, born in 1952, and Per, born in 1954, on their rural property in Surum in Akershus, roughly 80 miles outside Oslo, Norway. Their land included a spacious main residence near the forest edge, a second house on a hill, and a barn situated only a short distance from the primary home. Farming was the rhythm of daily life, and both children grew up immersed in its routines. As adults, however, the siblings' ambitions diverged. Anne studied languages in France and trained at a secretarial school in Norway. Though fond of home, she longed for independence and eventually built a life in Oslo, marrying a diplomat, also named Per, and establishing a high-level career of her own as a personal secretary to Norway's Minister of Defence. Her brother, meanwhile, remained deeply committed to the family farm, which he had helped run since childhood. When Christian retired in 1984, he and Marie relocated to the secondary house, leaving Per to take over daily operations from the main home, with the understanding that he would eventually purchase the property. A decade later, Per married Veronica, who moved into the farmhouse with him. While Per's life continued quietly in the countryside, Anne and her husband became the targets of a series of alarming attacks in Oslo. The first incident occurred in March 1997, when a stranger violently assaulted the couple on a street after a night out. Months later, Anne discovered a tube-shaped object taped beneath her car. Police later identified it as more than 0.5 kilogram of dynamite. In August 1998, a still more disturbing event unfolded when Per woke to the smell of gas seeping from a 5-kilo canister left outside their apartment door, accompanied by a gasoline trail leading up to the building, an apparent but failed attempt to trigger an explosion. No suspects were ever arrested, though the attacks received extensive media attention. Fearing for their safety, Anne and her husband Per were moved to a secure military facility before taking temporary refuge in New York that September, where Per served as a consul general. After 4 months abroad, they returned to Oslo in January 1999, believing the crisis had cooled. On May 6, 1999, Anne's husband, Per Paust, sadly lost his battle with cancer. In the aftermath, rumours circulated suggesting his illness may not have been natural. Some speculated he might have come into contact with a harmful substance deliberately administered to him. NRK Brennpunkt reported that credible, independent sources linked both Anne and Per to intelligence-related work in Norway. Per had been stationed in Serbia during the 1999 NATO bombing campaign, a role he privately described as his most challenging assignment, as he had to navigate between opposing sides and work to curb illicit arms trafficking. Anne, meanwhile, handled threat management with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, placing her in a position that involved sensitive security matters. No evidence ever confirmed the suspicions regarding Per's death, however. Just over a week later, on May 15th, an anonymous caller phoned 180, Norway's emergency line, and issued chilling threats, claiming that Anne and her parents would be killed. Police were notified immediately, but the individual behind the call was never identified. On May 22nd, 1999, which was also Pentecost, a Christian public holiday which occurs 50 days after Easter, 47-year-old Anne returned to her childhood home, seeking comfort after her husband's recent death. She parked her car near the secondary house and settled into a basement bedroom there, planning to spend the night with her parents. The following morning, May 23rd, Christian's brother Hans stopped by the farm for a visit. When no one responded at the front door, he circled around the property and walked up the hill. Behind the house, he immediately noticed something alarming: shattered glass from the upstairs balcony door. Washed in a feeling of dread and unease, Hans entered the home and made a horrifying discovery. Christian, Marie, and Anne had all been murdered. Anne was found in her nightclothes on the kitchen floor near the door leading outside, suggesting she may have been trying to escape. Marie, aged 84, lay in the living room in her nightgown, and 81-year-old Christian had been attacked in bed. All had been shot within close range. Police soon determined that the intruders had entered through the broken balcony door, and that at least 2 firearms, a .38 caliber and a .22 caliber, had been used, pointing to the likelihood of multiple killers. Investigators concluded that Christian and Marie were ambushed while sleeping upstairs. Christian appeared to have attempted to retrieve a shotgun stored in their closet, but was shot twice before he could defend himself. Marie fled the bedroom after being wounded, but collapsed after being shot again. Hearing the violence from the lower level, Anne had likely rushed upstairs and was gunned down as she tried to reach the exit. Inside the home, police recovered spent casings from both weapons, as well as a partial shoe print left on broken glass. Outside, they found a single hand-knitted wool sock in a bright yellow-orange colour. Detectives theorised that the attackers had covered their shoes with socks to avoid leaving clear footprints, and that this sock may have slipped off one of them before they entered. Investigators quickly concluded that whoever carried out the killings was familiar with the Colorless family. Nothing in that home appeared to be missing, eliminating theft as a likely motive. Because of the earlier attempts on Anne's life, detectives suspected she had been the primary target. The timing of her visit added to their suspicions. Only someone close to the family would have known she planned to stay with her parents that weekend. This led police straight to the only surviving Colorless family member, Per, who lived in the main farmhouse just 200 metres away, along with his wife, Veronica. Both insisted they slept through the gunfire and only learned of the murders when officers came to their door. Yet neighbours reported that both of their cars and even their dogs were absent from the property during the night of the killings, casting immediate doubt on their story. As investigators dug into family dynamics, they uncovered years of tension between Per and his father, Christian. Although Per was meant to assume daily operations of the farm and eventually purchase it, Christian still held ownership. After retiring, Christian discovered that Per had listed himself as the farm's owner on tax documents, despite no sale having taken place. This breach of trust angered Christian, who felt his son was both dishonest and mismanaging the property. Adding to the strain, Anne, being the eldest, stood first in line to inherit the farm, a fact that could complicate Per's long-held ambitions. Financial disputes deepened the rift. Per had taken out a loan against the farm, something Christian believed jeopardised its future. The disagreement escalated into a major conflict, leading to a year-long breakdown in communication between father and son. Ultimately, Per even brought his father to court over the sale price of the farm. The ruling favoured Per, stating that Christian had already agreed to a price and could not raise it afterwards. Christian contested the court ruling, insisting he had never signed the sales documents attributed to him. Upon review, the decision was overturned when it was proven that Per had falsified his father's signature. This revelation shifted the investigation dramatically. Detectives now saw that Per had strong potential motives, not only regarding Anne, but also his parents. Anne had reportedly discussed the possibility of dividing the property and selling portions to developers. To Per, who believed the land should remain unified and ultimately become his, these developments could have been seen as serious threats to his future. Investigators also began to look closely at Veronica, Per's wife. An ex-boyfriend described her as someone who pursued relationships for financial gain and suggested that, being much younger than Per, she may have been anticipating the inheritance and future control of the farm. These long-standing family disputes and inconsistencies in Per and Veronica's statements placed them under intense scrutiny as the investigation unfolded. 10 days after the murders, police received reports of gunfire in a nearby forest. When officers arrived, they found a woman, Kristen Kirkamo, practicing shooting. Kristen appeared to be Veronica's sister, which immediately put her on the detectives' radar. During questioning, her behaviour and answers raised further suspicions. Kristen Kirkamo was reported to have developed strong connections with the Yugoslavian mafia operating in Oslo. Authorities identified the godparents of her son as members of this criminal network, which was involved in weapons trafficking, drug smuggling, and illicit gambling operations. According to police, some of the mafia's profits were used to fund Kosovo-Albanian guerrilla activities. A search warrant was issued for the home Kristen shared with her boyfriend, Lars. Inside, police uncovered various illegal items, narcotics, explosives, and multiple firearms, including a .22 caliber weapon. Although ballistic tests showed this particular .22 caliber had not been used in the killings, the ammunition matched the type used by the .22 caliber involved in the murders. Lars was brought in for questioning, expanding the investigation to 4 potential suspects. Kristen soon shifted blame towards him, telling police that he owned a .38 caliber handgun, which had since disappeared. She claimed that she and Lars had supplied Per and Veronica with firearms and assisted in planning the murders, though she insisted they were not present during the actual shootings. When investigators pressed Lars about the missing .38 caliber handgun, he claimed he no longer possessed it, saying he had sold it but had previously used it for shooting practice. Police searched the wooded area where he said he practiced and located spent casings from his sessions. These casings matched the .38 caliber ammunition found at the murder scene, tightening the connection between Lars's gun and the killings. Lars then admitted to giving Per and Veronica weapons, but denied having any knowledge of a plan to kill the family. Police's suspicions intensified, however, as Lars and Kristen's stories contradicted one another. In the summer of 1999, the Ollerud family held a funeral service for Christian, Marie, and Anne. On June 11th, 1999, Kristen Kirkamo and Lars Grunerud were arrested for violations of Norway's Weapons Act. 3 days later, on June 14th, authorities also arrested Per Christian Ollerud and his wife, Veronica, charging all 4 with either premeditated murder or aiding and abetting premeditated murder. Kristen and Lars's charges were simultaneously upgraded to include the same accusations. All 4 suspects were held in custody until November 29, 1999, when the Eidsivating Court of Appeal ordered their release pending further legal proceedings. On January 3, 2001, the Attorney General formally charged all 4 suspects, Per, Veronica, Christian Kirkamo and Lars Grunerud, with premeditated murder. The trial opened on April 18, 2001, and the verdict was delivered on June 22nd. Per and Veronica Ollerud, along with Kristen Kirkamo, received 21-year prison sentences for murder or aiding in murder. Lars Grunerud was given a 2.5-year sentence for negligent involvement. Per, Veronica and Kristen all appealed their convictions, insisting they were innocent. Lars Grunerud chose not to challenge his verdict, as he had already served much of his time in custody. Prosecutors, however, appealed on the grounds that his punishment was too light. The appeal trial began on January 14, 2002. On April 5th, the appellate court issued its final judgment. Per Ollerud received a 21-year sentence and lost any claim to inherit the farm. Veronica Ollerud also received 21 years. Kristin Kirkemo was resentenced to 16 years, and Lars Grunerud had his sentence increased to 18 years. Per and Veronica have reunited since serving their sentences and continue to assert that they were wrongly convicted. Determined to prove their innocence, they have hired private investigators to re-examine the case. In 2018, a new witness emerged who claimed that Lars was responsible for the anonymous 180 call made in 1999, the call that had threatened the Ollerud family shortly before the murders. Why this information surfaced decades later remains unclear. A cousin of Per Ollerud suggested that he had received information from criminal contacts in Oslo suggesting the murders were carried out as a contracted hit by two Yugoslav nationals based in Sweden. In 2009, private investigator Tore Sandberg identified a suspected Balkan killer, claiming that this individual, along with two accomplices, was responsible for the killings. With no evidence, this has never been proven. Seeking a full review, Per and Veronica submitted a formal request to have the case reopened. Their investigator has delivered an extensive dossier to the commission responsible for deciding whether old criminal cases should be reinvestigated. Over 1,000 pages of documentation, along with 28 video files. According to the investigator, this new material contains evidence that could exonerate the couple. In June of 2024, their appeal to have the case reopened was declined by the retrial commission. Since their convictions, all four have subsequently been released from prison, with Per returning to the family farm. The Ollerud case remains one of Norway's most shocking and high-profile crimes, leaving a lasting mark on the nation. Beyond the brutal triple murder, it exposed deep family conflicts, questions of inheritance, and the intersection of ordinary life with organised crime and international intrigue. The case sparked widespread media attention, intense public debate, and ongoing investigations, leaving a lingering sense of unease and fascination that continues to captivate the Norwegian public. The spring of 1988 was meant to be a hopeful and exciting time for 27-year-old Moria Mitsuko and her 31-year-old husband, Shinichi. After years of quiet devotion to one another and getting married in 1985, they were finally preparing to welcome their first child, a baby boy whose arrival promised to change everything. Like most expectant parents, they felt a mix of emotions, happiness for the future, but also the natural worries that come with the unknowns of becoming a family. However, their hopes and dreams were shattered when a heartbreaking and deeply disturbing incident turned their world upside down. In March of 1988, Mitsuko and Shinichi lived at an apartment located in Tomita-cho, Nakagawa-ku, Nagoya City, Aichi Prefecture, Japan. Mitsuko was in her final weeks of pregnancy, and her due date of March 13th came and went. Her husband called her frequently when he was at work, checking that all was well as the clock ticked towards the delivery of their son. On March 18th, Mitsuko bid Shinichi goodbye as he left for work, beginning what seemed like another ordinary day. Around midday, Shinichi phoned home and Mitsuko answered, sounding calm and untroubled. When he tried calling again around 6:50 p.m, shortly before finishing work, there was no response. Assuming she might have stepped out or was busy, Shinichi thought little of it and made his way home. He arrived around 7:40 that evening to find the front door, normally kept locked, left open, and the house unusually dark and silent. Uneasy but unaware of what awaited him, Shinichi changed out of his work clothes into something more comfortable after stepping inside. Just then, he heard the faint cries of a baby coming from the living room at the back of the house. For a brief moment, he thought the baby might have arrived earlier than expected, but when he switched on the light, the sight before him froze him in shock. The living room floor was covered in blood, and Mitsuko lay motionless amid the chaos. At her feet, a newborn baby cried weakly. Panicked, Shinichi rushed to the kitchen to call for help, only to find the household phone missing. Desperate, he ran downstairs to a neighbour's apartment to borrow theirs, placing a call to the Nagoya City Fire Department at 7:43 p.m. to report the emergency. Emergency responders arrived quickly and rushed Mitsuko and her newborn son to Nagoya Ekisaikai Hospital in Nakagawa Ward. Tragically, Mitsuko was pronounced dead shortly after arrival. The infant, a boy weighing 2,930 grams, had suffered multiple cuts to his legs and body, leaving him severely anemic and dangerously cold, with a body temperature of just 30 degrees Celsius or 86 degrees Fahrenheit when he was found. Thanks to swift medical intervention, early discovery, and a blood transfusion from his father, the baby managed to survive and was discharged from the hospital on April 2nd. The investigation revealed a horrific scene. Mitsuko's abdomen had been violently cut open, and she was discovered with an electric kotatsu cord wrapped around her neck and her wrists bound behind her back. The cord was still plugged into the wall. Her umbilical cord had been severed, and the child had been delivered in the midst of the attack. Mitsuko was dressed in blue maternity wear, a sweater, a pink jumper, and black pantyhose. The brutality was further underscored by a grotesque detail. Inside her abdominal wound, investigators found a telephone receiver and a Mickey Mouse keychain. The autopsy determined that Mitsuko had died from asphyxiation caused by strangulation. Evidence suggested that the deep abdominal wound had been inflicted after she was already dead, as indicated by the limited blood flow. Investigators estimated her time of death to be between 3 and 4 p.m. Although the electric kotatsu cord was discovered wrapped around her neck, forensic analysis confirmed it had not been used to kill her, but rather placed there sometime after her death. Investigators discovered that Mitsuko had spent the early afternoon visiting with a female friend at her home, their conversation lasting until about 3 p.m. Around an hour later, a postal worker delivered a postcard to the Moriya residence and noticed nothing out of the ordinary from outside. However, Mitsuko, normally careful about collecting her mail right away, had left the postcard untouched in the mailbox when Shinichi returned that evening. Inside, the remnants of her afternoon remained undisturbed. Teacups and dishes still sitting on the kotatsu where she and her friend had last shared tea. At first, police considered Mitsuko's husband, Shinichi, as a potential suspect. However, the autopsy placed her time of death around 3 p.m, when Shinichi was verifiably at work, leading investigators to quickly rule him out. Authorities then explored other possible motives, focusing on the couple's side business selling Amway products. One theory suggested Mitsuko might have been targeted over a personal grudge linked to the business, but no evidence supported this line of inquiry. The last known person to see Mitsuko alive was a woman involved in Amway's mail-order sales. She had visited Mitsuko's apartment to sell products and was served strawberries during their visit. After completing a transaction in which payment had been supplied in a wallet later found to belong to the perpetrator, the visitor and Mitsuko went together to the parking lot below the apartment. Mitsuko saw the woman off before returning home. Investigators believe the murderer took advantage of the open main gate at this time to enter the apartment and kill Mitsuko immediately after she returned. A glass container of strawberries left on the kotatsu table indicated that the attack occurred as soon as she came back inside. The Aichi Prefectural Police and Nakagawa Police Station initially suspected the crime might have been motivated by a personal grudge, as there were no clear signs of a struggle. Yet the scene showed meticulous efforts to eliminate evidence. Fingerprints had been wiped clean, no murder weapon or personal items were left behind, and Mitsuko's wallet was missing while her dresser had been rifled through. Authorities treated the case as a robbery turned homicide, theorizing that the intruder may have killed Mitsuko in a sudden, sadistic escalation during a break-in. The only physical clue recovered was a 25cm shoe print, traced to a counterfeit shoe produced by a major manufacturer in Korea or Taiwan. Although investigators could not track the shoe's distribution to a suspect, interviews produced leads about a suspicious man connected to the area. The extreme brutality of the crime prompted speculation that a juvenile might have been responsible, someone indifferent to the value of human life, yet the size of the footprints left at the scene indicated an adult, or at least someone with adult-sized feet, as high school-age children can have foot sizes comparable to adults. Around 3 p.m. on the 18th of March, a man behaving suspiciously approached a resident on the first floor of the apartment building where the crime later occurred, asking for directions to someone named Mr. Nakamura. The woman who answered explained she did not know anyone by that name and shut the door, but she noted that the man seemed uneasy and out of place. She described him as being in his 30s, roughly 165 centimetres tall, of average build with a round face and a professional office worker appearance. Investigators later confirmed that no one named Nakamura lived in the vicinity. Earlier that afternoon, a friend visiting Mitsuko's apartment reported hearing what sounded like a doorknob turning while inside, though Mitsuko assumed it was just the ventilation fan. Additional eyewitness accounts added to the sense of unease. Reports included a car idling in the apartment's parking lot, a man lurking near homes along the street, and another individual loitering west of the building for about 10 minutes. Despite these sightings, none of the information directly led to identifying the perpetrator. Despite the shocking violence of the crime, investigators were unable to identify the perpetrator, as no substantial evidence or leads remained. The statute of limitations for the case expired on March 18, 2003. In the final days before it lapsed, TV Asahi's investigative program Miraclegate TV highlighted the case and even attempted to confront a suspect, but their efforts yielded no results. The ongoing media attention and public scrutiny took a heavy toll on Mitsuko's family. Unable to cope with the relentless spotlight, her husband and their young son, alongside Shinichi's mother, relocated abroad to Hawaii in 1999, seeking peace and privacy away from the tragic case. They also brought Mitsuko's ashes with them. In July of 1960, nearly 3 decades before this case, a similarly gruesome crime occurred in Kochi Prefecture, Japan. A junior high school girl was found with her abdomen cross-cut and women's underwear placed inside her body. A 24-year-old fisherman, born in 1936, who had abducted the girl from her home, was identified as the prime suspect, but he was later discovered dead near the crime scene. Some have speculated that this earlier incident may have influenced the perpetrator of the Moriya Mitsuko case. Years later, a woman claimed online that she knew the identity of Mitsuko's killer. According to her account, in February 1990, 2 years after the murder, an unidentified man attempted to break into her home. She reported the incident to the police, but alleges her concerns were initially dismissed. The woman stated that she lived near Mitsuko's residence and that the intruder had tried to enter her home in the middle of winter wearing only a sweater. She further claimed that the Aichi Prefectural Police were aware of the perpetrator but lacked sufficient evidence to make an arrest, and that they had instead wiretapped her home. According to her, when the perpetrator later attempted to attack her, the police immediately arrested him and sought a confession. Her website even named a senior Aichi Prefectural police officer involved in the original investigation. The site, originally hosted on a Yahoo Japan account, was later moved to another platform. While the accuracy of her claims remain unverified, some observers have noted that the detailed nature of her story makes it difficult to dismiss entirely as a hoax. Even decades later, the tragic case of Moriya Mitsuko remains painfully unresolved, leaving a wound that has never fully healed for her family. The senseless brutality of her death and the unanswered questions surrounding the perpetrator continue to haunt those who remember her and the life that was so cruelly taken.
Christmas is a time of warmth, celebration, and togetherness. Across the world, it marks an occasion where families gather to share joy, reflect on the year gone by, and make new memories. The holiday season, filled with traditions like gift-giving, festive meals, and reconnecting with loved ones, embodies the values of peace and goodwill. However, in 2008, one family's Christmas celebrations would be tragically marked by unspeakable horror. On Christmas Eve that year, the Ortega family in Covina, California, became the victims of one of the deadliest mass murders in recent history. What was once a night of celebration turned into a nightmare when a man dressed as Santa Claus carried out a meticulously planned attack that left 9 people dead. The Ortega family was well known in Covina, a suburban city about 22 miles east of Los Angeles. Joseph and Alicia Ortega, who had been married for 53 years, were the backbone of a close-knit and loving family that regularly came together to celebrate Christmas in their family home. Papa Joe and Alice, as they were affectionately known, had 5 children together: Sylvia, James, Charles, Letitia, and Alicia. Their Christmas Eve celebrations were a cherished tradition, where the family would gather with extended relatives, in-laws, and children to share the holiday spirit. The Ortega family had built a life of success, stability, and warmth. Joseph and Alicia were immigrants who had worked hard to achieve the American dream, opening a successful paint shop on Virginia Avenue in Baldwin Park. Over the years, the family grew, with the Ortega children getting married and having families of their own. Christmas Eve 2008 was no exception to their long-standing tradition. More than 25 family members gathered at the Ortega household on Knowlcrest Drive, including Joseph, Alicia, their children, grandchildren, and some close friends. Little did they know, the festive gathering would soon be shattered by an act of unimaginable violence. On the night of December 24th, 2008, the Ortegas spent the night enjoying a festive dinner together before spending the evening playing Texas Hold'em poker, hanging out near the pool in the backyard, and playing video games. Everyone was enjoying themselves before the Christmas festivities scheduled for the following day. At approximately 11:27 p.m, when everyone was turning in for the night, there was a knock at the Ortega's door. When 8-year-old Katrina Yusufpolsky, Joseph and Alicia's granddaughter, excited by the prospect of Santa's arrival, opened the door, she was met not with the joy of Christmas, but the terror of a masked assailant. The unassuming man, dressed in a Santa Claus outfit, stood in the doorway, holding a large gift-wrapped package, which actually contained a rolling air compressor converted to spray racing fuel. Without warning, the man shot the young girl in the face with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, wounding her. Miraculously, she survived, though was extremely traumatized, and her life was forever changed by the physical and emotional scars she bore. The man shot and injured several others in the household, including Katrina's uncles, Charles and James, who, despite being severely injured, tried to restrain the perpetrator. The injuries caused by the bullets varied in severity, with one having a minor bullet graze to the cheek, another teenager being shot in the back. What followed was a meticulously planned massacre. The Killer Santa, as dubbed by the media, armed with 4 semi-automatic handguns and carrying a homemade flamethrower, stormed into the house, opening fire at the Ortega family members, several taking cover under the dining table. He shot at those in his path, indiscriminately killing 9 individuals, including 43-year-old Sylvia Ortega Pardo, her parents 80-year-old Joseph and 70-year-old Alicia Ortega, and 3 of Sylvia's siblings and their spouses, Charles Ortega and his wife Cherry, James and his wife Teresa, Alicia Ortega Ortiz, and her 17-year-old son, Michael Ortiz. The entire attack lasted only minutes, but in that brief time, the perpetrator managed to shatter the lives of many, leaving a trail of death and devastation in tow. 3 of the victims died from gunshot wounds, whilst 4 others died due to a combination of their gunshot wounds and the fire that ensued. 2 died in the fire alone. A total of 13 young people were left orphaned that night. After gunning down his victims, the man unwrapped the package he had brought with him, revealing the homemade flamethrower. He used the device to spray gasoline throughout the house, igniting a fire that quickly engulfed the residents, though it was later believed his intentions were to light the fire with a flare, but an explosion occurred when fuel met flame, the vapour possibly ignited by a candle or pilot light. The fire spread rapidly, consuming the house and destroying any evidence of the massacre. Several bodies were burned beyond recognition, and it took hours for firefighters to extinguish the inferno. While using the flamethrower, the man accidentally set himself on fire, suffering third-degree burns to his hands and arms, with some of the Santa suit actually melting onto his skin. Severely injured and in extreme pain, he removed his Santa outfit and fled 40 miles to his brother's empty house in his blue Dodge Caliber rental vehicle, where he then forced entry into his brother's property and was later found deceased by him early the next morning at around 3:10 a.m. with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head and oddly $17,000 attached to his legs with plastic wrap and in a girdle. Bruce Jeffrey Pardo, Sylvia Ortega's ex-husband, was quickly identified as the perpetrator by police after one of the surviving family members raised the alarm at a neighbour's house and identified him to dispatchers on the phone as the suspect. Pardo was a 45-year-old electrical engineer whose life had taken a series of downward turns leading up to the attack. In the years before the massacre, Pardo had married Sylvia Ortega in January of 2006. By this time, Sylvia, who was an admin assistant at a florist, had 3 children from 2 previous marriages. However, her latest marriage was fraught with difficulties almost from the beginning. Pardo had kept many secrets from Sylvia, including hiding a son from a previous relationship and severe financial troubles. He refused to open a joint bank account with Sylvia and expected her to use her own finances for the upkeep of their children, refusing to provide child support for his other child, who had actually suffered from brain damage as a youngster after falling into a backyard swimming pool in 2001 whilst Pardo was watching television. He claimed his son as a tax reduction, but did not financially support him or his mother, who was his primary caregiver. Pardo was known to have a gambling problem and had accumulated significant debts. His dishonesty and irresponsible behaviour strained his marriage, and by early 2008, Sylvia filed for divorce. The divorce itself was actually finalised just 1 week before the massacre on December 18th. The settlement was costly for Pardo. He was ordered to pay Sylvia $10,000 as part of the divorce settlement and $1.8k per month in spousal support. He also lost access to his family home and the couple's dog, an Akita named Saki, and Sylvia was allowed to keep her expensive wedding ring. His finances were in a state of disarray, with his spousal support checks bouncing, despite earning almost 4 times what his wife earned per annum. He had recently lost his job at ITT Electronic Systems, a military defence supplier, after falsifying work hours on his timesheets. He applied for unemployment benefits after being denied a severance package from his previous employer, however was rejected due to the nature of his dismissal. Pardo had spiralled into a state of anger and depression, fueled by the bitterness he felt towards Sylvia and her family. He complained to the courts that Sylvia was living with her parents, not paying rent, and had spent lavishly on a luxury car, gambling trips to Las Vegas, fine dining, massages, and golf lessons, but whether there was any truth to these claims remain unclear. Many believe these claims were made purely out of spite or bitterness regarding the divorce. It was clear that Pardo had been planning the massacre for weeks, if not months, leading up to Christmas Eve. He had purchased the firearms, the materials to construct the flamethrower, and even rented a getaway car in preparation for his final act of vengeance. Due to Californian law, he could only purchase 1 concealable firearms every 30 days, and leading up to the crime, he did just that when purchasing the 5 handguns which were used in the massacre. Pardo's plan was coldly methodical. In addition to killing his ex-wife and her family, he intended to flee the scene and possibly even flee the country, specifically having bought a plane ticket with either Northwest Airlines or Air Canada, sources conflict, which was found in his shoe. He had booked a plane ticket on Christmas morning from Los Angeles to Moline, Illinois, or, again, to Canada, sources differ, and had called an old school friend and had arranged to visit them, though investigators later believed this to be some sort of ploy. He had parked his rental car near his brother's house in Sylmar, about 30 miles from Covina, filled with ammunition, maps, and cash, with another rental, a Toyota, being parked near his ex-wife's divorce attorney, also packed full of supplies, including maps of the Southwest and Mexico. His rental vehicle held remnants of his made-to-measure Santa suit, which he had purchased from a local costume store, however was set as a trap to go on fire if it was moved, likely by a tripwire or switch, and would trigger a flare and start a fire from gunpowder, with 200 rounds of ammunition present in the vehicle. Luckily, the incendiary device was disarmed by the local bomb squad, and nobody else was hurt. However, his plan began to unravel during the massacre, and subsequently resulted in Pardo taking his own life. His home in Montrose, Los Angeles, was later searched by police, where they found a virtual makeshift bomb factory, 5 empty boxes for semi-automatic handguns, 2 shotguns, and a container for high-octane fuel tank gasoline. The aftermath of the massacre left the Ortega family and the Covina community in shock. 9 members of the same family had been brutally murdered. The once festive family home had been reduced to ashes, and the surviving members were left to grapple with the enormity of their loss. Chapa Ortega, one of the adult Ortega children's cousins, said of Pardo, quote, a monster. That man was a monster. He killed good, hard-working people who had many friends and who loved the United States. Authorities were quick to launch an investigation into the events of that night. It became clear that Pardo had acted out of a sense of deep-seated resentment and anger towards Sylvia and her family. The massacre was the culmination of his rage and desire for revenge over his failed marriage and financial struggles. Pardo's elaborate preparations, including his disguise, arsenal of weapons, and the homemade flamethrower, pointed to premeditation and a calculated intent to destroy the Ortega family. The fire that Pardo started destroyed much of the evidence, and many of the victims were charred beyond recognition. Dental records were needed to identify the remains of the deceased. In the days following the massacre, news of the horrific crime spread across the nation, leaving people stunned by the sheer brutality of Pardo's actions. He did not have a criminal record or a history of violence, and many people who knew him described him as a friendly man, who often ushered at church and was seen walking his dog often. But newspapers cite how in his younger days, Pardo adored being the centre of attention, even bringing a life-sized inflatable doll to his college graduation. He came and went as he pleased, and even left one of his girlfriends at the altar on their wedding day, stealing $3,000 of her savings to go on a solo vacation to Palm Springs. Quote, "He was very, very intelligent, but common sense lacking." This was very apparent when another ex-girlfriend fell overboard from a boat on Lake Havasu and nearly drowned, with Pardo laughing, appearing not to grasp the severity of the situation. Following the Covina massacre, it also came to light that Pardo had been planning on killing his own mother, as she sympathised with Sylvia during their divorce proceedings. In the face of such profound loss, the Covina community rallied around the Ortega family. The city held vigils and memorial services to honour the victims and support the surviving family members. Reportedly, every Christmas Eve since the massacre, the community has come together to remember the lives lost and to provide solace for those still grieving. What was once a time of celebration became a period of reflection and mourning for the entire city. The survivors of the Ortega family were left devastated by the loss of their loved ones. Leticia Ortega, Sylvia's sister, was one of the few survivors. She managed to escape with her daughter by jumping out of a second-story window after the shooting began. However, she lost many beloved family members that night. The psychological trauma of that night left lasting scars on the survivors, many of whom struggled with the emotional aftermath of the massacre for years to come. Despite the overwhelming tragedy, survivors of the Ortega family have worked to find ways to heal and honour the memories of those they lost. Leticia, in particular, became an advocate for gun violence prevention. In 2018, she joined survivors of other mass shootings and student activists in protests against gun violence in Pasadena. Her story and the stories of other survivors became powerful symbols of resilience and the need for action to prevent future tragedies. The survivors' advocacy work brought attention to the issues of gun control and domestic violence as they shared their personal experiences to raise awareness and push for change. Their courage in the face of such unimaginable loss has been an inspiration to many, showing that even in the darkest of times, there can be hope and a path forward. More than 1,500 people attended the funerals of the Ortega family at Holy Name of Mary Catholic Church in San Dimas, followed by private burials at Forest Lawn Memorial Park in their hometown of Covina. Their deaths stand as one of the most tragic and devastating mass murders in recent US history. What began as a joyful Christmas Eve celebration ended in horror as Bruce Pardo's calculated and vengeful attack took the lives of 9 family members. The crime left the surviving family members of the Ortega family and the Covina community reeling from the shock and grief of such an unimaginable loss. Yet, in the aftermath of the massacre, the resilience of the survivors and the strength of the community have shone through.
Julie Marie Williams was born to Tom and Patsy Williams on the 11th of September 1971 in St. Cloud, Stearns County, Minnesota. By 1996, nature lover Julie was 24 years old and had travelled and hiked all over the world. She had taken excursions to Europe, Central America, South America, and had also visited numerous state parks across the US. Among her experiences, she participated in community work in Colombia, carried out geological research in Italy, and had secured a job as a camp counsellor in Northfield, Minnesota, as well as employment as a park ranger in Texas. Having been brought up in a Christian household, Julie struggled with the inner conflict between her faith and her sexuality. Throughout her time at college, she had dated men. However, she confided in a roommate that she would rather be in relationships with women. After completing her college degree in geology, she moved to Richmond, Vermont. Laura Lolly Salisbury Winans was born on the 9th of March 1970. As she navigated life as a young adult, she enrolled on a course at Sterling College, Craftsbury Common, Vermont. She had been brought up in a wealthy and affluent family from Grosse Pointe, Michigan. She had sadly been a victim of sexual assault as a child and was said to have been, quote, a misfit in a world of yacht clubs and boarding schools and left home right after high school. Lolly much preferred the rugged outdoors in comparison to the more high society type social events she was accustomed to, and furthermore, she volunteered at a rape crisis centre. She made the decision to drop out of college, and in 1994, she made the decision to move to Maine, where she enrolled on a course at Unity College near the city of Waterville. Unity College, known for its focus on environmental studies and outdoor recreation, offered Lolly the opportunity she had been seeking. Immersing herself in the programme, she eagerly embraced the challenge of training to become a wilderness guide, finding fulfilment in the very path she had longed for. She thrived on the course and earned a 4.0 grade average. In 1994, Julie Williams and Lolly Winans met at Woods Women, a Minnesota-based outdoor recreation programme. The two women began the season spending their time rock climbing and canoeing through the Boundary Waters. They also gained experience in leading outdoor excursions, tailored specifically for women and children. Julie and Lolly were assigned to share a tent, and instantly there was a connection, with the pair revelling in each other's company far into the night. Lolly and Julie navigated their growing relationship with a careful yet strong approach. Both were new to loving women and hesitant to fully commit to anything long-term. However, together they found a fresh sense of happiness, exploring this new chapter in their lives with openness and joy. They did keep their relationship close to their chests, with Lolly telling only a select few close friends, whereas Julie was still at war with herself in regards to being a lesbian as a woman of faith. Julie was also fearful of breaking the news to her parents, who had, according to Julie, been going through a lot at that time, and she didn't wish to, quote, burden them. Julie and Lolly formed a strong bond over their shared love for nature and backpacking. Both women found solace and joy in the wilderness, often spending their free time hiking and camping together. Whether exploring rugged trails or setting up camp beneath a canopy of stars, their adventures brought them closer. Their relationship further blossomed when the couple found a house for themselves in Huntington, Vermont. Julie and Lolly were excited about their plans for the summer of 1996, which included having barbecues in the garden of their new home with their friends. As summer approached, Lolly and Julie made preparations for a hiking trip along the Appalachian Trail in Shenandoah National Park. On the 19th of May 1996, Julie and Lolly travelled to Shenandoah National Park in Virginia, along with Taj, the couple's golden retriever Labrador mix. Their plan was to hike the Appalachian Trail along the Blue Ridge Mountains. The two women arrived at the national park, making a stop at Pinnacle's overlook along Skyline Drive. From there, they embarked on a hike along the White Oak Canyon Trail, with Taj in tow. For the next 2 days, rain fell steadily. Undeterred, the women hitched a ride with a park ranger, renewed their camping permit, and continued their adventure. This time, they ascended Hawksbill, the highest peak in the park, where the observation deck provided sweeping views of the Virginia mountains. That evening, Lolly and Julie set up their tent along one of the horse trails, finding a tranquil spot by a mountain stream. Their campsite was nestled near the Bridle Trail, part of a network of paths connecting Big Meadows to Skyland. They settled in for the night, excited by the promise of adventure ahead. The women were due to return to their respective summer jobs on the 28th of May. However, they failed to show up, causing concern among their colleagues, friends, and families who hoped that perhaps their car had broken down or some minor circumstance had stalled their journey back to Vermont. Julie's father, Tom Williams, held on to the hope that Julie's outdoor experience and wilderness training gave them no reason to be fearful. On May 31st, when Julie had failed to return home and move out of her apartment as planned, her roommate called Tom Williams, who subsequently reported both women as missing to officials of Shenandoah National Park, as his initial efforts to speak to local law enforcement were unsuccessful. Park rangers quickly began their search, soon locating their vehicle parked near Skyland Lodge by Stony Man Overlook. Investigators placed a note on the car, just in case the women later found it. Over 24 hours after the pair were reported as missing, on the 1st of June around 9 p.m, approximately a quarter of a mile from Skyline Drive on the Appalachian Trail, the bodies of Julie and Lolly were discovered by a park official. Taj, the couple's dog, was found wandering in woodland, quote, standing guard nearby. The St. Cloud Times reported, quote, Williams and Winans were found bound and gagged with their throats cut. Furthermore, the newspaper stated, quote, a camera found at the campsite had undeveloped film inside containing pictures of their hiking treks that trip. Authorities confirmed that one of the women was discovered inside the tent while the other was found outside. However, they have declined to disclose whether there were signs of sexual assault or if the women were clothed at the time. They did rule out robbery as a motive, as there was no indication that any of their personal belongings had been taken. The women were last seen alive on the 24th of May 1996, which investigators also believe is the day they died. At the time, park officials stated that their deaths were an isolated incident. However, it was later found that there were some similarities to a case from Virginia. In October 1986, Rebecca Dowski and Kathleen Thomas, who were also in a lesbian relationship, were found murdered in their car, which had been pushed off an embankment near Williamsburg. Their throats had been cut with a sharp object and their wrists were bound, though there were no signs of a struggle. Both women were fully clothed, with no evidence of sexual assault. Their wallets and purses remained in the vehicle, ruling out robbery as a motive. The 1986 murders occurred along a section of the Colonial Parkway, an area often frequented by couples, including many from the LGBTQ+ community. Given that several heterosexual couples were also killed in or near the parkway, authorities have speculated that a serial killer may be behind these string of attacks. Over the years, investigators have connected various suspects to these crimes, but no arrests have ever been made. For Julie's funeral, Tom Williams and his brother, Mark, gathered, quote, wild azaleas, other flowers and branches from the nearby campsite to make wreaths. Tom, who was a funeral director, stated of his job, quote, "It's a blessing and a curse. I'm fortunate because I work in an environment where people are very supportive of grief and loss. They talk openly of death. However, following the death of his daughter, his job became daily reminders of Julie. Quote, I have to deal with it every time I walk into the casket selection room and see Julie's casket. Every time I walk into church. Sometimes you just want to get away, and you can't get away from it." He stated that after Julie's death, he found it particularly difficult to deal with the deaths of young people in his job at the funeral home. In his memorial statement, Tom Williams said, quote, "Julie entered into eternal life near a stream, amidst the wildflowers of the Blue Ridge Mountains." Lolly Winans was also buried the same day as Julie Williams, the 7th of June 1996. A yearbook of Unity College memorialised Lolly with a page stating, quote, "Lolly is a beautiful person who loved the wilderness, good music and good times. She is a courageous, intense, spirited woman who will be missed by many." Lolly and Julie's deaths instilled fear among campers and hikers, particularly because of the victims' gender and sexual orientation. It shattered the perception that the wilderness offered more safety than urban environments. Both women and the LGBTQ+ community became more vigilant in the park. Investigators were left to determine whether this was a random crime or if the women had been targeted because of their gender or sexual identity. The murders heightened awareness of safety on the trails and sparked calls for legislation to better protect individuals at risk of being targeted for their gender or sexual orientation. The investigation continued, yet clues were few and far between, with loved ones no closer to finding answers. On July 9th, 1997, Yvonne Malbasha, a Canadian tourist, was cycling south along Skyline Drive. Although she had become separated from her friend, there was no reason for alarm, as the park seemed like a perfect destination for a cycling trip. Neither she nor her friend had ever heard of Julie Williams or Lolly Winans. Without warning, Yvonne was forced off the road at milepost 57.5 by a man in a truck. The driver, enraged, threw a soda can at her, grabbed at her chest and yelled aggressively. He then exited the truck and attempted to drag her inside, but Yvonne fought back, using her water bottle and bike to fend him off. Yvonne successfully fought off her attacker and hid behind a tree, as the man repeatedly attempted to run her over with his truck. After several failed attempts, he gave up and sped away. Soon after, a park ranger arrived with a mobile phone, allowing them to quickly broadcast a description of the assailant. Rangers swiftly apprehended the attacker, identified as Darrell David Rice, as he tried to exit the park. Upon searching the attacker's vehicle, investigators discovered hand and leg restraints concealed inside. He had also changed his clothes and reattached the license plates, which he had removed while stalking Yvonne. The man was apprehended near the Swift Run Gap exit, a location that would have allowed him to leave unnoticed. Yvonne was able to positively identify her attacker, leading to his arrest and detention. In 1998, Darrell David Rice pleaded guilty to the attempted abduction of Yvonne and received a 135-month sentence in federal prison in Petersburg, Virginia. Following his arrest, prosecutors began to consider him a possible suspect in the murders of Julie Williams and Lolly Winans. His connection to the case was based on several factors, including the crime's location, his predatory tendencies, and his focus on female victims. Surveillance footage captured Darrell David Rice entering the Shenandoah National Park at Front Royal on May 25th at 8:05 p.m. and again at Rockfish Gap on May 26th at 4:57 p.m. He returned to the park on June 1st, accompanied by his friends Carol and Robert Ruckert. Although Rice denied being in the park on May 25th and 26th, he acknowledged his presence there on June the 1st. On April 10, 2001, Attorney General John Ashcroft announced that Darrell David Rice had been indicted for the murders of Julie Williams and Lolly Winans, based on circumstantial evidence. During the press conference, prosecutors revealed that Rice had repeatedly expressed a disturbing pleasure in assaulting women, claiming they were, quote, more vulnerable than men. They also alleged that Rice believed the women deserved to die because of their sexual orientation. Although Rice was charged with several counts of murder, he was never prosecuted. Despite years of effort, prosecutors were unable to secure forensic evidence against Rice. However, in October 2003, DNA testing on a hair found at the Williams-Winans crime scene revealed that it did not belong to Rice or the victims. Prior to this, only mitochondrial DNA from the cloth ligatures was available, which could determine the suspect's sex, male, but couldn't provide a definitive profile. In October, prosecutors discovered additional hair on the duct tape used to bind Lolly's wrists. Using a newer DNA test, results indicated a strong likelihood that Rice was not the source of the DNA. Rice was officially exonerated in 2024. However, just 16 days after his exoneration, he was killed in a car accident. By 2002, investigators followed over 15,000 leads. However, in the years that followed, the case remained unsolved. In 2021, a new FBI team was tasked with reviewing the unsolved murders. The team, including special agents and intelligence analysts, meticulously revisited all aspects of the case, from evidence and photographs to witness interviews. With advancements in DNA technology, they prioritised crime scene evidence for retesting by an accredited private laboratory. After securing funding through the US Department of Justice's Sexual Assault Kit initiative, managed by Virginia's Attorney General's Office, the lab reanalyzed DNA from several pieces of evidence. Partnering with the Virginia State Police, they submitted the DNA profile to the FBI's Combined DNA Index System, also known as CODIS. This led to a positive DNA match to Walter Leo Jackson Jr., a convicted serial rapist from Cleveland. Jackson was a painter and avid hiker who frequently visited Shenandoah National Park. When Jackson was charged with another rape in Ohio, DNA samples were collected from him. Testing revealed that there is a 1 in 2.6 trillion likelihood that the DNA found at the crime scene could belong to someone other than Jackson. Jackson died in March 2018 while incarcerated in Cuyahoga County, Ohio. Following an announcement on the 20th of June 2024 that the killer had been identified, US Attorney Christopher R. Kavanaugh stated, quote, "After 28 years, we are now able to say who committed the brutal murders. I want again to extend my condolences to the Winans and Williams families and hope today's announcement provides some small measure of solace." On July 26, 1971, in the Libby area near Englewood in Coos Bay, Coos County, Oregon, 3 juveniles were relocating horses between properties when they unexpectedly stumbled across a grim sight. The body of a young man was floating face up in the waters of S.D.D.C Creek. They immediately contacted the authorities, who swiftly arrived on the scene. It was determined that the body likely belonged to a teenage boy, and because he, quote, almost looked like a frog in the creek, according to Captain Jason Patterson of the Coos County Sheriff's Office, the unidentified male was given the nickname Frog Boy as investigators began their search into finding his identity. Patterson also said that the nickname, quote, would stick in their heads, and maybe the next generation of law enforcement people who come through the office will remember that. The body of the newly named Frog Boy, also known as Coos County John Doe 1971, was badly decomposed, and he was found to be wearing a long-sleeved turtleneck sweater. Captain Jason Patterson further stated that, quote, his pants were found a short distance from him, and they are described as blue jeans laced up the sides with leather straps down the legs. They were of the Wrangler brand. Unfortunately, because of the severe state of decomposition, a post-mortem failed to determine the teenager's cause of death. However, they believed that he had died from 5 weeks to 5 months prior to having been found in S.D.C Creek. The remains were believed to be those of a Caucasian male between the ages of 14 and 18, standing approximately 5 foot 4 inches to 5 foot 6 inches and weighing around 145 to 155 pounds. He also had long, light brown hair. According to Captain Jason Patterson, his colleagues, quote, investigated what they could. They canvassed the area, tried to talk to neighbours, tried to figure out who may have been in the area. Despite the investigators' efforts, no information or evidence surfaced that could help identify the youth with the technology available at the time. Coos County eventually covered the cost of a burial for the unidentified teen in a local cemetery. Sadly, despite their efforts, the enduring mystery of the identity of Frog Boy would go cold. Laurie Merriam from Boise, Idaho, was only 2 weeks old when she was adopted in June of 1971. Laurie stated on NBC's Dateline that, quote, even as a little girl, I always knew that I had other parents somewhere that weren't able to take care of me and wanted me to have a better home. Her adoptive family were always open about the fact Laurie was adopted, and despite the strong love she had for her family, she stated, quote, I always stood out, and I didn't know where that came from or why I had the likes or dislikes, or why I walked the way I did, or the way I talked even was different. She was also very aware of how different she looked in comparison to her adoptive family. Quote, I've got red hair and fair skin. No one in my adoptive family does, so it's just like I never fully fit in with the family. She shared that from a young age, she felt a strong desire to discover her biological family. Her adoptive family, especially her father, was fully supportive of her search, which, in her words, really started when she was 12 years old. Laurie mentioned that she spent time reading books and utilising resources at the local library to explore the city index. By the age of 15, she had refined her search to focus within a 150-mile radius around Boise. Laurie further commented, quote, I had paperwork, some of my adoption paperwork that described the age of my birth mum, what she looked like, how many siblings she had. Her research had both her and her family confident that her biological parents were likely not city dwellers, and more so lived life rurally. Sadly, in 1987, when Laurie was around 16 years old, her adoptive father was killed in a commercial plane crash. The following year, Laurie was frustrated as she was no closer to finding her biological parents. She then decided to seek help in her family search and hired a private investigator. To Laurie's surprise, within just 24 hours, the private investigator uncovered numerous names from her maternal lineage, including her half-brother and that of her biological mother. That week, Laurie and her biological mother met for the first time. Laurie stated, quote, "That was a puzzle piece that was missing and just filled my heart. I can't even describe the connection." Delving into her mother's past, at just 15 years old, Laurie's mother became pregnant with her and was sent to the Booth Maternity Home in Boise, a facility that supported young unwed mothers. After giving birth, she returned home, her baby having been taken from her. Although Laurie's mother had hoped to keep her, circumstances prevented it. Laurie also shared with her mother that no father was listed on her birth certificate. Laurie spent the following Christmas with her biological family, where she was delighted to receive a special gift. It was a photograph of her biological father. Her mother told her that his name was Winston Wint Arthur Maxey III. Winston Arthur Maxey III was born on October 4th, 1954, in Rupert, Idaho. He was the second child and first son of Winston Arthur Maxey Jr. and Laureen Maxey, joining an older sister, Vicky, and 6 younger siblings. To avoid confusion with his father, he was affectionately called Little Wint by his family. Winston was often described as a sweet, shy boy with a big heart. Classmates remembered him fondly, and a friend recounted an incident where a second-grade teacher had to pull him out of his seat by his ear due to his stubbornness. One summer, despite his parents' inability to buy him a skateboard, he crafted one himself from scrap plywood. Known for being a well-behaved teenager who avoided drugs and trouble, he was generally considered a good kid. At 15 years old, Winston started a relationship with a girl he deeply cared for, and by the autumn of 1970, around the time he was turning 16, she discovered she was pregnant. His sister Marla told that she was one of 8 siblings, compiled of boys and girls in equal measure. As children, the Maxey family moved around many times. Recalling her brother, Winston, Marla said, quote, "He wanted to dance to his own tune. I mean, he was a good brother for the most part." Elaborating on this comment, she said that Winston had a tumultuous relationship with their parents. He was known to not abide by the rules set by them and, quote, got mixed up in the wrong crowd, and as a result, he was known to run away from home. Marla remembered an occasion when Winston and a friend of his ran away to Oregon. However, Marla and Winston's parents forced him to return home. According to Marla, in 1971, their parents had grown tired of Winston's rebellion. They considered sending him away to work on a ranch. However, once this idea was vocalized to Winston, he ran away once more. Marla remembered her final interaction with her brother, who visited her at school. Quote, "He came and said he was leaving and said goodbye to me, and that was it. He was gone." Marla believed he would come home again, as he so often did after running away. However, Winston never did return to Boise. With no place to go, he ended up sleeping at a nearby campground. A few days later, his cousin learned about Winston's situation and extended an offer for him to stay at their home. In April 1971, Winston's girlfriend, who was 7 months pregnant, visited Rupert, Idaho. Although Winston tried to talk to her, she avoided him, knowing he wanted her to keep the baby. Soon after, Winston's older sister, Vicky, arranged for him to visit her in Boise. According to Vicky, Winston's stay in Boise was brief. During his visit, he learned from a friend about the booming logging and fish industries along the Oregon coast. Vicky recalled that Winston mentioned he planned to go to Coos Bay, Oregon, to look for work. This was the last time anyone heard from Winston Maxey. His sister Marla did find it strange that she nor her family ever heard from Winston again. However, their parents stated, quote, "He went out on his own. That was what he chose to do. And, there's nothing we can do." As a result, their parents never reported Winston as a missing person. Marla followed several avenues to investigate what happened to her brother. However, all were unsuccessful. Unfortunately, nobody else in the family knew what happened to Winston either. Relatives on Laurie's paternal line, who she managed to connect with, had all sorts of stories told to them about Winston's fate. Some say he ran away from home, joined a circus, or a rodeo. In truth, there were no indications or clues about Winston's whereabouts. Back in Coos County, Oregon, in 2017, the investigation into the identity of the John Doe known as Frog Boy was gaining some traction. With funding from a grant provided by the Oregon State Medical Examiner's Office, the department arranged for the remains to be exhumed. They recovered bone fragments, which were then sent for DNA profiling by Dr. Nikki Vance, Oregon State Medical Examiner. According to a press release, the DNA was entered into the NamUs database and analysed by Parabon Nanolabs. C.C. Moore, the chief genetic genealogist at Parabon, informed Dateline that the company has an ongoing contract with the Coos County Sheriff's Office to assist in identifying unidentified individuals. A profile was generated of Frog Boy that included details about John Doe's ancestry, eye colour, skin tone, hair colour, and facial features. Parabon Nanolabs then created a digital reconstruction of the deceased and what they may have looked like in life. After 3 months of hard work and dedication on the Frog Boy case, Cece made a breakthrough when she narrowed down her search to a single family. Quote, "All of the other brothers, I found proof of life after 1971, which is when the unidentified remains were found. Except for him. I had a name." She identified Frog Boy, or John Doe, as 16-year-old Winston Maxey. NBC News reported that a year prior, in 2016, Laurie Merriam submitted her DNA to Ancestry.com in hopes of finding a connection. However, she received no matches. She then created a Facebook page named Where in the World is Winston Maxey to seek help in locating her father. Additionally, she contacted the Idaho Cold Cases Facebook page, where her story was shared with thousands of followers. That year, Laurie also attempted to report her father as missing, but encountered challenges due to his absence from her birth certificate. She attempted to have Winston included in the databases of both the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children, also known as NCMEC, and the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, NamUs, but was unsuccessful. According to a representative from NCMEC, Winston could not be added to their database due to the absence of an official missing person report filed with the police. Researching Winston's name, C.C. Moore found the Idaho Cold Cases Facebook page, where Laurie had posted about her missing father. After making contact, it had to be confirmed through DNA that John Doe, or Frog Boy, was indeed Laurie's father. CC encouraged Laurie to upload her raw DNA data from Ancestry.com to GEDmatch, as websites such as Ancestry do not share DNA information with law enforcement. The result was a match. After 50 years, it was a bittersweet moment. Laurie had finally found her father after a lifelong search. However, she sadly learned he was no longer alive. Laurie spoke of her reaction to the news of her father, quote, "He didn't even get to live his life, and here I am living mine. Man, it crushed me." CC's company contacted one of Winston's sisters to provide her DNA, as they required a legal relative for formal verification. The sister agreed to the request and her DNA matched. Despite Winston's identification in 2021, there are many questions which remain unanswered, and the circumstances surrounding his death are unclear. Laurie strongly believes that Winston was murdered. She even changed the name of her Facebook page in August 2022 from "Where in the World is Winston Maxey" to "Who in the World Murdered Winston Maxey?" Laurie set up the Winston Arthur Maxey Foundation, an Oregon non-profit organisation that is dedicated to advocating and supporting Oregon families with missing loved ones. Because she was officially confirmed as Winston's daughter, Laurie was subsequently given his remains. Laurie continues to hold out hope for finding the answer to her lingering question: what happened to Winston Maxey? If it turns out he was murdered, she is determined to see justice served. The investigation into Winston's death remains open and active, with authorities possessing additional crucial information about the case, which for investigative reasons cannot be made public. Laurie told Dateline that it was possible that her father dyed his natural red hair a darker brown shortly before he died. Captain Patterson urges anyone who may have seen a young man resembling Winston Maxey in Coos County, Oregon, in June or July of 1971 to get in touch at 541-396-7820 or call the Coos County Sheriff's Office at 541-396-7800. Laurie Merriam gave an inspiring message at the conclusion of her interview with NBC. Quote, "The best thing that I would say that I've taken away from this is just to keep going, keep researching, keep pushing forward. Don't stop. It took 50 years for me to find my dad, and it's always possible you may not have the outcome that you would like, but there's always an ending, right?" Nestled against the backdrop of Mount Rainier and surrounded by the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest, Mineral, Washington is a tiny lakeside community steeped in history and natural charm. Once a bustling centre for logging and mining, this quiet town now hosts fewer than 200 residents, but its rich past and scenic beauty remain as vibrant as ever. Just under 2 hours from both Seattle and Portland, Mineral offers a peaceful retreat into nature. From spring through fall, the lake becomes a hub for trout fishing, swimming and paddle sports, with campers and RVs lining the waterfront. Despite its small size, Mineral has big stories to tell. It's home to the country's smallest post office, a historic bed and breakfast, and is famously linked to the 1947 UFO sighting by pilot Kenneth Arnold. The Mount Rainier Scenic Railroad runs its steam train museum here, adding a touch of vintage adventure. Along the town's main stretch, visitors can explore local gems like Mineral Market, the Headquarters Tavern, the American Legion Post, and more. In the 1980s, the small, quiet town became the focus of intense media and law enforcement attention after several victims were found murdered in the surrounding wilderness with distinctive clues, including socks tied around their necks, linking the cases. On Saturday, August 10th, 1985, Stephen Harkins, aged 27, and Ruth Cooper, aged 42, embarked on a weekend camping trip to the peaceful Tule Lake area in Pierce County, Washington. The couple, who'd been in a relationship for 3 years, lived in a home in Eastside Tacoma. They also shared a love for the outdoors. Stephen worked as a truck driver for the Ed Hume Company, while Ruth, a devoted mother of 5, was employed as a crankshaft machinist. Stephen's brother described him as, quote, unforgettable in looks and personality, and, quote, very charismatic. Ruth and Stephen had attended their friend's wedding celebrations on the evening of August 10th in Tacoma before they departed for their camping trip. Located about 45 miles south of Tacoma and nearly an hour from the mountain town of Elbe, Tule Lake was meant to be a quiet getaway, but when Monday came and neither of them showed up for work at the local vocational school, concern quickly turned to alarm, and their families reported them missing. On the 12th of August, a passerby, Walter Funk, noticed the couple's Volkswagen station wagon parked near Tule Lake, but thought little of it. When he drove by again on August 14th and saw the car hadn't moved, curiosity turned to concern, prompting him to take a closer look. Inside the vehicle, he made a grim discovery. Stephen Harkins's body was found in the front seat, wrapped in a sleeping bag with a gunshot wound to the forehead, suggesting he had been killed in his sleep. Their pet hunting dog had also been shot and was found roughly 800 yards from the scene. Ruth's shoes were left behind near the vehicle, but there was no sign of her. Friends and relatives recalled nothing out of the ordinary at the wedding reception when the couple were last seen, except for one unnamed wedding guest who was reportedly looking for Stephen to resolve an argument related to a motorcycle crash. However, the interaction led nowhere and produced no useful leads in the investigation. Authorities suspected that Ruth had been abducted, and her family launched a desperate search through the surrounding forest, but she was nowhere to be found. On October 26th, more than 2 months after Ruth Cooper disappeared, hunters came across a human skull near the dead end of 8th Avenue South by Hart's Lake, less than 2 miles from where Stephen had been found. Dental records confirmed that the skull belonged to Ruth Cooper. 2 days later, further searching led to the discovery of Ruth's body and her purse, concealed in thick brush just 50 feet from the initial find. She had been shot in the abdomen and, chillingly, a tube sock had been tied around her neck. The double murder shocked the residents of Washington, and less than 2 months later, another brutal slaying would chill them to the bone. At approximately 7 a.m. on Thursday, the 12th of December 1985, 21-year-old Diana Robertson and her 36-year-old partner Mike Reamer left their home in Puyallup, Washington, with their 2-year-old daughter Crystal Louise for a trip to the forests of southern Pierce County in their 1982 red Plymouth Arrow. The couple had been together since Diana was a teenager. Mike worked year-round as a roofer and spent winters trapping animals along the Nisqually River, a stretch of wilderness between Interstate 5 and Elbe. On that Thursday morning, they set out to search for a Christmas tree and for Mike to check his trap lines. According to Mike's father, Lloyd, Mike had planned to finish the outing early so he could return to work and earn some overtime pay. Just the week before, he had borrowed gas money from his father to make the trip happen. After arriving near the banks of the Nisqually River, Mike and Diana reportedly left their daughter Crystal in the truck while they headed off to check his trapline upstream. The morning appeared to be going smoothly. Around 8 a.m, Mike stopped by Lloyd's house with Crystal for a short visit. It was still early in the day. Mike was bundled in a heavy winter coat, but Crystal wore only a light jacket. Diana wasn't with them. Neither appeared prepared for an extended trip. Lloyd offered to make them breakfast, pancakes and bacon, but Mike declined, saying they had to keep moving. It was the last time Lloyd ever saw his son. Later that day, Crystal was found alone outside the entrance of a Kmart in Spanaway, roughly 30 miles from Elbe. Disorientated and silent, the toddler showed no signs of distress, which struck store assistant manager Molly Cook as unusual. She made an announcement over the store intercom and tried to jog Crystal's memory by walking her through the toy aisles, but the child remained quiet and unresponsive. Crystal was eventually taken to a hospital for evaluation, then placed in temporary foster care. The following day, Diana and Mike were officially reported missing. 2 days later, a nurse who had treated Crystal recognised her photo during a news broadcast about the couple's mysterious disappearance. With her parents still missing, young Crystal was placed in the care of Diana's mother, Louise Conrad. The moment Crystal saw her, she lit up, reached out and called out, "Grandma," a moment of recognition and comfort amid the confusion. From that day forward, Louise became her guardian. When authorities gently questioned Crystal about what had happened, the only words she could offer were, quote, "Mummy is in the trees." Investigators noted that she was too young and limited in speech to provide more insight. Louise, however, observed a stark shift in Crystal's demeanour. She became distant, withdrawn, and noticeably unhappy when the topic of her parents came up. Louise has long believed that Crystal may have witnessed something she couldn't fully understand or express. Within days of bringing Crystal home, Louise noticed a change in her. The once carefree toddler now seemed anxious and hyper-aware, as if she were always watching for someone who might appear behind her. The weekend Mike Reamer and Diana Robertson vanished, an intense search effort unfolded across the rugged wilderness of southern Washington. Mike's best friend, Steve Chu, took to both the ground and the air, retracing the path of Mike's usual trapline route all the way to Elbe. Despite several hours of searching, he found nothing unusual. Mike's father, Lloyd Reamer, a retired state game warden, organised multiple searches in the areas his son was known to frequent. Friends and family combed roads near the Nisqually River, but the effort turned up no signs of the couple. Hoping for answers, Lloyd even hired a private investigator. The PI's most promising lead came from a Salvation Army bell ringer who remembered seeing the red Plymouth drive into the Kmart parking lot on the afternoon that Mike and Diana disappeared. However, the witness couldn't identify who was driving the vehicle at the time. Beyond that, there were no leads. Then, on February 18th, 1986, a man walking his dog off a remote logging road near State Route 7 made a grim discovery in the snowy forest near the Lewis-Pierce county line, just south of Elbe and north of Mineral. There, lying beside Mike's red 1982 Plymouth pickup truck, was Diana Robertson's partially decomposed body. Diana was naked from the waist up, had been stabbed 17 times, and had a tube sock tied around her neck with exactly the same type of knot seen previously with Ruth Cooper. Investigators believed the sock had been used to restrain her, not strangle her, and concluded she had likely been there since the day she disappeared. Despite renewed searches in the area, no trace of Mike was found. The road had been passed numerous times by Mike's family during their earlier efforts, but they hadn't checked it. Mike wasn't known to set traps there. Lloyd believed Mike's body must be nearby, but bloodhound teams found nothing. Steve Chu shared the same suspicion, that Mike was also murdered and left somewhere close, and that lingering questions about the case remain unanswered. One of those questions involves blood found in the front passenger seat of Mike's truck. Though exposure to the elements had degraded the sample, forensic investigators determined it was human blood, but its type could not be identified due to damage over time. Amid the chilling discovery of Diana Robertson's body and Mike Reamer's abandoned truck, investigators found one particularly puzzling clue: a manila envelope propped up beneath the truck's windshield with the words, "I love you, Diana," written on it. Diana's mother, Louise, believed the handwriting belonged to Mike, comparing it to the signatures on holiday cards he had given Diana in the past. However, the FBI lab was unable to definitively confirm that the handwriting was his. Detective David Nizer considered the envelope a compelling detail and questioned its purpose. Was it a farewell note left by Mike in a moment of remorse, or had someone else planted it deliberately to mislead investigators and shift suspicion? Some authorities began to suspect a deeper connection, theorizing that Diana's murder and Mike's disappearance might be linked to the double homicide of Stephen Harkins and Ruth Cooper that had taken place just 4 months earlier, only 15 miles from where Diana was found, in a region where Mike regularly ran his trap lines. Furthermore, the socks which had been tied around the victims' necks were noted as being identical. However, they were not from the same batch. As the investigation into the murders deepened, two main theories emerged. One suggested that an unknown serial killer had targeted both couples, killing them and hiding Mike's body, while the other speculated that Mike himself could have been the killer. This theory was fueled by the fact that Mike, like Stephen Harkins, often carried a .22 caliber handgun when checking his traps, a weapon that had also been used to kill Stephen. Complicating matters further, Mike and Diana had a history of domestic violence. Friends and family reported that Mike had frequently abused Diana, and police had responded to at least 2 domestic disturbance calls between the couple. Just 2 months before Diana's death on October 19, 1985, Mike was arrested for domestic assault and malicious damage after an incident in which he allegedly kicked in Diana's apartment door, threw her to the floor and rubbed her face into the carpet. Diana managed to escape and call the police, who found visible marks on her nose and left eye. After Mike Reamer's arrest for domestic assault, Diana obtained a court order to prevent him from seeing her. However, as Christmas approached, the couple reconciled, marking what would be their final reunion. Diana's sister, Darlene, wasn't sure why Diana took Mike back, speculating that it might have been for Crystal's sake, or because Mike had provided her with some sense of security. Louise, Diana's mother, believed that Diana still loved Mike, which may have played a role in her decision to reunite with him. Detective Nizer noted that it's not uncommon for abuse victims to allow their abusers back into their lives. Diana had once told her mother, Louise, that Mike had threatened to kill her and claimed he could get away with it. While Louise initially thought these were just empty threats meant to scare Diana, in hindsight she wondered if there was more truth to it. Lloyd, Mike's father, found evidence suggesting that Mike couldn't have willingly left his truck, as he would have needed to walk several miles through harsh conditions to reach a main road. Additionally, Mike hadn't picked up his last paycheck or withdrawn money from his bank account, which led Lloyd to believe that Mike was likely killed before he could leave the area. Though circumstantial evidence exists that could implicate Mike in Diana's murder, a major legal obstacle arose. Investigators could not confirm whether Mike was alive or dead. Neither explained that if Mike was confirmed dead, it would suggest that an unknown third party was responsible for the killings. However, if Mike was still alive, he immediately becomes a prime suspect, which would drastically change the investigation. Steve, Mike's friend, believed that Mike was prone to jealousy and anger, but didn't think he would kill over it. Mike Reamer was also eyed in connection to the earlier killings of Stephen Harkins and Ruth Cooper. His history of domestic violence, including past threats to Diana's life, as well as a restraining order she had briefly placed against him, contributed to the suspicion. Investigators maintained that Mike was the only individual with a known motive to harm Diana. Despite this, Mike's friends and family remained adamant about his innocence, suggesting instead that a still unknown serial killer might be responsible for all the murders. Though there was some speculation around possible motives such as drug involvement or revenge, investigators uncovered no concrete evidence supporting those theories. Since Mike's disappearance, he did not make any attempts to contact his daughter Crystal or another child from a previous relationship. While some people speculated they may have seen Mike after Diana's death, he never resurfaced. Some speculated that Mike could have been living off the land, as he was an experienced outdoorsman. It struck many as strange that whoever was responsible for the crimes chose to leave the child unharmed. Even more puzzling, Crystal was left abandoned at a Kmart, located roughly 30 miles from the remote Nisqually River, the area where Mike regularly ran his trap lines. Years later, Crystal still holds on to memories of her parents. Louise keeps a picture of Diana on her dresser, and Crystal often shows her new belongings to the photo. While Crystal has struggled with the loss, Louise believes she has done well considering the hardships. While some, including Louise and certain investigators, suspect Mike's involvement in Diana's murder, there is also the possibility that he himself is a victim. In 1989, the case of Mike and Diana was featured on an episode of Unsolved Mysteries. While the broadcast did prompt a handful of viewer tips, none led to any significant breakthroughs in the investigation. Another name that surfaced during the investigation was Billy Ray Ballard, a convicted killer who, in 1989, pleaded guilty to murdering Edward Smith and Kimberly Levine, another couple who had vanished during a weekend trip in Grant County earlier that same year. A fingerprint found in Edward's vehicle tied Ballard to the crime. Despite the similarities between the cases, no direct link was ever established between Ballard and the Tubsock murders. On March 26, 2011, a hiker trekking through the forest near State Route 7 in Lewis County, roughly a mile from where Diana Robertson had been discovered, stumbled upon a partial human skull. A subsequent search of the area uncovered additional remains, including a jawbone with teeth, fragments of clothing, and a rubber boot. By April, dental records confirmed the remains belonged to Mike Reamer. A weathered ID card was also found nearby, though authorities were unable to determine its owner or whether it was related to Mike. No other physical evidence has surfaced, and the exact cause of Mike's death remains unknown. Investigators ruled out a gunshot to the head, though the hiker noted a large hole in the skull. Mike's handgun was also never recovered. With his remains now confirmed, detectives suggested he too may have been murdered, potentially linking all 4 deaths to a single unidentified killer. Later that year, in November 2011, DNA evidence from the case was submitted to the Washington State Patrol Crime Lab for testing. Investigators also released a detailed description of the sock found tied around Diana's neck. a well-worn white knee-high basketball sock with dark navy blue rings at the top, tied tightly in multiple knots. In 2020, Lewis County cold case detective Pat Beale spoke on the Washed Away podcast, reaffirming that authorities still considered Mike Reamer a prime suspect in the murder of Diana Robertson. Mike had a documented history of aggression towards Diana, allegedly slashing the tyres of her car and harassing her repeatedly. Diana had also been involved with another man shortly before her death, which may have further escalated tensions. Beale noted that Mike was undergoing court-ordered counselling and had been prescribed Ativan for anger management, a medication known to occasionally trigger intense outbursts. Detective Beale also revealed that the last confirmed sighting of Mike was at his father Lloyd's house the morning of the disappearances, with Crystal in tow, but without Diana. When Mike's remains were eventually found, a tree was growing right through his skull, leading investigators to conclude he had likely died around the same time he vanished. Efforts were underway to extract DNA from Mike's teeth in order to compare it to a profile recovered from the bindings used on Diana. Beale added that forensic testing was also ongoing in Stephen Harkin's and Ruth Cooper's case, though he wasn't convinced the two crimes were linked, especially since the tube socks used weren't from the same manufacturing batch. If the DNA does not match Mike, he said the next step would be to compare it with any genetic material recovered from the earlier double homicide. During the 1980s, Washington became infamous as a hotbed for serial killers, home to names like the Green River Killer, the Grocery Bag Killer, and the Coin Shop Killer, each earning a chilling media moniker. While some were eventually caught and brought to justice, others, like the perpetrator behind the so-called tube sock killings, remained elusive. Between 1985 and 1987, as many as 9 bodies surfaced across neighbouring counties, keeping investigators scrambling amid a surge of violent deaths. Each new murder brought fresh suspects, but as time wore on, the trail of the tube sock killer grew colder, leaving behind more questions than answers. There's no clear indication that one individual had both the motive and opportunity to murder both couples in 1985. The victims had no known connections. They didn't move in the same circles, share acquaintances, or cross paths socially. On the surface, their tragic fates seem not to be the result of a calculated link, but grim coincidence. The case remains unsolved, but the quest for justice continues. Backpacking holds a special allure for young adventurers, offering a sense of freedom, spontaneity, and self-discovery that few other travel styles can match. With little more than a backpack and a rough itinerary, young explorers can venture off the beaten path, immersing themselves in different cultures, landscapes, and ways of life. The appeal lies in the simplicity and authenticity of the experience, staying in hostels, catching local transport, and meeting fellow travellers along the way. It's an affordable way to see the world, often requiring creativity, adaptability, and a spirit of adventure. For many, backpacking becomes a rite of passage, a journey that fosters independence, broadens perspectives, and creates lasting memories. It's not just about the destinations. It's about the stories, connections, and growth that comes with every step. Sharing these dreams of exploration were Heidi Birgitta Pakkanen, aged 21, and Sven Urbon Huglin, aged 23. The couple were young travellers from the close-knit community of Storfors in Sweden's Värmland region in west-central Sweden, bordering Norway to the west. In April 1989, Urbon and his fiancée Heidi departed from their home country and embarked on what was meant to be a once-in-a-lifetime adventure to New Zealand's scenic Coromandel Peninsula. The Coromandel Peninsula is one of New Zealand's top getaway spots, celebrated for its unspoiled beaches, lush mist-covered forests, and relaxed, welcoming atmosphere. Rich in gold mining history, the area offers a wide variety of outdoor activities, including hiking, cycling, fishing, and diving. Nature lovers can explore tranquil forest trails with standout walking destinations like the Karangahake Gorge, the Coromandel Coastal Walkway, and the dramatic Pinnacles mountain range. Among its many natural treasures is the breathtaking Cathedral Cove, a stunning highlight of a protected marine reserve and a must-see for visitors. On the 8th of April 1989, Heidi and Urbon began a trek into the bushland near Thames, located in New Zealand's North Island. Days stretched into weeks with no sign or word, leaving their families and friends gripped by worry and desperate for answers. As time passed in agonising silence, hope gave way to dread, and the mystery of their fate deepened, haunting all those who knew and loved them. It was as if the couple had vanished into thin air, swallowed by the vast wilderness without a trace. Following their disappearance in May of 1989, an extensive and emotionally draining search effort unfolded. Local farmers, residents, police, search and rescue teams, and even military personnel joined forces to comb through the challenging and unforgiving landscape in a series of meticulous grid searches. The investigation was codenamed Operation Stockholm, and the search operation, centred around Crosby's Clearing, approximately 12 kilometres north from the town of Thames, became the most extensive land search ever conducted in New Zealand's history. Crosby's Clearing has a spectacular view of the peninsula. However, the area gained a dark reputation for its dense, nearly impenetrable bushland and dangerously deep maze of mine shafts. Police called off the search for the couple in July of 1989. However, just 1 week later, on July 29th, search and rescue volunteer Graham Pearce made a chilling discovery, which reignited police efforts into finding the missing couple. At a remote spot known locally as the Jam Tins, Pearce came across Heidi Pakkanen's unmistakable blue and white rain jacket, carefully folded and left among the undergrowth. Not long after, police searching the same area discovered her black fold-over wallet, along with personal photographs, some of her family and others of Urbon Höglund, adding a chilling weight to this unfolding mystery. In 1990, 36-year-old David Tamihere was arrested and charged with the murders of Urbon Höglund and Heidi Pakkanen. David Tamihere had a violent criminal past, including a 1972 conviction for the manslaughter of 23-year-old Mary Barcham, a dancer in Auckland, whom he'd killed with a blow to the head using a rifle at just 18 years old. Years later, in April 1986, he broke into a home in Auckland where he physically and sexually assaulted a 47-year-old woman over a period of 6 hours. He admitted guilt but fled while on bail, vanishing into the Coromandel bushland where he lived off the grid. It was during this time, while evading authorities, that Urbon Höglund and Heidi Pakkanen disappeared. Tamihere wasn't located until 1989, after which he received a 6.5-year prison sentence for the 1986 attack. He was also convicted in 1992 for a separate assault on a 62-year-old woman dating back to 1985. According to Tamihere, on the 10th of April 1989, he stumbled upon a white Subaru belonging to Urbon and Heidi, parked at the end of Tararoo Creek Road, packed with belongings. He claimed he broke into the vehicle with the intent of driving it to Auckland. Over the next 2 days, he offered a guided tour of the Coromandel Peninsula to 3 tourists he encountered, eventually giving one of them a lift to Auckland and abandoning the car at the railway station. Tamihere was arrested on the 24th of May 1989 for the outstanding 1986 sexual assault charge, just 2 days before news broke of the missing Swedish couple. His connection to the case emerged shortly after, when one of the tourists he'd chauffeured recognised the Subaru in media reports and alerted police. Already behind bars, Tamihere was subsequently charged with the murders of Urban Höglund and Heidi Pakkanen. The Crown's case against David Tamihere, brought to trial in October 1990, relied heavily on circumstantial evidence. 2 hikers who had been at Crosby's clearing sometime after 3 p.m. on April 8, 1989, testified that they saw a young woman resembling Heidi Pakkanen and spoke briefly with the man she was with, whom they later identified as Tamihere. Initially, the trial judge deemed their identification inadmissible due to flawed police procedures, but the Court of Appeal later overturned that decision, ruling their testimony credible enough to be included. In addition to the hiker's account, 3 prison inmates, whose identities were suppressed, claimed Tamihere had confessed to killing the couple while in custody. One of them, later revealed to be Conchi Harris, alleged that Tamihere said that he had tied Urban Höglund to a tree, beaten him with a piece of wood, and sexually assaulted him. According to the same account, Tamihere also claimed he sexually assaulted and strangled Heidi Pakkanen, then disposed of both bodies at sea. He allegedly told the inmates he had given Urban Höglund's watch to his son. In December 1990, the jury returned a guilty verdict on charges of murder and theft. Tamihere was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum non-parole period of 10 years. David Tamihere has consistently maintained the same account of his movements in April of 1989. According to his version, he was in the bush above the Timata River on the morning of Saturday, April 8th, and spent much of the day hiking to the coast to collect shellfish. He claims he camped overnight near Timata and emerged from the bush at Tapu the next day, eventually reaching the end of Tararoo Creek Road by Monday afternoon, April 10th. There, he spotted a white Subaru loaded with gear, which he later broke into using a makeshift wire tool. Despite his claims that the car's exhaust had felt warm, implying that it had recently been used, police tests later showed that such heat would dissipate within 30 minutes, casting doubts on his story. Tamihere said he rummaged through the belongings inside, discarding clothes but keeping valuable items like backpacks, binoculars, and a fishing rod. He registered at the nearby Sunkist Lodge under the false name of Pat Kelly and spent the night there. The next day, Tamihere met 3 international backpackers and offered them a tour of the Coromandel Peninsula in the stolen Subaru. This interaction would later prove crucial to the case, as one of the tourists, Swede Håkan Bokul, recognised the vehicle and Tamihere from media coverage and reported it to the police. On April 11th, Tamihere drove the group to various local attractions, including Hot Water Beach. By April 12th, he had transported one of the travellers to Auckland, where he abandoned the Subaru at the railway station. He then sold some of the couple's belongings and returned home to his family in Avondale, gifting one of Urban Höglund's jackets, after removing the labels, to his son. Later that month, Tamihere returned to Thames, but soon went back to Auckland due to bad weather. On May 24th, he was arrested in Avondale, 2 days before the news broke about the missing Swedish couple. A critical link emerged on July 10th when police traced a phone call from Sunkist Lodge to Tamihere's home, revealing that Pat Kelly was in fact David Tamihere. That same night, police found Urban Hoogland's jacket hanging in his partner Chris's home. Already imprisoned for an earlier sexual assault conviction, Tamihere became the focus of Operation Stockholm. He was charged with the murders on October 10th, 1989. Exactly 2 years later to the day, Urban Hoogland's body was uncovered by pig hunters in a remote area near Whangamata, roughly 70 kilometres or 43 miles from the last known location where he and Heidi were seen near Thames. There was evidence to suggest that Urban had been sexually assaulted prior to his death. Urban's body was flown home to Sweden for burial. With Heidi still missing, Heidi's sister-in-law, Sia Pakkanen, stated, quote, "It's easier to have a grave to go to. We don't have a place for when we want to grieve. It's difficult. Is she dead? There is no evidence that she's dead. You always wonder, maybe she's alive. I do, and the family do. You have to be realistic, and you know probably she's dead, but you always wonder." Heidi was officially declared deceased in 1996, following the submission of an application from her family. On the 3rd of November 2010, David Tamihere was granted parole, with his release scheduled for 15th of November. At a follow-up parole board hearing on the 11th of November 2011, it was noted that he had spent several months hospitalised due to ongoing health issues. Despite this, he remained engaged in cultural activities, including Marais involvement and wood carving, and received consistent support from his family. As a result, some of his parole restrictions were eased. Throughout his time on parole, Tamihere continued to assert his innocence, alleging he had been framed by police. His claims gained national attention during a 2012 interview on TV1's Sunday programme, which drew over 400,000 viewers. However, the broadcast sparked controversy when it was revealed that the film crew had taken him by helicopter over areas he was barred from entering under his parole conditions. While the parole board chose not to revoke his parole, police proceeded to lay charges over the breach. In May 2017, Alan Ford, a seasoned bushman, discovered a plastic bag containing 3 pairs of women's leggings in the remote bush on the Whangamata Peninsula, approximately 15 kilometres from where Urban Hoogland's body had been found. Ford brought the items to the Whangamata police station, but 2 months later, a police constable informed him via email that the senior officer showed no interest in testing the items. The constable stated that Ford could retrieve the clothing on his next visit. However, when Ford returned on July 7th, he was told that the items had been destroyed a month earlier, on June 9th, contradicting the previous email. Forensic scientist Dr. Peter Kropp expressed concern over the police's handling of the evidence, stating that it was appalling and that DNA analysis could have been crucial. He emphasised that the clothing should have been sent for proper forensic testing instead of being destroyed. On the 21st of April 2020, David Tamihere was granted a royal prerogative of mercy by Governor-General Dame Patsy Reddy, following a recommendation from Justice Minister Andrew Little. This decision allowed his case to be re-examined by the Court of Appeal. A 2-day hearing was held in November 2023, focusing on 2 major points: the discredited testimony of prison informant Roberto Conchi Harris, who had falsely claimed Tamihere confessed to the murders, and the fact that Urban Hoogland's body was found 43 miles from the location where prosecutors alleged the killings took place. In July 2024, the Court of Appeal issued its ruling. It determined that Harris's testimony should never have been presented at trial and acknowledged that its inclusion constituted a miscarriage of justice. However, the court did not overturn Tamihere's conviction. It concluded that, despite the flawed testimony, the overall case remained compelling. The judgment cited multiple pieces of evidence, including eyewitness identification, Tamihere's own statements about his whereabouts and actions, and his conduct following the couple's disappearance, as sufficient to uphold the guilty verdict. In December 2024, the Supreme Court agreed to hear Tamihere's appeal, which is currently pending. The appeal will address new evidence and claims of investigative misconduct. On special occasions like birthdays and Christmas, Urban Hoogland's family come together at his gravesite in Storfors, placing flowers and lighting candles in his memory. The families of both Urban and Heidi Pakkanen, who remain close and still live in the same village, firmly believe David Tamihere is responsible for the tragedy and remain resolute that he should never be released. Urban's brother, Stefan, stated, quote, "I believe an eye for an eye. If you have done this terrible crime that he has done, if you are sitting for 20 years, it's nothing. What I'm thinking is he should be put away for the rest of his life." Although none of them have returned to New Zealand since the trial, they express a continued affection for the country and harbour no resentment towards it. The case of Urban Hoogland and Heidi Pakkanen remains one of New Zealand's most haunting criminal investigations, an enduring tragedy marked by the heartbreaking loss of two young travellers, a conviction clouded by questions of police conduct and informant credibility, and a legacy of ongoing debate that continues to stir emotions and divide opinions decades later. Golden Week is a series of 4 national holidays in Japan, spanning 7 days, and is one of the country's busiest travel periods, alongside New Year and Obon, a summer festival that honours the spirits of ancestors. When combined with weekends, it becomes a peak time for travel, with crowded trains, airports, and tourist destinations, and accommodations in popular areas often booked fully well in advance. The holidays begin on April 29th with Showa Day, which celebrates the birthday of Emperor Showa, who ruled until 1989. May the 3rd marks Constitution Day, commemorating the enactment of Japan's post-war constitution in 1947. Greenery Day follows on May the 4th, dedicated to nature and the environment, reflecting Emperor Showa's love for plants. Finally, May the 5th is Children's Day, a celebration of the health and success of boys, traditionally observed with carp streamers and samurai doll displays, symbolising strength and prosperity. A similar event for girls is held on the 3rd of March each year. During Golden Week of 1998, on Sunday the 3rd of May, 48-year-old Shizuka Noriko, a housewife residing in Shirai City, Chiba Prefecture, ascended a Kageyama in Gunma Prefecture. Alongside her were her husband, daughter, grandchild, uncle, aunt, and mother-in-law, all of whom were headed for the Sanyazawa Akagi Shrine, a serene and historic site located about halfway up Mount Akagi. Surrounded by lush forests and offering stunning views of the surrounding landscape, the shrine is dedicated to the deities of Mount Akagi, a revered volcanic mountain in Japanese mythology. The tranquil setting, coupled with the crisp mountain air, makes it a popular destination for visitors seeking spiritual solace and a connection to nature. The family's trip to the shrine was intended for worship and to admire the vibrant azaleas. The area was fairly crowded, with many other families visiting during Golden Week to pray and make offerings. However, upon arriving around 11:30 a.m. on May the 3rd, they were met with heavy rain, the downpour quashing any hopes of admiring the flowers in bloom. Despite the weather, Noriko's husband and uncle decided to brave the rain and visit the shrine to pray, while Noriko and the rest of the group remained in the car. While waiting in the parking lot, Noriko suddenly decided to leave the car, stating that she would offer a donation at the shrine. Around noon, she stepped out alone, wearing only sandals and carrying a 101 yen offering, seemingly eager to catch up with her husband and uncle who had already gone ahead to the shrine. Shortly after Noriko left the car, her daughter stepped out to calm her child and caught sight of her mother. Instead of heading towards the shrine's approach, Noriko was standing on a forest road in a grove, located in the opposite direction of the shrine. Noriko's daughter looked away briefly to attend to her child, then glanced back at her mother. She was surprised that upon looking back at the forest path, her mother was nowhere to be seen. Noriko's daughter realised that her mother had left behind her bag, wallet, and hearing aid, something she always carried due to her poor hearing. Concerned, her daughter left the car approximately 6 minutes after last seeing Noriko and searched for her, hoping to give the hearing aid to her, but she found no trace of her anywhere. Noriko had experienced issues with her right ear specifically, and during times of low atmospheric pressure, she would often feel unwell and occasionally faint. This condition caused her daughter to worry about her mother's well-being. When Noriko's husband and uncle returned from their visit to the shrine, she asked if they had seen Noriko, but neither had encountered her. This raised an unsettling conclusion. Since the two men never crossed paths with Noriko, it seemed clear that she had never been on her way to the shrine at all. Alarmed, the family searched the area but found no sign of her, and at around 1:30 p.m. on the 3rd of May, her family filed a missing person report at Ogo police station in Maebashi, prompting an immediate search that evening with 80 police officers and firefighters involved. A police dog was also brought in to assist with the investigation, but the rain made it difficult for the dog to track Noriko's scent, particularly once the trail reached areas with heavy foot traffic. The search persisted for 10 days, engaging a total of 100 personnel, and included mountain and aerial searches as well as interviews with local residents. Despite these efforts, no sign of Noriko was found, and no personal belongings or other evidence surfaced. The police received about 20 reports of potential sightings, but none provided enough evidence to bring the case closer to a resolution. Despite the massive 10-day search involving the local police and fire brigade, no clues were found to indicate what had happened to Noriko. What began as an innocent gesture soon unfolded into a baffling event that would capture nationwide attention. Noriko was living a seemingly content and ordinary life with her husband and daughter. Therefore, her sudden vanishing puzzled her family and friends. On the day of her disappearance, Noriko, who stood at 156 centimetres or 5 foot 1 inches tall, wore a pink long-sleeved shirt, a black skirt, and hibiscus-patterned blue sandals. Despite the rain, she carried a bright red umbrella, making her attire stand out in the setting of the mountain shrine. Given the number of visitors during Golden Week, it was surprising that despite her striking outfit and the fact the family's car was parked just 5 minutes away from the shrine, no reliable sightings of her were reported afterwards. Furthermore, no one reported noticing any suspicious individuals or unusual noises. During her search, Noriko's daughter encountered a group of 3 individuals wearing unusual hats that were pulled low over their heads, which led to further suspicions of some sort of foul play. These individuals have never been identified, and it is unknown if they have anything to do with Noriko's disappearance. On May the 4th, the day after Noriko's vanishing, there were reports of someone resembling her being spotted on a forest road near Akagi Fudo Falls, roughly 3 kilometers north of Sanyasawa Akagi Shrine. However, the credibility of this sighting remains uncertain. 7 months after Noriko's disappearance, a home video recorded near Akagi Shrine around the time she went missing was unexpectedly submitted to a television station by the cameraman. In the footage, a small figure strongly resembling Noriko was seen holding an umbrella, seemingly directed towards someone. However, the identity of the person she was facing remained unknown, and Noriko's family were unconvinced that the woman in the footage was her. Since her disappearance, the family received several silent phone calls with area codes from Osaka and Yonago, but they led nowhere. Desperate for answers, the family appeared on television programs like The Door of Miracles, The Power of TV, in an effort to find Noriko, but their search yielded no results. In 2008, a decade after her disappearance, the Gunma Prefectural Police distributed 500 flyers containing her photo and other details, continuing their efforts to uncover what happened to her. That year, Noriko was legally declared deceased. There are numerous theories about what happened to Noriko on that fateful day. One theory proposes that Noriko may have staged her disappearance to make it appear as though she had run away. However, this trip was not of her own choosing. It was actually suggested by her mother-in-law on the morning of the day in question. This, alongside another theory suggesting she could have been having an affair and subsequently run away, it seems unlikely she could have quickly arranged such a plan, especially in a distant location like Gunma Prefecture. Additionally, it would be highly unusual for her to disappear without any money, luggage, or even her hearing aids. It was also reported that her marriage was a happy one, with no obvious issues in the relationship. Another theory proposes that Noriko may have been involved in some kind of accident. Noriko may have possibly experienced a dizzy spell from her ear issues and subsequently collapsed. However, no evidence was found to support this. Possible alternative scenarios include falling from a cliff, a traffic accident on a mountain road, or attacked by a bear. However, there are no cliffs in the area where she could have fallen, and a traffic accident would likely have caused immediate attention. Additionally, if she had been attacked by a wild animal such as a bear, evidence such as clothing or body parts would have been found, but none were discovered. With her apparent intention to visit the shrine, Noriko took 101 yen with her, and this particular number is fuel for another theory, suggesting Noriko possibly started life anew. Feng Shui is an ancient Chinese practice that seeks to harmonize individuals with their environment by arranging objects and spaces in a way that promotes balance, positive energy, and well-being. In Feng Shui, the number 101 is seen as a favourable symbol, representing new beginnings, personal growth, and the potential for positive transformation. The 1 stands for fresh starts, while the 0 enhances this energy, symbolising boundless opportunities and infinite possibilities for change and progress. A theory put forward by psychic Gail St. John during a television broadcast suggested that Noriko was initially abducted by someone with the intent to assault her. According to Gail, after the assault, the perpetrator released Noriko, but she was unconscious from a head injury and accidentally fell off a cliff. However, there has been no concrete evidence to support this claim. Additionally, Mount Akagi is known for its gentle slopes, and the area has very few cliffs, making this scenario highly unlikely. There were also theories suggesting Noriko may have engaged in a new religious movement and disappeared to become a nun. Another theory proposes that Noriko's disappearance was a staged hoax by the family, designed to collect insurance money. However, the family filed a missing person report on the day she disappeared and would have been questioned by the police, making it difficult to believe they would risk orchestrating such a high-profile and elaborate scheme. Moreover, the group consisted of 7 people: Noriko, her uncle, aunt, mother-in-law, husband, daughter, and grandchild, and it seemed unlikely they could have all acted in collusion to pull off such a plan. Another theory suggests that Noriko may have been abducted by North Korea or another foreign entity. There were tapes showing that Noriko was studying Korean in her free time. Given her sudden disappearance and the absence of credible witness accounts, it's difficult to rule out the possibility of abduction. However, if such an abduction were planned, it would likely have taken place in a more discreet location, making it illogical for anyone to carry out a kidnapping at a shrine in Gunma during the busy Golden Week. Throughout Japan's history, there have been numerous legends of people being mysteriously taken or, quote, spirited away, a term used to describe an unexplained disappearance, often attributed to supernatural forces or deities. The Akagi Shrine is known for its spirited away legends. For example, in 1944, during the Pacific War, an elderly couple named Takahashi visited the shrine to pray for the safety of their son who had gone off to war, but they mysteriously vanished afterwards. Similarly, in the Taisho era, an 18-year-old girl who came to pray before her wedding disappeared without a trace. The shrine was also once a well-known site for a midnight shrine ritual, during which straw dolls were frequently nailed to the thick trunk of a large cedar tree behind the shrine. Given the many enigmatic aspects surrounding Noriko's case, some have suggested she was a victim of such an abduction. However, once again, this theory falls into the realm of the occult and lacks any concrete evidence to support it. There have been numerous reported incidents of women being attacked in the Akagi Shrine area in the past. At the turn of the century, a 70-year-old woman was reportedly sexually assaulted, and in 2002, a 16-year-old schoolgirl was abducted and murdered there. In 2012, the remains of a woman, including a skull, were found on Mount Akagi. The woman was estimated to be in her 20s or 30s at the time of her death. The identity of this woman is unknown. It is possible that Noriko fell victim to a similar attack and cannot be ruled out as a possibility. Known in Japan as the Akagi Shrine housewife disappearance, Noriko's case has continued to puzzle authorities and loved ones alike. The case was officially closed in 2008 with no resolution. Noriko's disappearance remains unsolved, with the circumstances surround her vanishing remaining an enduring mystery. Located on the southeastern tip of the Korean peninsula lies Busan, the second largest city in South Korea. The country's key port city holds deep historical and contemporary significance. Historically, its strategic coastal location made it a vital trading hub and point of defence. During the Korean War, spanning from 1950 to 1953, Busan was one of the few cities that remained under South Korean control, serving as a crucial refuge and temporary capital, which helped shape its resilient character. Post-war, the city rapidly developed into a global port, facilitating Korea's economic growth. In modern times, Busan is a major financial and industrial centre, home to Korea's largest port and the 5th busiest in the world. Its significance extends beyond commerce to cultural prominence, particularly with the Busan International Film Festival, one of Asia's most important cinematic events. Additionally, the city is a tourist hotspot with Haeundae Beach, the Gamcheon Culture Village, and historical sites like the Byamyeosa Temple. Busan's evolution from a wartime stronghold to a thriving modern metropolis underscores its importance, both in Korea's history and its dynamic presence. John Min-gun and Choi Sung-hee, both 35 years of age, married in the city of Busan in November of 2015. John, also referred to in sources as Kim Yoon-suk, was a restaurant owner, and Choi was a renowned theatre actress. The couple resided at an apartment in Gwangan-dong, located in Busan's Suyong district. 6 months into their marriage, all seemed well. On May 27, 2016, Choi taught classes at a local performing arts academy, whilst also preparing for a role in a stage production which was in rehearsals. Choi managed to persevere through these commitments despite suffering from many unpleasant side effects attributed to the early stages of pregnancy. That day, Choi visited a local market once her classes concluded, where she went shopping. She returned to the apartment at approximately 11:30 p.m, taking the elevator to her home on the 15th floor. She was unable to carry all of her shopping with her and had left most of her purchases in the car which sat in the complex's parking lot. CCTV captured Choi in the elevator, holding a bag of ramen noodles and some snacks. At approximately 3:45 a.m, her husband, John, was seen on CCTV, making his way to the apartment and entering the premises. John's father grew incredibly concerned when he had tried contacting his son about delivering health supplements on the 28th of May, however was met with no response. He visited his son's restaurant, where John's business partner told him that he had not been at the restaurant since the 28th of May. A colleague of Choi's stated that Choi said to them that a, quote, previously existing illness had returned and she was going to visit a hospital. Another colleague of Choi had contacted her on the 29th of May, but instead was greeted over the phone by a man, presumed to have been John, who stated that Choi would not be able to work for the foreseeable future. The authorities were informed of Choi and John's sudden disappearance and entered the apartment on the 31st of May, only to be greeted by the couple's dog, who was recovering from surgery and appeared to have not been fed or given water for several days. The Busan police searched the apartment, however there was no trace of either John or Choi. The apartment was in a fairly clean and orderly condition, and it didn't appear to be the case that they had vanished in a hurry. There were some unwashed dishes in the sink, and the items Choi brought with her in the lift lay unopened on the kitchen table. There was also bare soup in a pot. The remaining groceries were found untouched in the car in the parking lot. Investigators inquired about the pair at their respective workplaces, and it was evident that they had not been seen for 4 days. A second search of the apartment followed, where it was found that some personal items were noticeably absent. Choi and John's computers, mobile phones, and passports were reported missing from the residence. With over 70 officers reviewing the tapes, police were perplexed after trawling through hours of CCTV, only to find there was no evidence of the couple leaving the apartment, despite there being 21 cameras placed around the building, including in the lobby. Police concluded that there were very few blind spots that could have allowed the couple to leave undetected by CCTV. It's widely believed that they may have used the emergency exit stairs to the first floor, which are not monitored by cameras. However, a camera is positioned at the entrance to the stairs, with only a small blind spot directly beneath it. This implies that whoever orchestrated the couple's disappearance was highly aware of the camera angles. The lack of any footage also suggests that there was likely no struggle, as it would have been recorded. Their disappearance left both authorities and their loved ones completely baffled. The couple were found to have no financial issues and had around $30,000 worth of savings. Their bank cards, internet, and phone records remained unused since they disappeared. It became clear that on May 30th, the assistant director of Choi's production received a text message from her phone stating that Choi wouldn't be able to perform due to being hospitalised after an accident, quote, like last time. When the assistant director attempted to respond, they found Choi's phone disconnected. There's speculation that the, quote, accident mentioned was a reference to Choi's history of depression and past overdose attempts. The assistant director grew suspicious as the recent messages from Choi had shifted from her usual casual tone to an unusually formal style. Busan police found no evidence to suggest that Choi had been admitted to hospital, and her medical records had last been updated in March of that year, where Choi had come off her medication due to her pregnancy. Investigators then decided to track Choi and John's mobile phones, which is where the mystery deepened. John's phone was tracked at 9 a.m. in Busan. However, strangely, Choi's phone was tracked in South Korea's capital city, Seoul, around 390 kilometres or 245 miles away. Neither phone was found to have contacted 119, Korea's emergency number. Both of their phones were permanently switched off on the 2nd of June. Many questioned the nature of the couple's disappearance, whether it was intentional or whether foul play was involved. There was no evidence to support either until co-workers of John spoke to authorities. They believed that he possessed a second mobile phone, which he intentionally kept hidden from his wife. Through that phone, he was said to frequently be in contact with an ex-girlfriend known as Yoon. Despite no longer being in a relationship due to both families clashing, Yoon still allegedly had romantic feelings towards John. However, she ended up marrying another man. After just 1 month of marriage, the couple divorced, with her husband strongly suspecting that Yoon was having an affair, more specifically with John. Time passed and Yoon married for a second time and moved overseas to Norway. According to reports, Yoon suffered a miscarriage and as a result contacted John, blaming him for her suffering. It was further alleged that Yoon sent threatening messages to John and Choi. It was theorised that Yoon could have possibly been involved in John and Choi's disappearance. Choi, being pregnant, could have also provided Yoon with a motive. Following lines of inquiry, it was discovered that on the 5th of May 2016, Yoon and her husband had travelled back to South Korea, allegedly a short time after Choi announced her pregnancy to loved ones. Despite having returned to her home country, Yoon did not tell any of her relatives or friends that she was in South Korea. She allegedly told her mother she was in South Africa. For the duration of her stay, she stayed in various motels, paying exclusively with cash. Busan police believed that Yoon used cash so that she could not be traced. Curiously, she exchanged her ticket back to Norway. She changed her plane ticket for an earlier flight, which left for Norway on the 7th of June, just 5 days after Busan police officially opened an investigation into Choi and John's vanishing. Despite her actions appearing highly suspicious, there is no evidence to suggest that she was involved in the couple's disappearance. In November 2017, after Interpol became involved in the case, Yoon was arrested and was allegedly waiting to be extradited to Korea with a trial pending. Despite Busan police's attempt to extradite Yoon from Norway in order to question her about the case, the request was denied in 2019 after Norwegian authorities ruled in Yoon's favour. Yoon's mother wished for her daughter to cooperate, however, Yoon refused. Authorities remain hopeful that one day Yoon will return to South Korea and answer their questions. Newspapers reported that Yoon is currently the only suspect. However, Busan police stated that she is being regarded as a witness and nothing more. Furthermore, John's father was the only person to report the couple as missing. It was reported that at first he was determined and passionate about finding his son and daughter-in-law. However, in recent times, this has allegedly waned. In an interview, he said that he wanted to, quote, protect my son. However, he failed to mention Choi in his statement, which some believe to be suspicious and could suggest that he allegedly knows more than he's letting on. Choi's parents, on the other hand, continue to fight for justice in the hope of finding their beloved daughter. Mystery still remains as to what happened to Choi Sung-hee and John Min-gun. Despite the possibility they are no longer alive, Busan police are treating it as a missing persons investigation, as their bodies have not been found. Lack of known forensic evidence also leaves room for speculation. Was there a bitter situation involving John that led to something more sinister? Did somebody know the CCTV system so intricately that they managed to get out of the apartment building without being seen? Was it actually John who texted Choi's assistant director? Why were John and Choi's mobile phones so far apart, and both how and why did Choi's phone travel to Seoul? Was it a murder plot concocted by Yoon, or were Choi and John abducted? Were Yoon and John possibly in it together? With so little evidence, the possibilities are almost endless. There are many missing pieces of the puzzle. However, hopefully for the sake of their loved ones, the truth will come to light soon. Scandinavian countries have gained a reputation as prime settings for crime novels, television series, and films, captivating readers and viewers alike with their stark contrasts and atmospheric tension. The region's dramatic landscapes, bleak fjords, endless forests, and long, dark winters provide a natural backdrop for suspense and isolation. This sense of geographic desolation often mirrors the psychological depth and moral ambiguity of the characters in these stories. Additionally, Scandinavia's reputation for being peaceful and orderly adds a jarring layer to tales of hidden corruption and violence, making the crimes feel even more shocking. Norway's capital, Oslo, is often celebrated for its peaceful fjords, lush forests, and modern Scandinavian design. The city is renowned for the iconic Vigeland Sculpture Park, the Viking Ship Museum, and the striking Oslo Opera House. Visitors also flock to the Munch Museum and the waterfront district of Åkerbrugge for art, dining, and stunning fjord views. In 1995, the city's idyllic image was pierced by a chilling mystery that has haunted its history ever since. The Oslo Plaza Hotel, now the Radisson Blu Plaza Hotel, is a striking 117-metre glass tower and one of Oslo's tallest buildings. Opened in 1990 near Oslo Central Station, it offers over 650 rooms, conference facilities, and panoramic views of the city and fjord. On Wednesday, the 31st of May, 1995, at 10:40 p.m, a woman stylishly dressed in all black checked in to the luxurious hotel without providing identification or a credit card, using the alias Jennifer Fairgate, booking room 2805 on the 28th floor and signing her name, misspelling Fairgate as Fairgate. The room cost 1,845 kroner per night, 2,900 today, which is approximately 208 Great British pounds or 254 US dollars. Hotel records showed a man, listed as Lois Fairgate, added to the room's registration. However, media reports conflict on whether this individual was present in the hotel. One witness, however, recalled seeing a dark-haired man between the age of 35 and 40 with Jennifer. However, it is not known if security tapes were checked to corroborate this claim. On the registration card, Jennifer, who was described as well-dressed, elegant and composed, gave a Belgian address, 0748 Rue de la Stee, 7968 Verlaine, Belgium, and claimed to be 21 years old and employed by a company named S.D.D.C. Although a Rue de la Station does exist in Verlaine, further investigation revealed that the details provided were entirely fabricated. As explored in an episode of Unsolved Mysteries on Netflix, Jennifer spent much of her stay behind a closed door with a Do Not Disturb sign, adding to the mystery surrounding her case. On the morning of Friday, June the 2nd, Jennifer approached the front desk to extend her stay until Sunday. Afterwards, multiple payment reminders appeared on her room's TV screen, to which she replied OK each time. However, she never went to the front desk to settle the payment. On June the 3rd, hotel receptionist Evie Tudum Gjertsen discovered that the woman had surpassed her credit limit and still hadn't provided a credit card. At 7:36 p.m, Evie sent a message to the woman's television in her room, asking her to, quote, please contact the cashier, to which the woman promptly replied, OK. After discovering previous messages had been sent to the room, Evie reached out to housekeeping, learning that the room hadn't been cleaned since Thursday and a Do Not Disturb sign had been on the door since Friday. Sensing something was off, Evie contacted hotel security. Around 7:50 p.m, 25-year-old security guard S.D.D.C was requested to check on the occupant of room 2805 due to the absence of a registered payment card for the room. After knocking on the door, he was startled by the sound of a gunshot. Quickly retreating, he returned 15 minutes later with additional security staff. It is unknown if anyone entered or exited the room during this 15-minute window. Upon entering the room, they discovered the woman's body lying on the bed, a single gunshot wound to her forehead. A 9mm semi-automatic Browning pistol was clutched in her right hand, resting on her chest, with her thumb still pressing the trigger in the fired position. When the gun was removed, a click was heard as the trigger shifted forward. The trajectory of the bullet suggested she had been shot while lying on her back. The room was dark and the television had been left on. Furthermore, blood had soaked through the bedding and mattress. Despite there only being one duvet or comforter provided, 2 were found in room 2805. When investigators searched the room after arriving 50 minutes later, they found no clues to the woman's identity. There were no credit cards, driver's license, plane tickets, purse, wallet, cash, photos, or keys, items people typically bring with them on their travels. Additionally, there were no toiletries, cosmetics, toothbrush, or hairbrush. No books or magazines were found either. Officer Christensen of the Oslo police noted that they didn't find any form of identification, not even a passport, which was highly unusual since most people need a passport to enter Norway. The labels had been cut from her clothing, and a briefcase containing 25 rounds of ammunition was found in the room. Jennifer's belongings consisted solely of clothing for her upper body, with no trousers, skirts, or dresses. The door had been double-locked from the inside. Both room keycards were present in the room, and the serial numbers on the Browning pistol had been intentionally erased with acid. There were no fingerprints on the pistol or bullet box. Blood had been spattered over a nearby phone, the bed, pillow, and from the wall up to the ceiling. It struck investigators as odd that the handgun was still in her hand, considering the weapon's recoil. No blood spots were found on her hands either, which was strange, according to Torleif Ole Rognem, MD, PhD, Chief Pathologist at Oslo University Hospital. Oslo police investigator Audun Christensen noted there were no signs of another person being involved or any indication of a struggle. Authorities found that 2 shots had been fired from the woman's gun. 1 bullet passed through the pillow, mattress, and bed, seemingly as a test shot, and was later found lodged in the floor just centimetres from the fatal bullet. Police speculated that she used the pillow to muffle the sound, noting a burn mark on it that indicated she had flipped it over after firing. Official police reports suggest there is a strong likelihood that her death was a suicide. The woman was a white female with short black hair, possibly dyed, and had blue eyes. She stood at 159 centimetres, or 5'2", and weighed 67 kilograms, or 147 pounds. She was estimated in the autopsy to have been between the ages of 21 and 35 at the time of her death. She was fluent in both German and English. Her dental work included gold and porcelain, a style commonly found in the United States, Switzerland, the Netherlands, and Germany. She wore a black thigh-high cotton jacket, black silk pajama shorts, a long blouse, a bra, long silk underwear, stockings, and Italian-made high-heeled shoes. On her right middle finger was a gold ring, and on her left arm she wore a Citizen Aqualand diving watch, model CQ102150, produced in January 1992. The watch's serial number was C022088093Y. 2010779 GN4S with a Swiss-made Renata battery, manufactured in December 1994 and replaced in March of 1995. The Citizen Aqualand is a durable and specialised watch created for underwater use, featuring a depth gauge and a no decompression limit (NDL) chart on its strap. This watch has been distributed to various Special Operations maritime units across Europe, including the Italian Navy, UK Special Forces, and notably the Danish Frogman Corps, known as Frømandskorpset. Its association with the Danish Frogman Corps is particularly significant given that Denmark borders Norway, where Jennifer was discovered. It has also been speculated that the watch was serviced in Germany, with one theory suggesting that Fairgate may have been a former East German intelligence officer, possibly working for Russian intelligence or a criminal syndicate. Inside the room, police also discovered a bottle of Ungaro Pour L'Homme 1 cologne, a fragrance marketed to men. They also found a turquoise green travel-like cloth travel bag and a black-brown buffel attaché case, both of which were German-made, with the attaché dating back to the late 1980s. There was also a magazine bag marked with numbers 2816, which had a fingerprint that didn't belong to Jennifer and was sent to Interpol for further examination. 3 empty soda bottles and an opened bag of crisps were found on a counter, taken from the minibar on Friday and Saturday. Additionally, an ironing board and iron were in the room, though these items were not part of the original furnishings and may have been requested from the front desk. Oslo police notified their Belgian counterparts about Jennifer Fairgate's death, hoping they could contact her family. However, it was soon revealed that there was no family to notify, as Jennifer Fairgate was an alias. All the information provided during check-in was false. The postal code was incorrect, the phone number was fake, and the company Service did not exist, though a similarly named Belgian company did. Guests on the same floor as Jennifer told authorities that they had heard nothing out of sorts on June the 3rd. However, one guest reported hearing banging. Another guest, known as Mr. F, a Belgian businessman, stayed in the room opposite Jennifer at 2804, having checked in on June 2nd. He recalled being asked by a receptionist if he had noticed any unusual activities that night, as a guest had been found deceased. However, he had checked out of the hotel before then, which many thought to be highly suspicious. Unfortunately, investigators could not trace Mr. F following his departure for further questions. Lars Christian Wegner, a journalist for VG newspaper, said there were several unusual aspects about the woman's stay at the hotel. Housekeepers noted how surprisingly neat her room was, almost as if it hadn't been used. Furthermore, she managed to book a room without providing any form of identification. No passport, no credit card, and no advance payment. Wegner found this odd, especially given that it was a 5-star hotel frequented by celebrities, known for its strict security protocols. He remarked that the way they handled her reservation went against all of the hotel's usual rules. To piece together the events that occurred in the room, Wegner created a timeline based on the keycard activity. He found it relatively simple to track, as the keycard registered every time she entered the room, though it didn't record exits. She first entered the room on Wednesday, May 31st at 10:44 p.m, then again on Thursday at 12:21 a.m, 8:34 a.m, and later on Friday at 8:50 a.m. and 11:03 a.m. After that, there was no further card activity. A message sent to Jennifer's television on Thursday afternoon went unanswered until Friday morning. A second message sent on Friday night was quickly responded to. She used the hotel's pay TV service twice, once on Friday and again on Saturday. Given her limited movements, police speculated that she spent the majority of her time in the room, possibly preparing for her suicide. Wegner gathered more details from hotel staff, discovering that when 2 maids visited her room just before 1 p.m. on Thursday, it was unoccupied. This meant no one had been in the room from Thursday morning until 8:50 a.m. on Friday, when she used her keycard to re-enter. Her whereabouts during the 20-hour gap remains a mystery. One of the maids recalled seeing a pair of shoes in Jennifer's room, but when her body was found, the shoes were missing and replaced with a different pair. The maid also noticed an unused set of bed sheets, which she placed in the closet. However, when Jennifer's body was discovered, both sets of sheets were on the bed, looking dishevelled. On Friday morning, a hotel employee saw Jennifer enter her room and place the Do Not Disturb sign on the door, After that, it appeared she never left her room again. Kristen Anderson, a room service employee, is believed to have been the last person to see Jennifer alive. At 8:06 p.m. on Friday, Jennifer ordered a hot bite of bratwurst and potato salad, charging it to her room despite the hotel not having a credit card on file. When Kristen delivered the meal at 8:23 p.m, she noticed how tidy the room was, almost sterile, and that the bed appeared untouched. Jennifer was described as uninterested in conversation, but did give Kristen a 50 kroner tip, which was the only cash connected to her. At the time, Jennifer was wearing a long skirt and had a suitcase, both of which were later found missing. When her body was found, the half-eaten meal was still in the room. Interestingly, her autopsy revealed that the meal was still undigested, suggesting she either died that night or consumed the meal nearly 24 hours after it was delivered. There was no alcohol in her system and no drugs tests were carried out. Police also took no samples from beneath her fingernails, which may have provided crucial DNA evidence. Investigators found that Jennifer had dialed 2 Belgian numbers from her hotel room. Both numbers were identical except for one digit, but neither was valid. The area and zone codes of the numbers Jennifer attempted to call were traced to the town of Jemep. A Belgian telecom company identified 7 phone numbers that closely resembled the ones she had dialed. These numbers were tied to locations in the nearby towns of Gras-Sologne and Serang. Police also found only her fingerprints in the room, which were run through Interpol but returned no matches. No prints were found on the gun, although police noted that it's difficult to recover fingerprints from a weapon. The strange circumstances surrounding the case led investigators to reconsider the possibility that her death was a suicide. Authorities kept Jennifer's body for a year, hoping to identify her, but were unsuccessful. In 1996, the case was closed and they made the decision to bury her. On June 26th, she was laid to rest in a pauper's grave at Vestergravlund Cemetery in Oslo. Just 2 months later, the police chief ordered the disposal of the evidence gathered during the investigation, including her personal belongings, the bedspread from the room, the gun and skin samples taken from her hands, the only samples collected from her body. Her valuable items, such as her ring, earring and watch, were sold at auction. However, it was later revealed that the gun had been kept by the police. In 2016, her grave was exhumed for further investigation. The DNA analysis confirmed only that she was of European descent, while a study of her teeth suggested she was around 24 years old at the time of her death. The most likely identity attributed to her is that she was born around 1971, with a strong possibility she originated from East Germany. The police have considered various theories about Jennifer Fairgate's identity, including the possibilities that she was a high-end escort, involved in drug trafficking, a hired assassin, or an intelligence operative. However, no concrete evidence has surfaced to substantiate any of these scenarios. The Norwegian police initially classified Jennifer's death as a suicide, but this conclusion has faced significant criticism. Key inconsistencies challenge this theory. There was no gunshot residue found on her hands, raising doubts that she fired the weapon herself. The firearm's serial number had been filed off, and a large quantity of ammunition was discovered in her briefcase, details that seem unusual for a suicide. Additionally, the deliberate removal of her personal belongings and identity points to the possibility of external involvement rather than a self-inflicted death. Some speculate that Jennifer Fairgate may have been involved in organised crime, potentially tied to arms trafficking based on the cache of ammunition found in her room. Another theory suggests she might have been struggling with personal challenges, opting to take her own life in a location where her identity would remain unknown. A prominent theory suggests that Jennifer Fairgate may have been involved in espionage. Her calculated anonymity, selection of a luxury hotel often visited by diplomats and business executives, and possession of a modified firearm align with practices commonly associated with intelligence work. This idea is further supported by the pristine condition of her hotel room, hinting at intentional efforts to erase evidence, and her fluency in multiple languages paired with a self-assured demeanour, traits often attributed to trained operatives. Norwegian intelligence officer Ola Kaldager speculates that Fairgate was likely a covert operative who had been located and assassinated. He notes that removing clothing tags and removing serial numbers on a firearm are standard practices among intelligence agents. It is worth noting that numerous intelligence agencies, including the Russian KGB, FSB, and Israeli Mossad, both known for their history of operations in Norway, have been linked to targeted killings designed to appear as suicides. The case has also garnered attention due to similarities to the case of Isdalskvinnen, the Isdal woman, an unidentified woman thought to have been from Belgium who died in mysterious circumstances in Bergen, Norway in late November of 1970. Like Jennifer Fairgate, the Isdal woman was thought to have possibly been involved in espionage, and similarly, she used several aliases whilst travelling over Europe and checking into several hotels. To this day, both women are yet to be identified. Jennifer Fairgate's story captured global attention in 2020 when it was highlighted in the Netflix series Unsolved Mysteries. The episode, titled Death in Oslo, revived public fascination, sparking intense speculation and prompting amateur sleuths to delve into the mystery. Discussions across online forums, blogs, and podcasts have analysed the case in detail, yet no definitive answers have been uncovered. The mystery of Jennifer Fairgate continues to intrigue and baffle investigators and amateur detectives alike. Despite years of investigation, numerous theories, and advances in forensic technology, her identity remains elusive, and the circumstances of her death are shrouded in uncertainty. Whether she was a victim of espionage, a criminal enterprise, or something more personal, the truth behind her tragic end remains hidden, leaving behind a haunting enigma that may never be fully solved. Hakata Bay, located in Fukuoka Prefecture on Kyushu's northern coast in Japan, has long been a vital hub for trade and transportation. It played a key role in the 13th century Mongol invasions, where samurai forces repelled attackers. Nearby, the island of Tsushima served as an important outpost between Japan and Korea, witnessing some of the invasion's first battles. In 2003, Hakata Bay became the centre of a chilling mystery when the disappearance of a family led to a shocking murder investigation after their bodies were discovered in its waters. Early in the morning on June 20th, 2003, at around 6 a.m, Matsumoto Shinjiro's father arrived at his son's mansion, as he usually did, to pick up his two grandchildren for school. However, something felt off that day. Typically, the door to Shinjiro's apartment would be open. The children would greet him, and the house would be filled with their lively chatter. But this time, an unsettling silence lingered. Feeling it inappropriate to enter the family's private space uninvited, he chose to wait outside. Nearly an hour passed, and by 7 a.m. there was still no sign of the children. Growing increasingly concerned, he knocked on the door and called out, asking whether the children were going to school that day, yet no response came. Alarmed, he raised his voice, repeatedly calling out, but the silence inside remained unbroken. A sense of unease crept over Shinjiro's father as he hesitantly pushed open the door, only to find the property empty. His eyes caught the glow of the bathroom light, leading him to assume someone was inside, possibly taking a bath. Wanting to check on the children first, he made his way to their room. However, it too was vacant. As he stood there, a faint but unmistakable metallic scent filled the air, a sharp, unsettling hint of blood. Assuming the unpleasant scent was coming from the kitchen, he walked over to investigate, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Still unsettled, he returned to the room and waited for about 10 minutes. Growing impatient, he finally knocked on the bathroom door, expecting a response, but there was only silence. A deep sense of unease settled over him. Something wasn't right. Without hesitation, he reached for the door and pushed it open. His worst fears solidified as he took in the sight of blood, staining both the bathroom and bedroom. Desperate for answers, he called Shinjiro's workplace to ask if he had shown up that morning, but the response was vague. Shinjiro normally wouldn't arrive so early. With shaking hands, he grabbed his phone and dialed the police. The police began examining the bloodstains found in the bathroom and bedroom. DNA testing revealed traces belonging not only to Matsumoto Shinjiro's family, but also to unidentified individuals. The officers delivered grim news to Shinjiro's father, warning him to prepare for the possibility that his loved ones had been killed. The weight of their words left him even more unsettled. The police then escorted him to the station to give a statement. During questioning, he explained that he had been running a small business for years, saving enough money to purchase the mansion. He also mentioned that his son had recently taken out a loan to buy a Mercedes-Benz. This detail caught the officers' attention, prompting them to investigate the loan company. They summoned its representative, who confirmed that Shinjiro's loan had not yet reached its repayment deadline and assured them that no debt collectors had been sent after him. After conducting thorough inquiries, the police ultimately determined that the loan had no direct connection to the disappearance of Shinjiro and his family. On the evening of June 20th, 2003, at approximately 5 p.m, the Fukuoka police received a disturbing report. A caller at Hakozaki Pier, Higashi Ward, had discovered 4 bodies floating in the waters of Hakata Bay. After autopsies were conducted, the 4 victims were identified as 41-year-old Matsumoto Shinjiro, his 40-year-old wife Chika, and their 2 children aged 8 and 11. Their bodies were discovered in the bay, each handcuffed and weighted down with dumbbells. Shinjiro had been strangled with a tie, while Chika had drowned in the bathtub. Shinjiro's children had severe bruising on their necks, indicating they were suffocated and strangled to death. Shinjiro had been strangled with a tie, while Chika had drowned in the bathtub. Shinjiro's children had severe bruising on their necks, indicating they were suffocated and strangled to death. Shinjiro himself bore numerous scars across his body, with visible bruises on his back and face from being beaten. There were also signs of heavy blows to his head, resulting in a fractured skull, but forensic analysis revealed that his cause of death was actually drowning, suggesting that despite these horrific injuries, he was alive when he was thrown into the bay. Matsumoto Chika had over 30 areas of missing skin on her body and showed signs of brutal sexual assault prior to her death. Additionally, a significant open wound on her abdomen appeared to be a major factor in her immediate death. On June 24th, the Mercedes that Shinjiro had purchased was found in a parking lot in Kurume City, located approximately 30 kilometers south of Fukuoka City. The parking lot manager stated that the vehicle had been there since the morning of June 20th, coinciding with the day the family went missing. Shortly afterwards, 3 Chinese nationals, Wang Liang, 21, Yang Ning, 23, and Wei Wei, 23, all international students, were identified as the suspects. They were linked to the crime through witness statements near the discovery site and surveillance footage from a store where the handcuffs and dumbbells used in the murders had been purchased. Surveillance footage revealed that one of the men was wearing a peaked cap, while the other had a mask on. The 2 entered the store and purchased dumbbells, iron chains, and daggers. Additional footage from the street outside the store showed a 3rd individual waiting nearby. Following the investigation, the police traced the criminals to their residence, only to find it abandoned. Despite this, police collected DNA samples from clothing left at the residence, later confirming all 3 identities of the suspects. The accomplices, Yang Ning and Wang Lian, had fled Japan and returned to China on June 24th, just days after the crime. The case sent shockwaves through Japan, sparking widespread public outrage. With many details still unclear, rumours and false reports about the true identity of the murderer spread rapidly. Tabloid magazines fueled the speculation, even suggesting that the victim, Matsumoto Chika's brother, had hired a hitman to kill her, which sparked significant controversy at the time. Many were left bewildered by the motives behind the brutal murders. People struggled to understand why Wei Wei, Wang Liang, and Yang Ning, 3 Chinese international students, would commit such a horrific crime against the Matsumoto family. In August 2003, the case took a significant turn when Wei Wei was detained by police on August 6th as he attempted to leave Japan. He was already under suspicion for other assault crimes, and investigators believed he could be involved in the murder. Wei Wei, originally from Henan Province, China, had above-average grades in middle school and earned a Good Student Award, recognizing his good morals, academic performance, and health. Driven by his interest in Japan and computer technology, he moved to Fukuoka in April 2001 with his parents' support to study at a local Japanese language school. Although he was unable to enter Fukuoka University, he was accepted into a computer school in Fukuoka. Despite this, Wei Wei struggled with the language barrier, limiting his ability to socialize and integrate into Japanese society. His life took a turn when he met fellow Chinese nationals Wang Liang, Yang Ning, and others at a local internet cafe, where he found a sense of community. However, starting in 2003, Wei Wei began skipping classes and disappeared for extended periods. Meanwhile, Wang Liang, who had fled to China, was working under a false identity in Liaoning province. His suspicious behaviour and unusually high daily expenses led to a tip-off, prompting an investigation. Confronted by the police, Wang Liang confessed to the murders in Fukuoka, naming his accomplices Wei Wei and Yang Ning. The Japanese authorities then sought help from the Chinese Public Security Bureau through the International Criminal Police Organization. By the end of August, Liaoning police arrested Wang Liang and Yang Ning. DNA evidence from the crime scene later confirmed their involvement. Wang Liang and Yang Ning both hailed from Changchun, Jilin province, and shared a room in Fukuoka, Japan. In 2002, Wang Liang enrolled in a language school in Chuoku, Fukuoka, while Yang Ning, a graduate of the same institution, had already been admitted to a private university in Kita-Kyushu. However, Yang Ning disappeared after attending only half a semester in 2002 and never returned to school. Although he reinstated his student status the following year, he failed to pay his tuition and was never heard from again. Wang Liang and Yang Ning felt disillusioned and frustrated with their lives in Japan, overwhelmed by language barriers, academic pressure, and the financial struggles of being international students. Initially, they planned to return to China, but decided against it due to the high cost of travel. Instead, they chose to commit a few crimes before leaving. Between August 2002 and June 2003, they broke into homes and student dorms, stealing valuables. During these times, they convinced Weiwei to join them. Weiwei later confessed that he didn't participate out of financial need, but was pressured by his peers and wanted to prove his loyalty to them. Wang Liang took the lead in creating a detailed plan for a robbery. The trio spent time on a busy street in Japan, observing and identifying which individuals seemed wealthy and worth targeting. It didn't take long for them to focus on Matsumoto Shinjiro and his family, noticing his luxury car, upscale home, and seemingly stable lifestyle. After watching the family for about 10 days, they decided to act. The trio first went to a hardware store, purchasing chains and dumbbells. They planned that if they were caught during the theft, they would kill the victims and dispose of the bodies in the sea. On the night of June 19, 2003, the three men scaled the wall of Matsumoto Shinjiro's mansion and broke into the house. Upon entering, they discovered that Shinjiro was not home, but his two children and his wife, Chika, who was taking a bath, were present. They initially locked the two children in a room, then knocked on the bathroom door. Chika, thinking it was her husband, opened it, only to be confronted by the three strangers. When she attempted to close the door, Wang Liang forced it open. The three men dragged her to the bedroom and assaulted her. During the attack, Chika screamed, prompting Yang Ning to threaten her with a dagger to silence her. In a fit of rage, Yang Ning stabbed Chika multiple times, causing serious injuries and rendering her unconscious for a period. Afterwards, they moved her back to the bathroom and continued searching the house for money. They only found a small amount, approximately 40,000 yen, the equivalent of $280 or 210 Great British pounds. They then waited for Shinjiro to return home. Around 1 a.m. on June 20th, 2003, Shinjiro returned home to find the three men waiting for him. They immediately restrained him, punching and kicking him before dragging him to the bathroom. Upon seeing his wife, Chika, bruised and unconscious, Wang Liang demanded that Shinjiro give up the money, threatening to kill his children if he didn't comply. As Shinjiro hesitated to reveal the location of the money, the three men strangled both of his children to death. Afterwards, they knocked Shinjiro unconscious and tied up all four family members using chains they had brought with them. They placed the bodies in Shinjiro's car, attaching dumbbells to the chains, hoping that the added weight would prevent the bodies from floating. The three men then drove the car to the nearby bay, where they disposed of the bodies in the sea, believing that their crime would go undetected. On January 12, 2004, both Japan and China officially announced that the case had been solved through joint cooperation between their police forces. On January 24, 2005, the Liaoyang Intermediate People's Court delivered its verdict in the case, sentencing Yang Ning to death and Wang Liang to life imprisonment for multiple charges, including intentional homicide, robbery, and theft. Wang Liang's life sentence was due to his cooperation with investigators and his detailed confession of the crime. Yang Ning's death sentence was confirmed on February 3, 2005, after his appeal was dismissed by the Liaoning Superior People's Court. He was executed on July 12, 2005, at the age of 25. In May 2005, the Fukuoka District Court ruled that although Weiwei was an accessory to the crime, his involvement in the murders of the Matsumoto family warranted the death penalty. Weiwei's appeal was rejected and his original death sentence was upheld. In October 2011, Japan's Supreme Court reaffirmed his death sentence. On December 26, 2019, Japan's Ministry of Justice announced that Weiwei was executed in the Fukuoka detention center at the age of 40. The devastating loss of the Matsumoto family left a deep and enduring emptiness in the lives of those who loved them. Even after all these years, the memory of the family lingers, cherished and missed beyond measure by those who were fortunate to know them. Ina is a small village in southern Illinois, located in Jefferson County. With a population of just a few hundred residents, it has a quiet, rural charm, surrounded by rolling farmland and wooded areas. Ina is perhaps best known as the home of Rend Lake College, a community college that serves the region and provides educational opportunities for students in various fields. The nearby Rend Lake, a sprawling reservoir, offers outdoor activities such as fishing, boating and hiking, making it a popular destination for nature lovers. Though small, Ina embodies the peaceful, close-knit spirit of rural Illinois, where life moves at a slower pace and community ties run deep. In 1987, on the outskirts of Ina, by Route 37, sat a wood-tone and beige single-wide trailer which was home to the Dardeen family. Russell Dardeen, who went by his middle name, Keith, was born on the 22nd of June, 1958, in Mount Carmel, Wabash County, Illinois. Ruby Elaine Cowling, who was also known by her middle name, was born to Francis Lee and Velma Inez Cowling in Fairfield, Wayne County, Illinois, on August 10, 1957. Elaine and Keith married in Elaine's hometown of Albion in August of 1979. Keith Dardeen worked for the water system, managed by the Rend Lake Conservancy District, while Elaine Dardeen held a part-time position at an office supply store in Mount Vernon. By 1987, the couple had a son named Peter Shawn, who was born on July 5, 1984. Outside of work, the couple were active members of a small Baptist church, where Keith served as the lead vocalist and Elaine played the piano. In 1987, Elaine was expecting their second child, whom they planned to name Ian or Casey, depending on the gender. The growing family prompted them to consider relocating, and by the end of the year, they had put their mobile home up for sale. However, their decision to move was not solely due to the pregnancy. Keith had confided in his mother, Joanne Dardeen, that he regretted settling in Ina and was determined to return to Mount Carmel, even if it meant doing so without securing a job first. He felt that the area had become increasingly dangerous, citing a rise in violent crime. Over the past 2 years, Jefferson County had recorded 15 homicides, including a gruesome 1985 case in which teenager Thomas Odell murdered his parents and 3 siblings as they arrived home one by one. Despite the convictions of Odell and several others involved in local murder cases, fear and anxiety had taken hold of the rural community, the increasing violence leaving residents on edge. A friend of Keith recalled that his concerns for his family's safety intensified after a tragic incident in May 1987 when a 10-year-old girl was sexually assaulted and murdered in the area. His protectiveness grew to the point that one evening, when a young woman knocked on their mobile home asking to use the phone, he refused to let her inside. On November 18, 1987, Keith, a dependable employee at the local treatment plant, unexpectedly failed to show up for work. He had not called in, and repeated attempts to reach him at home throughout the day went unanswered. Concerned, his supervisor reached out to both of Keith's parents, who lived separately in Mount Carmel, but neither had any idea what might have happened to him. Worried, Keith's father, Don Dardine, contacted the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office and agreed to drive to Ena with a spare key to meet deputies at his son's home. The house was located between Illinois Route 37 and Union Pacific Railroad tracks, just north of the Franklin County line. Inside, authorities discovered a horrifying scene. Elaine, their young son Peter, and a newborn baby girl were found lying together in a bed. Elaine had been bound and gagged with duct tape, and both she and Peter had been beaten to death, likely with a baseball bat found at the scene, which had been a birthday gift to Peter from his father earlier that year. The attack on Elaine had been so brutal that she went into labour and delivered a baby girl, who was then killed in the same manner as her mother and brother. Keith was nowhere to be found, and his red 1981 Plymouth was also missing. Investigators initially suspected he was responsible for the killings and had fled. Armed officers even searched his mother's home in Mount Carmel, feeling he might be hiding there. The grim search ended the following day when a group of hunters discovered Keith's body in a wheat field near Rend Lake College, just south of the Franklin-Jefferson County line. Keith had suffered 3 gunshot wounds, one to the skull, another to the right of his face, and a third to his left cheek. In addition to the gunfire, his body had been subjected to further brutality, as his genitals had been severely mutilated. Meanwhile, his abandoned Plymouth was found parked outside the police station in Benton, 11 miles or 18 kilometres from the crime scene, its interior covered in blood. Inside the trailer, investigators found blood spattered throughout, leading them to believe Keith had been killed there before his body was moved. The results of the autopsies determined that all the Dardines had died within an hour of each other. The bodies found in the trailer had been deceased for about 12 hours, while Keith had been dead for 24 to 36 hours when his body was discovered. However, the timeline raised further complications, as Keith's body was found away from the trailer, which suggested he may have been killed elsewhere rather than with his family. At the trailer, the scene showed signs of careful handling. Elaine's body was tucked into bed with her children, and the area appeared to have been cleaned, indicating that the killer or killers did not feel a rush to flee. This level of effort led investigators to speculate that the murders may have occurred during the night, despite the trailer's location along a busy highway. From Interstate 57, nearly 2,000 feet away, the trailer was visible, but the perpetrators seemed to have acted without concern for being seen. The investigation also raised the question of whether the killings were committed by one person or several. As word of the Dardine family's brutal murders spread, fear gripped the community. Already on edge from previous violent crimes, residents became even more cautious. Gun sales surged, security systems were installed in homes that had never needed them before, and people who once left their doors unlocked now made a habit of double-checking their locks every night. In the aftermath of the crime, early police reports were sparse and sometimes contradictory, fueling speculation and rumours. Discrepancies even arose between the coroners of the two counties, with one suggesting Keith had died from a head injury, possibly sustained while being dragged from a vehicle, while the other concluded he had been shot. The circumstances surrounding Elaine's labour further fueled wild theories. Some reports suggested she had given birth post-mortem, while others sensationalised the tragedy by claiming the baby had been forcibly removed from her womb. Combined with the gruesome mutilation of Keith's genitals, these details led to rampant speculation that the family had been victims of a satanic ritual sacrifice. A police expert on cults dismissed the rumours that Satanists were behind the murders, explaining that such groups typically engage in more extreme mutilation, organ harvesting, and often leaving symbolic marks or lit candles at crime scenes. None of these were found at the Dardeens' trailer, debunking this theory. Others suspected a different explanation, believing that their murders, along with 3 other unsolved local killings, could be the work of a serial killer operating in the region. Jefferson County Sheriff Bob D. Pitchford admitted that the investigation had yet to produce any leads or suspects. He noted that the family was well regarded, stating their reputation in the community was, quote, outstanding. Local resident Claudia Johnson recalled their involvement in community events, mentioning that they had attended the last 2 Halloween costume parties and won both times for best costumes. Reflecting on their character, she said, quote, "If I could say anything that really summed up this family, they were a nice couple. Their tragic deaths had deeply affected the community, bringing people closer together in shared grief." Local law enforcement partnered with the Illinois State Police to investigate the brutal murders. A team of 30 detectives worked full-time, chasing leads and conducting interviews with nearly 100 individuals. Despite their efforts, none of the information uncovered led to a breakthrough. Early in the investigation, a man was briefly taken into custody, but was released after questioning. Authorities also looked into a co-worker of Keith's with whom he had allegedly been in a dispute, but he was ultimately ruled out as a suspect. Inside the trailer, investigators found a small amount of an illegal substance, but not enough to suggest the family had any involvement in drug activity. In fact, police considered the possibility that the drugs had been left behind by the perpetrator. Autopsy reports confirmed that none of the victims had drugs or alcohol in their systems at the time of their deaths. One of the most challenging aspects of the investigation was determining the motive behind the murders. There were no signs of forced entry, and the back door had been left open. Items of value such as a VCR and portable camera in plain view in the living room, as well as accessible cash and jewellery elsewhere in the trailer, suggested that robbery was not the motive. Furthermore, Elaine had not been sexually assaulted. Investigators also found no evidence of any extramarital affairs involving either Keith or Elaine, ruling out jealousy as a potential motive. A stack of papers with sports scores led some to speculate that Keith might have had gambling debts, but his mother, Joanne Dardeen, told police that her son was extremely frugal and even raised money for his son's college fund by reselling soda cans at work for a modest profit. Despite the chilling nature of the case, Franklin County Coroner Lewis believed the Dardeens were not randomly targeted. He stated, quote, "I believe it was a very personal, deliberate thing," when speaking to the Post-Dispatch. Police acknowledged that while the Dardeens appear to have been targeted intentionally, it was possible that the killer or killers had mistaken their identity. Joanne Dardeen later speculated about other potential motives for the crime. In a 1997 statement, she said, quote, "I think someone wanted Keith to sell drugs and he refused," adding, quote, "Or there's a possibility someone liked Elaine and she wouldn't accept his advances, and he took out his rage on both of them. We just don't know." After exhausting all leads, police shifted focus to other cases. FBI profilers reviewed the evidence but found the crime difficult to analyse with their usual methods. In the 1990s, Joanne Dardeen continued her efforts to keep the case in the public eye, frequently contacting the detectives still assigned to it and gathering 3,000 signatures for a petition to have the murders featured on The Oprah Winfrey Show. However, they declined, citing the brutality of the crime. America's Most Wanted initially passed, but aired a segment in 1998, though it did not generate new leads. Police briefly considered serial killer Ángel Maturino Reséndiz as a suspect after his 1999 arrest due to similarities in his pattern of travelling by train and beating victims near tracks. However, no connection to the Dardenne case was ever established. In 2000, serial killer Tommy Lynn Sells was arrested for the murders of Kayleen Harris, 13, and Crystal Searles, 10, near Del Rio, Texas. After his arrest, Sells claimed responsibility for the Dardenne family killings, among others, confessing to at least 22 murders. However, investigators were unable to link him to the Dardennes, as his statements didn't match the evidence. Sells gave conflicting accounts, claiming he met Keith at either a truck stop or a pool hall, with both versions involving Keith inviting him for dinner and a threesome with Elaine. Keith's mother dismissed these claims, emphasising that her son was too protective of his family for such behaviour. Though Joanne Dardenne initially believed Sells' confession, further interviews revealed inconsistencies in his story. He incorrectly described the position of Elaine's body, later correcting himself, but such details could have been learned from media reports. In a 2010 interview, Sells responded to doubts by stating, quote, "I know people have their doubts. They say there's no physical evidence tying me to the Dardennes, but there wasn't for any of them because they weren't looking for me. I moved. I was always a transient." Sells was executed in 2014, but the case remains unsolved, leaving the true identity of the Dardenne family's killer unknown. Whether Sells was truly involved or was attempting to avoid the death penalty by confessing to crimes he didn't commit remains uncertain. The Dardenne family murder case remains unsolved, despite various leads, including a confession from serial killer Tommy Lynn Sells. No concrete evidence has linked him to the crime. Sells' unreliable statements and lack of physical evidence have left investigators uncertain of his involvement, and to this day, the case remains open, with no one ever charged for the horrific murders. Keith, Elaine, Peter, and baby Casey were buried together in Graceland Cemetery in Albion. Sydney, Australia is a vibrant city known for its stunning harbour, iconic landmarks and rich cultural diversity. Nestled along the southeastern coast, Sydney offers a unique blend of natural beauty and urban sophistication, with the sparkling Sydney Harbour at its heart, showcasing the world-famous Sydney Opera House and the Sydney Harbour Bridge. As Australia's largest and oldest city, Sydney boasts a fascinating history, from its Indigenous heritage to its colonial beginnings and growth into a bustling metropolis. Beyond the cityscape, Sydney is surrounded by stunning beaches, lush national parks, and serene waterways, making it a paradise for outdoor enthusiasts. From exploring the bustling markets of the Rocks to enjoying the surf at Bondi Beach, Sydney offers an unforgettable experience with a warm, cosmopolitan vibe. Trudy Jeanette Adams was born on the 19th of September 1959 to Charles and Connie Adams. Trudy grew up in the Northern Beaches district of Sydney, known to locals as the, quote, Inner Peninsula, due to the fact the place is noticeably very different when compared to the rest of the city. The area stretches southward to the entrance of Port Jackson in Sydney Harbour, westward to Middle Harbour, and northward to the mouth of Broken Bay. By 1978, Trudy was training to become a secretary and dreamed of travelling the world. She was also excited about planning for an August trip to Bali with her friends. It was the 24th of June 1978, and 18-year-old Trudy prepared to attend a party at the Newport Surf Lifesaving Club, located approximately 2 kilometres north of the town of Newport. She requested that her mother, Connie, stay up until she returned home that night. However, as the clock chimed in the 25th of June, Trudy was nowhere to be seen. Her family subsequently reported her as missing to the Mona Vale police. Police began their investigation into the 18-year-old's disappearance. Speaking with Trudy's ex-boyfriend, 22-year-old Stephen Norris, it was apparent that he was the last person to see her alive. At the party, the former couple had engaged in a heated argument. Trudy then told Norris that she was going to hitchhike home to her parents' house, which was just a 5-minute drive away. This was not an uncommon occurrence, and many people in the area hitchhiked often. Shortly after midnight, at approximately 12:40 a.m, Stephen Norris witnessed Trudy Adams going into a van on Barrenjoey Road in Newport. Police originally thought that Trudy had entered a green combi van. However, Norris insisted that the vehicle was, in fact, a light-coloured 1977 Holden delivery van. This would be the last time anybody saw Trudy Adams alive. Suspicion initially fell on Stephen Norris, having not been only her former boyfriend, but also having admitted that the pair had had an argument that night. Police questioned Norris and subsequently cleared him of having had any involvement in Trudy's vanishing. Police then began investigating the possibility that the drug scene had something to do with her disappearance. A $20,000 Australian reward was offered by the New South Wales government for anyone who had any information regarding Trudy's whereabouts. The reward was then increased to $50,000. In a chilling twist in the tale, Connie Adams received a, quote, haunting phone call 5 days after her daughter's disappearance. The male voice on the line stated, quote, "Trudy is dead. You will find her about halfway up Mona Vale Road. It was an accident." An exact copy of this call was also made to the Mona Vale Police Department. Despite extensive searches in and around the area over a span of 400 square kilometres, no trace of Trudy was found. Police also searched in the thick bushland of Ku-ring-gai Chase National Park after Trudy's disappearance. In the aftermath, several young women reported incidents of abduction and violent sexual assault within the same national park. These attacks, involving victims between the ages of 14 and 20, took place between 1971 and 1978. The Australian Women's Weekly reported in a hitchhiking article in their 16th of August 1978 issue, quote, "Police have learned of 2 men who have abducted, assaulted and raped 9 young women in the area after offering them lifts home since last October. The men search their victim's handbag for her name and address. Then, threatening her with a gun, they drive her home. They say they know where she lives, who she is, and threaten reprisals against her and her family if she reports them to the police." The article also stated that the traumas these women and girls experienced, quote, "are too humiliating to be printed." Detectives have since identified strong connections between these assaults and the case of Trudy's disappearance. The case sadly went cold, and the mystery caller was never identified. The case was then reopened in 1992 as police took a look at the green combi van with a set of fresh eyes. However, unfortunately, nothing notable came from this. Detective Superintendent Beresford of Mona Vale Police stated in 2008, following the reward having been increased to $250,000 quote, "It is our belief she was kidnapped by 2 males and murdered." He further commented, quote, "As a result of our inquiries, we believe Trudy's abduction was sexually motivated. Furthermore, we suspect there are more victims of these 2 sexual predators who have not previously come forward to police. Support is available to these women, who we are encouraging to contact Strike Force Keldy detectives. Their information, despite the passage of time, might be crucial to helping us charge those responsible in this case." In 2009, one of the individuals who committed the sexual assaults on the women and girls between 1971 and 1978 was publicly identified as Neville Brian Tween, also known as John Anderson. He was considered the prime suspect in the Trudy Adams case and was a convicted sex offender and drug dealer who was the suspect for at least 14 rapes. In 2018, Trudy's disappearance became the subject of a 3-part documentary, Barrenjoey Road, and furthermore, ABC's Unravel podcast. Journalist Ruby Jones and former Today Tonight host Neil Mercer discuss the case in detail and, during their investigations, uncover events from the seedy underworld of Sydney in the 1970s. Ruby stated that she and fellow host Neil were given crucial information about the case, which hadn't been made public before. They theorised that Trudy had somehow become involved in the drug world, possibly smuggling drugs between Sydney and Bali, and that her disappearance was due to a drug run gone wrong. Ruby Jones stated to New Idea, quote, "There was a dark side to the northern beaches at the time. There was a drug trade going on, where people were bringing drugs back through Bali." Trudy's friends, Leanne Weir and Anita Starkey, however, disagree with this theory and do not believe she was involved in the drug trade. Looking at the prime suspect, Neville Tween, it became apparent in police records that he had been picked out of a lineup by several of his victims. However, for reasons unknown, he was never questioned about the assaults or the disappearance of Trudy. At the time of the Unravel podcast's recording, Tween was serving an 18-year sentence behind bars for having sexually assaulted a young man who was selling drugs. When he was booked into jail, he was found with fake beards, guns, and several disguises. They collected a voice recording of Tween, who had a distinctive speech impediment, noted by several of the victims. Ruby and Neil hope that by publishing the recording, more people will come forward with information. Ruby spoke on the podcast with Trudy's ex-boyfriend, Stephen Norris, who explained that Connie had told police when she reported her daughter missing that he had seen her get into a green combi. However, he clarified that this information was incorrect and she had in fact entered a lightly coloured 1977 Holden delivery van. Ruby said of Norris, quote, "As soon as we met him, I trusted him. I felt he was really honest with us." In Ruby and Neil's documentary, Barrenjoey Road, it was found that the main suspect, Neville Tween, had a, quote, "unholy and disturbingly close relationship with Mark Standen, a high-ranking and strongly influential figure in the police." According to Ruby Jones, Standen was the, quote, "most senior and corrupt cops in the country." Tween served as a paid informant for Standen during his tenure at the National Crime Authority and later the Crime Commission, both agencies dedicated to investigating serious organised crime. It was also thought that Tween and Standen went on holidays together to the coast, and the latter was found to have been arrested for conspiring to illegally bring 300 kilograms of pseudoephedrine into the country. He was sentenced to 22 years in prison and argued in a handwritten letter sent to the Unravel podcast, quote, "There was nothing corrupt about my relationship with Anderson." He continued, quote, I only saw him perhaps 3 to 8 times per year, if that. The occasional dog walking or shopping centre encounters were exactly that, occasional and unplanned encounters. I suspect that you have imagined a far closer relationship, and if so, you are mistaken. I'm disappointed that you are trying to sensationalise my dealings with Anderson. It is misguided and dishonourable, especially given that I responded to all your questions in good faith and in detail. An underworld figure from Sydney's northern beaches, known as Guido, claimed that Trudy's body was disposed of at a place called Christmas Tree Hill. The ABC learned that this site was not part of the extensive 1978 search for Trudy's remains. New South Wales Police informed the ABC that both land and water searches have been carried out over the years in multiple locations within Ku-ring-gai Chase National Park and nearby areas. The Barrenjoey Road team learned that Guido, now deceased, once worked at a Brookvale smash repairs shop in Brookvale, northern Sydney, and was reportedly involved in the disposal of bodies. Gary Batt, a convicted criminal and close associate of Neville Tween, was also employed at the smash repair shop in Brookvale. This new lead was passed on to the cold case team. Reportedly, Tween, Batt and Guido are now all deceased. Sadly, Trudy's mother, Connie, passed away 11 years after her daughter's vanishing, never knowing what happened to her. At a 2011 inquest into Trudy's disappearance, it was stated by her father, Charles, that Connie Adams died of, quote, a broken heart. The coroner concluded that Trudy Adams likely passed away due to, quote, homicide or misadventure. Over 45 years have passed since Trudy disappeared, and her loved ones continue to hold on to the hope that one day answers will be found. If you have any information regarding the disappearance of Trudy Adams and reside in Australia, you can contact Strike Force Keldy detectives by reaching out to your local police station or calling Crime Stoppers at 1800 333 000. Nestled in the La Hoya de Buñol region of Valencia in Spain lies the community of Macastre. The town, which is home to just over 1,400 people, is known for its charming fountains, historic squares and scenic nature trails. Macastre's old town has notable sites such as La Plaza de los Árboles, flanked by 19th century architecture including the town hall. Furthermore, there is the parish church of the Transfiguration of the Saviour, constructed between the 17th and 18th centuries, the Mirador de los Vientos, and remains of Macastre Castle, a once prominent Muslim fortification. In 1989, a triple murder sent ripples of shock through the community. Francisco Valeriano Flores Sanchez, 14, his girlfriend Rosario Isabel Gayete Muedra, 15, and their friend Maria Pilar Ruiz Barriga, also 15, came from families in the Valencia areas of Benimamet and Paterna. The trio, who were said to have all been petty criminals from broken homes, often spent time at the Camales Park in Benimamet, near Pilar's home. It was there that Francisco and Rosario reportedly developed a habit of taking benzene, also known more commonly as sniffing glue, while Pilar favoured mixing Rohypnol with alcohol. They also occasionally gathered in Burjasot to continue these activities. The three frequently stayed in Catadau, a town in Valencia's Ribera Alta region, where Pilar had previously lived. During their time there, they are said to have engaged in a physical relationship with one another. Despite their behaviour and prolonged absences from home, their families appeared indifferent and made little effort to intervene. One notable example was December 26, 1988, when the group spent Christmas together, unsupervised and left to their own devices in an abandoned cabin in Catadau. Rosario briefly worked as a babysitter under the false name Rosa Maria Pablo. The couple who hired her recalled that when she left, she drove away in a Seat Ritmo registered to the boyfriend of the real Rosa Maria Pablo, the identity she had assumed. Meanwhile, Francisco Valeriano was serving time in the San Vicente Reformatory in Godella for theft. He was permitted leave from the reformatory fairly frequently and mostly on weekends. After his Christmas leave, he was released on January 6, 1989. Rosario and Pilar stayed in a makeshift shelter until January 10th, when they spent the morning in Valencia, returning later that afternoon. On January 13th, Francisco received another permit, allowing him to reunite with Rosario and Pilar. The girls went to Pilar's home to prepare for their return to Catadau. On January 14th, 1989, Francisco joined them. A witness reported seeing the three visit La Fe Hospital in Valencia, where Rosario's mother was hospitalised. After saying their goodbyes, they left the hospital around 8 p.m, not disclosing their destination. It is believed that they were going camping in the mountains of Catadau. More specifically, it was believed that they were travelling toward Las Casas de la Amelia in Catadau, a known gathering spot for marginalised individuals and substance users, where they often spent weekends. It was the 15th of January 1989. According to witnesses, the three teenagers travelled by bus to Catadau, where they stopped at the bar El Parador to purchase sandwiches and drinks. This particular bar holds a dark connection to one of Spain's most infamous murder cases, that of the Alcácer girls. In 1992, three teenage girls, Miriam Garcia, Antonia Toñi Gomez, and Desiree Hernández, disappeared while hitchhiking to a nightclub in Picassent. Their bodies were later discovered in a shallow grave. Miguel Ricart and Antonio Angles, the two men linked to the crime, were reportedly seen at El Parador before the horrific events unfolded. Ricart denied any involvement in the Macastre case. Furthermore, the Catadau Mountains are part of the Sierra del Caballon, a region that also includes La Romana, the location where the remains of the Alcácer girls were tragically discovered 4 years later. 3 witnesses reported seeing a man in the bar, identified as Miguel Villanueva Estarlich, known as El Miguelo, initially in the company of Rosario, and later with both Rosario and Pilar. Villanueva was known to offer them cigarettes, buy them drinks, and occasionally give them money. However, Villanueva denied knowing Rosario, claiming he only recognised Pilar because she had lived in Catadau and would occasionally come to his door asking for cigarettes. El Parador became the final known location of Rosario, Pilar, and Francisco, who were never seen alive again. On January 19th, 1989, a farmer in Macastre stumbled upon a tragic scene in a farming toolshed near Fuente Cuerna, approximately 40 kilometres or 25 miles from Catadau. Noticing that the door had been forced open, he ventured inside and found a partially open bedroom door at the back. Inside, a young woman lay motionless on his bed. Initially, the farmer thought she was intoxicated and sleeping. However, dread washed over him as he realised she was not breathing. She was dressed in a thick woolen jumper, a thinner black jumper underneath, a white bra and tight black jeans with the zipper partially undone, exposing part of her abdomen. She also wore trainers and 2 pairs of thin socks on each foot. The civil guard began questioning Rosario's family and friends, and soon discovered that she had left home a few days earlier with Pilar and Francisco. Rosario's brother revealed that the day before her disappearance, she had argued with their father over taking some jewellery from the house, and her parents disapproved of her relationship with Francisco, whom they believed was a negative influence. Since the three teens often spent weekends in a dilapidated cabin in Catadau, her family initially wasn't concerned about their absence. However, after Rosario's body was found, a search was launched in the surrounding woods. Despite thorough efforts to comb the area, no signs of the other two teenagers were found. Several personal items were noted on Rosario's body, including numerous coloured elastic bracelets, a digital watch, a silver chain, and a gold wedding ring, engraved with the initials PLF or FLF, and the date 5/8/66. One bracelet had the inscription Jose Heart Rosa, and another had J.M. Blazquez engraved on it. There were also two notes with phone numbers, one belonging to Jose Miguel Jimenez, who had employed Rosario as a babysitter, and the other to Francisco Valeriano's mother. Additionally, a broken candle was found near to the body. The autopsy revealed that Rosario had died approximately 3 days earlier, likely from a combination of drug use and carbon monoxide poisoning, though sexual assault could not be confirmed. Additionally, footprints of 4 adults with shoe sizes between 43 and 44, or a UK size 9 or 9.5, were found near the cabin's door. Sources conflict on whether 3 of the prints belonged to the teenagers or whether all footprints were from 4 unidentified individuals. Forensic analysis revealed traces of blood in the genital area and a substance suspected to be semen, though laboratory testing at the Toxicological Institutes of Valencia and Madrid failed to conclusively identify it. The autopsy was unable to determine the exact cause of death, as there were no visible signs of violence on the body. This led to speculation that Rosario's death might have related from a drug overdose. The farmer who owned the tool shed where Rosario was found was investigated, however there was no evidence to suggest any involvement in her death. Investigators speculated that 15-year-old Rosario's death might have been caused by poisoning with henbane, a toxic herbaceous plant. Known to ancient Egyptians and long associated with witchcraft and magic, henbane contains potent compounds. These particular substances can cause hallucinations and, in high doses, lead to coma, respiratory failure, and death. Henbane blooms from January to May, making it plausible that it was accessible during the teenagers' camping trip. The tragedy devastated Rosario's family. Her parents were unable to recover from the loss of their daughter, and both passed away in the aftermath, leaving only her brother Antonio as the sole surviving member of the family. On January 27th, 1989, a severed hand, believed to be from a woman, was discovered on a bench near a bus stop shelter along Valencia's Fernando el Catolico Avenue. The following day, an amputated foot, thought to possibly belong to Pilar, was found inside a garbage container on Alcázar Street in Valencia. The foot had been cleanly severed approximately 6 centimetres above the ankle. These unsettling discoveries were rife with eerie coincidences. Not only did the name Alcázar surface once again, but the date of the hand's discovery, January 27th, aligned exactly with the date 4 years later, when the bodies of the Alcázar girls, Miriam, Tony, and Desiree, would be unearthed. The Madrid Institute of Toxicology later confirmed that the foot had been severed using a chainsaw. However, due to the lack of DNA testing capabilities at the time, it was impossible to identify the foot's owner. Meanwhile, authorities determined that the severed hand was unrelated to this case, dismissing any direct connection between the two gruesome findings. Sources differ on the exact date. However, on April 6th or April 8th of 1989, a group of farmers searching for asparagus stumbled upon the remains of 14-year-old Francisco Valeriano. His body was found in a prone position among dense bushes, approximately 400 metres from the shed where Rosario had been found. His posture suggested he may have fled the shed before collapsing nearby. Strangely, like Rosario, a broken candle was found near his body. Furthermore, the dirt on his shoes did not match the dirt of the area his body was found in, suggesting that he likely died elsewhere and his body was then abandoned. Due to the advanced state of decomposition, identifying specific details was challenging. Also near his body, a rusty pickaxe was found, bearing 3 red hairs, later determined to be of animal origin. Bus tickets to Catadau, dated December 26th, were also discovered in Francisco's trouser pocket. According to sources, he had attempted to set up a tent he had brought with him. However, he had been unsuccessful in completing the task. Sources contradict on whether Francisco was injured. Unconfirmed reports state that he was shot in the head by a 9mm automatic pistol, commonly associated with the civil guard and police. However, other sources make no mention of the bullet wound. It is also argued whether this alleged bullet was shot prior to death or post-mortem. According to some sources, Francisco's autopsy revealed no visible signs of violence, puncture wounds, or evidence of a drug overdose. Despite thorough analysis by forensic experts, no traces of any known poison were found in his system, leaving the cause of death undetermined. Speculation persisted that his death, like Rosario's, could have been the result of a, quote, blowout caused by a combination of drugs. Investigators questioned whether this was the result of the teenagers' own actions or if adults had played a role in their demise. Following the discovery of Francisco's body, the Civil Guard launched an intensive search of the Cuerna Mountains over the weekend of April 8th and 9th, hoping to locate Pilar. However, their efforts yielded no trace of her. Troubling questions were raised about the investigation's thoroughness. How could it take almost 100 days to locate Francisco's body when it was just 400 metres from the shed where Rosario had been found? The inadequacy of the search fueled speculation about a possible lack of professionalism among those responsible. One unsettling theory is that Francisco's body was placed at the location after the initial search, strongly implying that he may have died sometime after the area had already been combed by investigators. This possibly casts yet another shadow over the investigation and raises critical doubts about how the case was handled. On May the 6th, an anonymous tip was received through the drug hotline, suggesting the location of Pilar's body and implicating a drug addict from Valencia, known as Wichita, as the perpetrator. When questioned by authorities, Wichita denied any involvement in the crime, acknowledging only that he was familiar with McCastry, but had not visited the area since 1973. The police concluded that someone was attempting to shift the blame onto him, and no further investigation was conducted into the claimed location of Pilar's body. On May 24th, 1989, a group of children playing in an area notoriously difficult to access near the Forata Reservoir by the Magro River discovered what were believed to be the remains of 15-year-old Pilar in a ditch near Turice, 8 kilometres east of McCastry. The body had been gruesomely mutilated, with the left foot and right hand missing, both amputated at the time of death, suggesting the possibility that the amputations themselves caused her demise. Her face had been deliberately disfigured, with the upper jaw destroyed, a detail clearly not caused by decomposition, but by intentional actions. The missing left foot was identified as the one previously discovered in Valencia, although the missing hand was never found. Conflicting reports emerged about the location of her body, with some sources stating that it was found in a water pipe. Approximately 9 kilometers from the hut where Rosario was found, these remains were discovered and were in an advanced state of decomposition. While all 3 teenagers had been found, the case had only grown more perplexing. The discovery of what was believed to be Pilar's mutilated, skeletonized body added a sinister dimension, pointing to deliberate violence. One question in particular puzzled investigators. How did the trio end up in these specific locations? The initial theory of a drug-fueled gathering at the hut, perhaps involving henbane, was abandoned, prompting the need for new explanations. Interestingly, early reports suggested the remains might not belong to Pilar, but to a woman working at a roadside club. A controversial hypothesis emerged, proposing that the murderer had attempted to dispose of the body by dismembering it. Struggling to execute this plan, the killer might have discarded the foot in a Valencia waste bin and hidden the rest of the body in a nearby 150-metre-long pipe. Eventually, this uncertainty gave way to a revised conclusion. The remains were confirmed as Pilar's. She was reportedly subjected to severe beatings, and her body was gruesomely mutilated with a chainsaw. Pilar's sister, Felisa Ruiz, stated that the body found was unrecognisable, noting that it lacked a distinctive scar on Pilar's leg, which led her to believe that the remains did not belong to her sister. Despite this, the press reported that the civil guard was certain the body was Pilar's. However, what was officially determined was that the remains belonged to a white female aged between 15 and 17 years and with a height ranging from 145 to 148 centimetres. These physical characteristics did align with Pilar's, leading authorities to conclude that the body likely belonged to her. One source claims that following a discovery of human bones in 1999, a DNA test was carried out and the bones were confirmed to be Pilar's. As the investigation unfolded, it was determined that an additional individual had been with the trio. Fingerprints belonging to 4 people were discovered in the hut. Prior to their disappearance, the teenagers had mentioned being threatened by someone. A knife was also found in Francisco's possession, and he had explained that he had carried it for self-defense. Police, however, were still puzzled at how the teenagers ended up in the locations where they were found, as none of them could drive. Between 1985 and 1995, 23 young people vanished in the Valencian region, including areas such as Macastre, Catadau, Tuz, Chiba and Yiria, with 18 bodies eventually discovered. Many of these cases remain unsolved. One notable case is that of Cristina Mercedes Yorca, whose body was found in Yiria just before the Alcácer girls went missing. The ropes used were similar to those found in the Alcácer case, but the nature of the crime suggested that it was not directly related. Another case involved 17-year-old Yolanda Vicente, who was found shot at point-blank range in an abandoned booth in Benimàmet. While initial investigations suggested that the victims may have been killed by someone they knew, the presence of fingerprints from multiple individuals in the hut where the teenagers had been last seen pointed to the involvement of at least one more person. However, the identity of this person remains a mystery. Despite various theories and leads, including an anonymous tip implicating the drug addict Wichita from Valencia, no arrests have been made and the case was closed. Rosario, Francisco, and Pilar's deaths seemed to fall into the shadows of Spain's larger media landscape. While similar high-profile cases captured national outrage and press coverage, the McCastry case was largely ignored by mainstream outlets. This lack of attention reflects a troubling pattern where cases involving victims from lower income or working class families often go underreported. The lack of conclusive evidence and the absence of further developments in the case have left not only the identities of the perpetrators, but also the circumstances surrounding Francisco's, Pilar's, and Rosario's deaths shrouded in mystery. Kimodameshi, meaning test of courage, is a traditional activity in Japanese culture, often held during the summer. The purpose of Kimodameshi is to test one's bravery by having participants walk through dark, eerie places, such as forests, graveyards, abandoned buildings, or shrines, usually at night. It's commonly done among students or friends as part of school trips or summer gatherings. The idea is not only to challenge one's courage, but also to enjoy the thrill of fear in the hot summer months, as the chill of fright is believed to help beat the heat. In May 1996, a chilling event unfolded in Japan that would forever mark its ghost stories with a new, unsettling chapter. On May 5th, the final day of Japan's Golden Week holiday, 2 schoolgirls from Himi City in Toyama Prefecture set out to challenge their bravery through a traditional kimodameshi. Their chosen destination was a so-called psychic spot, a term derived from the Japanese Shinrei Suppoto, which refers to locations believed to be haunted or cursed. Though the name suggests something supernatural, it's rooted in local legends and eerie folklore, rather than psychic phenomena. What began as a thrill-seeking adventure into the unknown would leave behind a story steeped in darkness and mystery. 19-year-olds Megumi Yashiki and Narumi Takumi set their sights on an infamous haunted site in Uozu, about 55 kilometres east of their hometown of Himi, after friends boasted of a recent kimodameshi there. When Narumi finished her shift at a neighbourhood shop, she bought a small torch and fresh batteries for Megumi's flashlight for their nighttime venture to the derelict Subono Spa Hotel, an onsen hot springs resort. Nestled on a mountainside, the 6-storey resort had promised tranquil views of Toyama Prefecture until bankruptcy shuttered it in 1982. Demolition, priced at more than 25 million yen, was deemed too costly, so officials simply boarded it up. The previous owner of the hotel also disappeared. The abandoned shell soon attracted thrill-seeking youths and Bosozoku biker gangs who vandalised its rooms, shattered windows and set off fireworks inside. Redevelopment plans repeatedly collapsed, leaving the building looming in isolation, its crumbling corridors now a summertime ground for tests of courage and ghost stories, with the hot springs located beneath the hotel continuing to bubble up to this day. There are several traditional precautions believed to increase the chances of returning safely from Subono Onsen. It is advised not to use your own car or a white car when visiting. Visitors are warned to be cautious when opening doors and to avoid going alone. Additionally, it's recommended not to share your name or personal details while there. Many also believe that undergoing an exorcism after the visit is important for protection and to ensure a safe return. Subono Onsen gained notoriety in the July 2003 edition of the 100 Most Scary Haunted Places in Japan. Later, the 2007 book Ruins of Japan ranked it as the top location in the Hokuriku region for those seeking to test their bravery. Around 9 p.m. on the evening of their planned outing on May 5th, 1996, Megumi Yashiki and Narumi Takumi, who had both visited Subono Hotel on previous occasions, climbed into Megumi's black Subaru Vivio and began to drive towards Uozu. With mobile phones still uncommon in the mid-1990s, the girls used a pager to notify their families that they were heading out to do a kimodameshi. At approximately 9:30 p.m, they paused their journey at Kayomaru Park in Imizu City to meet with some friends and share their plans. After a brief 30-minute stop, they resumed their trip and were next seen around 10 p.m, refuelling at a gas station in Uozu. From there, they drove off into the night. Roughly an hour later, at 11 p.m, a friend received a brief pager message from the girls that read, "We are in Uozu." Unbeknownst to anyone, those 4 simple words would become the final trace of Megumi and Narumi. After that message, the girls disappeared without a trace. 2 days after Megumi and Narumi set out for Subono Onsen and failed to return home, their increasingly worried families filed missing persons reports with the Toyama Prefectural Police. Descriptions of the missing women were widely shared in the media. Narumi Takumi was 153 centimetres tall, left-handed with crooked teeth and a distinctive chickenpox scar near her nose. On the day she disappeared, she wore a white blouse, a black miniskirt featuring white vertical stripes, and black casual shoes. Megumi Yashiki stood 167 centimetres tall. She was dressed in a black t-shirt, light green cotton pants, black leather shoes, and had dyed brown hair. Megumi's vehicle was a black 1995 Subaru Vivio, bearing the license plate number Toyama 50 SO1402. The investigation initially centred around Subono Onsen, also known as the Subono Spa Hotel, their presumed destination and last known location. When a thorough search of the building turned up no signs of the girls or any of their belongings, authorities broadened their efforts. Helicopters were deployed to scan the surrounding cliffs and mountainous terrain in case the pair had suffered an accident nearby. Despite these efforts, no clues were uncovered, no evidence, no personal items, and no trace of the black Subaru. The disappearance of Megumi Yashiki and Narumi Takumi quickly captured national attention across Japan, sparking a wave of speculation and public theories about what may have happened to the 2 teenagers. One early theory, strongly considered by the Toyama Prefectural Police, was that the girls had intentionally vanished, running away together. However, this idea began to unravel as time passed, and neither they nor their vehicle were spotted anywhere, raising serious doubts about its plausibility. In an effort to uncover answers, police launched 2 major search operations in June and October of that year, covering a wide area between the girls' hometown of Himi and the Subono Spa Hotel. Multiple routes were combed, but despite the scale of these efforts, investigators found no clues, no belongings, no signs of struggle, and again, no vehicle. Another theory that emerged pointed to the possible involvement of Bosozoku, the outlaw biker gangs known for frequenting the abandoned hotel. Some speculated that Megumi and Narumi might have crossed paths with such a group and fallen victim to foul play, perhaps even abduction or murder. But again, this theory lacked concrete evidence. There were no signs of the girls at the scene and no indication that a crime had taken place. With no proof to support any of these theories, the case remained frustratingly open-ended, steeped in mystery and silence. Other, more far-fetched ideas also began to circulate. Some speculated that the girls were abducted by North Korean agents, echoing real cases of kidnappings that had occurred in Japan during the early 1980s. Others leaned into the eerie nature of their destination and suggested supernatural or paranormal explanations, though these had no basis in fact. One striking detail about the route from Himi City to the abandoned Subono Hotel was the sheer number of bodies of water scattered along the way. With landmarks like Toyama Bay and the Sho River flanking their path, it seemed plausible that Megumi and Narumi could have accidentally driven off the road and into deep water some time after sending their final pager message. But given the vastness of the area and the lack of any concrete direction to search, authorities found it nearly impossible to investigate every location thoroughly. As a result, this theory, though reasonable, remained largely unexplored. With no solid leads and no physical evidence ever uncovered, the case eventually grew cold. The disappearance of Megumi Yashiki and Narumi Takumi faded into legend, becoming its own ghost story, one whispered during the haunting summer nights in Japan, forever tied to the chilling tradition of kimodameshi. As time passes, the chances of solving a missing persons case often fade, with leads growing cold and memories dimming. However, 24 years after Megumi and Narumi vanished, an unexpected breakthrough would breathe new life into the decades-old mystery. On March 4th, 2020, the Toyama Prefectural Police recovered a black Subaru Vivio from the seabed at Fushiki Port in Imizu City, near Kayomaru Park, using a crane. The car, covered in blue tarps, contained the skeletal remains of 2 women. DNA testing confirmed the identities as Narumi Takumi and Megumi Yashiki. Inside the vehicle, investigators also found a petrol station credit card bearing Megumi's name. Due to the extensive decomposition from long exposure to the elements, forensic experts were unable to determine the exact cause of death, leaving it unclear whether drowning or another factor had led to their demise. Megumi's mother told the Tokyo Reporter, quote, "It was so long ago. I had a hope that she was doing fine and living somewhere else, so I was puzzled to learn of the discovery of the car. I feel sorry that she existed in such a cold place for so long. Why did her car drop into the sea? I'll have to wait for the results of the investigation." It came to light that at the end of 2014, 3 individuals approached the Toyama Prefectural Police claiming they had witnessed a car matching Megumi's vehicle plunge into the water on the night the girls disappeared. Initially, the police dismissed their statements, but reopened the case in January 2020 to re-interview the witnesses. The trio described seeing a black Subaru with 2 women inside parked near the cliff edge at Kayomaru Park around 12:30 a.m. As they walked towards the car to speak with the occupants, the vehicle suddenly reversed and plunged into the water. When asked why they hadn't come forward sooner, the witnesses said fear held them back, fear of being blamed for the incident. Authorities ultimately ruled the deaths an accident. The identities of these witnesses remain confidential, and debate continues over the truthfulness of their accounts and whether foul play was involved. What is undeniable, however, is that these witnesses likely saw Megumi and Narumi's final moments. Their silence for more than 18 years, however, only deepens the mystery. Based on police reports indicating no evidence that Megumi and Narumi ever reached the Subono Hotel, it's possible the girls turned back shortly after leaving the petrol station, perhaps deciding not to visit the site and instead returning to a place they felt safer. Another theory suggests that, parked precariously near the edge of the port, the girls may have been startled by the approaching witnesses, accidentally shifted the car into reverse, and were unable to stop it before plunging into the water. Most people believe their deaths were the result of a tragic accident, though some suspect the witnesses may know more than they have revealed, hinting at possible foul play. The disappearance of Megumi Yashiki and Narumi Takumi remains one of Japan's most notorious unsolved mysteries, a chilling story that continues to haunt the nation. Lee Yoon-hee was born in 1977 in Namyang-chu, a city in Gyeonggi Province, South Korea. She spent 6 years at Ewha Women's University in Seoul, where she completed a double major in statistics and art. Driven by a lifelong ambition to work with animals, she eventually changed course and returned to school to pursue a career in veterinary medicine. She transferred to Chonbuk National University's College of Veterinary Medicine in 2003 as a third-year student and was just 1 semester away from graduating. On the evening of June the 5th, 2006, 29-year-old Yoon-hee attended a gathering with around 40 professors and classmates at a restaurant in Dokjin-dong, a neighbourhood in Jeonju, roughly 1.5 kilometres from her studio apartment in nearby Gumnam-dong. Jeonju is a city located in North Jeolla Province, about 240 kilometres or 150 miles south of Seoul, and approximately 200 kilometres or 124 miles northwest of Busan. Yoon-hee returned to her apartment around 2:30 a.m. on June the 6th, following the event. After this would be nothing but radio silence, as Yoon-hee mysteriously vanished in the night. June the 6th was Memorial Day in South Korea, a national holiday, so her absence initially went unnoticed. It wasn't until June the 7th, when she failed to attend class, that her absence raised mild concern. Still, given that many students were skipping classes to prepare for upcoming major exams, it wasn't seen as unusual. However, by June 8th, her continued absence, combined with her failure to contact friends with whom she'd made plans, began to worry her loved ones. Growing increasingly concerned, 4 classmates decided to visit her apartment. They rang the doorbell, but no one answered. Only the sound of her dog's barking could be heard from inside. Unable to enter due to the keypad lock on the door, they contacted Yoon-hee's sister, who confirmed she hadn't heard from Yoon-hee or seen her return home. That was the tipping point. The group contacted police, who arrived with firefighters and paramedics. Firefighters broke down the door to allow officers inside. The scene in the apartment was troubling. A strong, foul odour, primarily from urine and faeces, filled the space. Yoon-hee's 2 dogs were found extremely weak from hunger, and the apartment was dishevelled, with paper and clothing scattered across the floor, likely from the dogs searching for food. A dried bouquet of flowers that had once hung on the wall was found lying on the ground, further hinting that something was wrong. During the investigation, police obtained a witness statement claiming that Yoon-hee had seemed more downcast than usual around the time of her disappearance, though nothing appeared outwardly alarming. The witness noted seeing her enter her studio apartment, accompanied by a male classmate, identified as Mr. Kim, who was 27 years old at the time. At first, the police saw nothing alarming about Lee Yoon-hee's disappearance. They told classmates she had probably just stepped out on her own to take a break or have some fun. Since only her bag, shoes and a few clothes were missing, and there were no signs of forced entry, aside from an open window, they assumed she would return soon. With no clear evidence of foul play, 2 of the 4 classmates went with officers to file a missing person report, while the other 2, the previously mentioned Mr. Kim and another classmate referred to only as A, remained at the apartment. Believing the police had ruled out any criminal involvement, Kim and A decided to clean the apartment. In later interviews, A explained that the police never instructed them to preserve the scene and that they wanted the place to look presentable for Yoonhee's parents, who were expected to arrive soon. They mopped the floors, collected the scattered papers and threw them out, and washed the urine-soaked clothes and blankets left behind by her dogs. By the time the other two classmates returned from the station, the cleaning was finished, and all four of them left the apartment together. However, they weren't the only ones who inadvertently interfered with potential evidence. When Yoonhee's sister visited later, she found a single cigarette butt left behind. Fearing their parents would be upset to learn that Yoonhee had been smoking, she disposed of it herself. According to her classmates, this wasn't considered unusual. Yoonhee had been a smoker in the past and occasionally smoked when under stress, though she had mostly quit. Mr. Kim later claimed he walked Yoonhee part of the way home on the night of June 6th. However, his account has raised doubts. There are no witnesses or CCTV footage confirming that he left the restaurant with her, and he only came forward after her disappearance became known. While some classmates mentioned that Kim often accompanied Yoonhee and others home after gatherings, inconsistencies in his story have added to the mystery. He stated that although he typically walked Yoonhee all the way to her apartment, this time she stopped near a dimly lit alley and insisted on continuing alone. Feeling uneasy, Kim said he returned to campus and from outside saw lights switch on in her apartment and hallway, which led him to believe she had arrived safely. In response to Lee Yoonhee's disappearance, the police established a dedicated task force to lead the investigation. They began by verifying the alibis of all 40 individuals who had attended the graduation celebration on June 5th, along with additional faculty and students from the veterinary department. As part of their efforts, 22 people, including Kim, underwent polygraph testing. All of them passed and their alibis held up under scrutiny. According to one officer, many were re-interviewed as many as 6 or 7 times. The search effort was extensive. Over 15,000 individuals, including police officers, firefighters, and civilian volunteers, were mobilised to aid in the search. With the help of sniffer dogs, authorities combed through the nearby mountains, residential neighbourhoods, the university campus, vacant homes, abandoned structures, and even landfills, but uncovered no trace of Yoonhee. To reach the public, police printed and distributed 30,000 flyers and banners across Jeonju, asking anyone with information to come forward. Despite the widespread outreach and thorough search, the case yielded no substantial leads. Police uncovered a disturbing incident from just a few days earlier. On June 2nd, Yoonhee, who tutored younger students in her spare time, had been walking home late when 2 men on a motorcycle snatched her handbag, which contained her phone, ID, and wallet. She gave chase and encountered 2 strangers who offered to help. She got into their car and they attempted to follow the thieves, but the motorcycle turned into a narrow alley, preventing them from continuing the pursuit. Afterwards, Yoonhee tried to borrow a stranger's phone to call someone, but couldn't recall any phone numbers from memory. She eventually made her way back to campus around 2 a.m, visibly shaken and emotionally drained. She informed friends about the robbery, saying things like, quote, "Thinking about it makes me want to cry," and, quote, "The world is so scary." Her stolen phone later surfaced at a different university, but its connection to her wasn't recognised at the time, and the perpetrators were never identified. Years later, in 2013, authorities were able to trace and identify the 2 men who had assisted Yoonhee that night. Alarmingly, one of them, the owner of the vehicle used in the chase, was found to have a prior conviction for sexual assault. On June 10th, the police reversed their initial assessment and officially declared the case suspicious and were treating it as a possible murder case. They returned to the apartment, only to find that nearly every trace of potential forensic evidence had been wiped away. The space had been thoroughly cleaned. No fingerprints, DNA, footprints, or physical clues remained. With nothing usable at the scene, investigators turned to other methods. Given that the apartment building had poor insulation and virtually no soundproofing, police hoped that neighbours might have heard something. But interviews led nowhere. Some residents said they hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary, while others declined to speak with law enforcement altogether. A closer examination of Yoon-hee's internet search history revealed a troubling detail. In the early hours of June the 6th, Yoon-hee had spent 3 minutes searching for the terms 112, South Korea's emergency number, and sexual harassment. Her computer was then shut off at exactly 4:21 a.m. Furthermore, on June the 8th, between 2:15 p.m. and 5:21 p.m, someone accessed Yoon-hee's computer, prior to her family arriving at the apartment. During that 3-hour window, the individual systematically erased the browser history, covering a span from 10:48 p.m. on June 4th to 3:04 p.m. on June the 8th. The program used to carry out the deletion was IE History View, a niche software unfamiliar to most in South Korea at the time. This suggested that the person responsible had a relatively advanced understanding of computers and intentionally attempted to cover their digital tracks. Yoon-hee often communicated with friends, classmates, and family through Nateon, a popular online messaging platform. She had even used Nateon to notify her family about the robbery incident. However, when police and a computer specialist accessed her account during the investigation, they found that every chat log dated after June 4th had been completely erased. On June the 10th, just days after Yoon-hee's disappearance, someone attempted to log in to a music streaming site using her account credentials. The police traced the activity to an IP address registered to a hotel in Seoul. Surveillance footage from the hotel was reviewed, but no individuals could be definitively identified as suspects. During their investigation, officers also noticed an apartment unit located directly across from Yoon-hee's, positioned in such a way it offered a clear line of sight into her room through the window. Although the unit was listed as vacant, investigators decided to inspect it on a hunch. Inside, they found signs that someone had recently been present. Discarded tissues and empty cigarette packs were scattered around the room. However, no cigarette butts were left behind for DNA analysis, and no neighbours or witnesses could recall seeing anyone enter or use the space. Amid the investigation, a curious detail caught attention: the disappearance of a coffee table from Yoon-hee's apartment. Though not inherently suspicious on its own, those who knew her found it strange. Yoon-hee had been particularly attached to the table, using it as both a dining surface and bedside fixture, even continuing to use it after its legs became unstable. It was last seen in her apartment on June 5th, but by the time her classmates and police entered it on June 8th, it had vanished. On June 13th, while searching the area near her apartment, Yoon-hee's father spotted the missing table among a heap of discarded furniture between 2 trash bins. The tabletop was intact, but all 4 legs had been deliberately unscrewed and removed. Distinct markings confirmed it was hers. Investigators suspected it may have been involved in an altercation or possibly contaminated with blood, fingerprints, or other forensic evidence, prompting someone to dispose of it. Yoon-hee's father also noticed several scratches and small red spots on the underside of the table, which he believed might be blood. However, forensic testing ruled out that possibility, and no usable evidence was recovered from the table. Additionally, her father reported that a hammer Yoon-hee used for home repairs was missing. While none of her classmates recalled ever seeing it, her father was certain it had been kept in the apartment and believed it may have been used in a violent encounter and then taken by whoever was responsible for her disappearance. In early 2007, a strange phone call added a new layer of intrigue to Lee Yoon-hee's case. Her sister received a call from an unknown man who said, quote, "Yoon doesn't have money to make a call, so she asked me to convey this message. She really misses you." The police traced the call to a public phone booth in downtown Gwangju and reviewed nearby surveillance footage. The caller was identified as a 27-year-old man whose name was not released. After further investigation, it was determined he suffered from schizophrenia and has sustained significant brain damage in a previous car accident. Authorities concluded he had no connection to Yoonhee's disappearance. That same year, a woman in her 40s who claimed to be a spiritual medium contacted the police with a tip. She insisted that Yoonhee's body was hidden in the underground water and sewage treatment systems near the apartment complex. Acting on the information, police carried out thorough searches of all nearby drainage and sewage areas. Despite their efforts, nothing was found, and the lead ultimately went nowhere. Speculation surrounding Lee Yoonhee's disappearance intensified when a deeply unsettling detail came to light, one that offered little hope for her safe return. As part of routine academic procedures, the veterinary department at her university regularly collected animal carcasses for anatomical study and disposed of them through incineration. The resulting ashes were treated as medical waste. On June 8th, the department submitted 110 kilograms of remains for disposal, nearly triple the usual weight of around 40 kilograms. The waste collection company explained that veterinary facilities are responsible for sealing and taping the remains before pickup. The packages are never opened by the handlers and are sent directly to the incinerator. The significant jump in weight raised alarm. Typically, such a high amount would only occur when disposing of a large animal, like a cow. However, university records confirmed that no large animals had been processed at that time. The origin of the unexplained additional 70 kilograms remains a disturbing mystery. By the time this anomaly was discovered, all the waste from that day had already been incinerated and destroyed, eliminating any chance of forensic analysis. Though unproven, this has led to a widely held and grim theory that Yoonhee may have been murdered, dismembered, and her remains secretly disposed of in the university's incinerator. It remains one of the most haunting, unanswered questions in the case. During the graduation gathering, one professor reportedly sat beside Yoonhee, prompting her to immediately ask another student, Kim, to switch seats with her so she wouldn't have to sit next to him. This seemingly small gesture raised concerns in hindsight. When questioned by police, this same professor gave a conflicting timeline regarding his whereabouts. He initially stated he returned home at 2 a.m, but later changed his account to 2:30 a.m, a revision that conveniently strengthened his alibi. These inconsistencies fueled growing suspicion. Some theorised that a professor may have used his authority to sexually assault or harass Yoonhee and then kill her to prevent the situation from escalating into a scandal. The idea that someone with institutional power could have silenced her to protect their reputation took hold online, with many internet users attempting to comb through the university's staff records in hopes of identifying the professor involved. Though unproven, this theory remains one of the most persistent and disturbing possibilities tied to her unsolved disappearance. Lee Yoonhee's family has long harboured suspicions towards Kim, a classmate believed to have had romantic feelings for her. While their suspicions are fueled by circumstantial details, there has never been any concrete evidence directly linking him to her disappearance, making it difficult for authorities to formally name him as a suspect. Allegations circulated that Kim exhibited obsessive behaviour, such as collecting strands of Yoonhee's hair and meticulously recording her actions in a personal notebook. Some labelled him a stalker. However, others painted a more nuanced picture, suggesting the relationship may have been mutual. Yoonhee had reportedly worn clothes he gave her, listed him as an emergency contact, and once helped him search for his lost phone. The two had also known each other since before university, having attended the same school in earlier years. Despite this, unverified claims cast further doubt on his character. Some rumours alleged Yoon-hee referred to Kim privately using derogatory names, though no one could confirm hearing her say them. Kim claimed they had kissed 4 times and were holding hands the night he walked her home, but no witnesses could substantiate these statements. As an alibi, Kim said he was already asleep in his apartment after leaving Yoon-hee. Yet since he lived alone and other tenants were asleep, no one could confirm his whereabouts. Kim also behaved strangely after that night. He did not return to the party after supposedly walking Yoon-hee partway home, and when a professor attempted to contact him at 2:40 a.m, he didn't answer. He made no effort to check in with Yoon-hee when she missed class on June 7th, despite knowing the passcode to her apartment. Interestingly, he also skipped class that day. When asked, he cited the same reason others gave for absences. Many students stayed home to study for exams. He claimed to have spent the day calling around to inquire about Yoon-hee's whereabouts. Kim and another classmate, referred to as A, helped clean Yoon-hee's apartment and disposed of the trash at a designated collection site about 100 metres away, not at the front of the building where the missing table was later found. After Yoon-hee's family arrived, Kim continued to speak with others in the area and gathered accounts of potential sightings. According to her parents, Kim spoke with a woman who claimed to have heard a scream in the early morning hours of June 6th. However, when the family requested her contact information, Kim refused to share it, saying the witness didn't want to speak with police. As of 2017, Kim had moved on with his life. He was married with children and running a veterinary clinic. He has consistently denied involvement in the case and claimed that media coverage had falsely portrayed him. At one point, Yoon-hee's father staged a sit-in protest in front of Kim's clinic, publicly accusing him of murder. This led to a defamation lawsuit and a court order barring the grieving father from approaching the premises. Over time, some began to question whether Kim was simply a distraction. Critics argued that public fixation on him may have diverted attention from more plausible suspects. One lingering theory suggests that a university professor may have been involved, possibly someone with access to restricted facilities like the incinerator. Students weren't typically allowed unsupervised entry, making it more feasible for a faculty member to discreetly dispose of remains. Yoon-hee was reportedly close with some professors, even tutoring their children, which could have allowed someone in a position of authority to exploit that trust. On March 27, 2016, reports surfaced that police had reopened the investigation, signalling renewed efforts to uncover the truth behind the unresolved case. In 2005, a year before Lee Yoon-hee vanished, another student from the same university, Park Jong-hyuk, also disappeared under mysterious circumstances. However, investigators have found no distinctive link between the two cases. Despite extensive efforts, no new breakthroughs have emerged. Each year in June, local law enforcement holds a press conference to update the public on the status of the case and renew their appeal for information. Desperate for answers, Yoon-hee's family sold nearly everything they owned to raise a 100 million won reward for any credible tip that could help uncover the truth. To this day, Lee Yoon-hee's case remains unsolved. It's still classified as an open investigation and is currently being handled by a dedicated cold case unit, which continues to monitor for any developments that could finally shed light on what happened to the 29-year-old. Philip Innes Fraser. born January 3rd, 1965 in Anchorage, Alaska, was one of 3 sons of physicians Robert and Shirley Fraser. In Alaska, Dr. Robert Fraser built a strong reputation as a leading authority on tuberculosis, ultimately rising to the position of Director of Tuberculosis Control for the state's Department of Public Health. His wife, Dr. Shirley Fraser, was equally accomplished, establishing herself as a respected neurologist. From childhood, Philip developed a deep appreciation for the outdoors, a passion for books, and a talent for playing the violin. Inspired by his parents' careers, Philip pursued medicine, beginning with a pre-med program at Western Maryland College, his father's alma mater. After a year, however, he grew restless and longed to return to Alaska. Though drawn back to his roots, Philip soon refocused on his goal of becoming a doctor, and later enrolled at Evergreen State College in Olympia, Washington, to continue his studies. On the 14th of June 1988, at 23 years old, Philip loaded his possessions into his black 1983 Volkswagen Jetta and began the drive of 2,300 miles or 3,700 kilometres south, planning to camp along the route. Philip set out determined to cover a long stretch of road before nightfall. His plans quickly unravelled, however, when his car began experiencing mechanical problems just a few hours into the drive. Choosing to cut the day short, he stopped near Tok, Alaska, a small town that marked one of the last settled areas before miles of remote wilderness. That evening, Philip phoned his parents to update them. He explained that he had made it more than 186 miles or 300 kilometres, but was now delayed by car trouble. His father, Robert, pressed him for details, but Philip, independent and strong-willed, downplayed the issue. While his parents urged him to be cautious, they had little choice but to trust him. He reassured them he would stick to his plan of camping along the way until his car was repaired. With that, he said goodbye, leaving his parents with the impression that he had already set up camp for the night. This would be the final time his loved ones would hear from him. He reached the Canadian border on June 17th. At the Beaver Creek checkpoint in Yukon, formerly referred to as the Alkin-Beaver Creek border crossing, customs officials confiscated the 2 handguns he had packed, since carrying firearms into Canada was prohibited. With that matter resolved, Philip continued on his journey. On the 18th of June, the day after Philip reached the border crossing, a hitchhiker was dropped off at the 40 Mile Flat Cafe, a roadside stop run by Gay Frockledge and her daughter Tina, roughly 600 miles or 965 kilometres from the border. When the man came inside, both women immediately sensed something unsettling about him. He had decaying teeth and possessed a strong, pungent odour, and furthermore, his behaviour was so erratic they wondered if he might have escaped from a psychiatric facility. After finishing his meal, he settled his bill and walked out of the cafe. Around that same time, Philip Fraser arrived in his Volkswagen Jetta, pulling into the lot and appearing to search through his vehicle. As Tina stepped outside to pump gas for another customer, she greeted Philip briefly. Meanwhile, the hitchhiker approached Philip for a ride. Philip initially declined, but when the man chased after his car, he relented and let him in. That decision marked the last time Philip Fraser was ever seen alive. Chillingly, Tina had a premonition, remarking to her mother, quote, "He's going to live to regret this day he picked this man up." Disturbing news surfaced the following day, on June 19th. A car was discovered burnt out at a car wash in Prince George, British Columbia. Corporal Craig Gates of the Prince George Royal Canadian Mounted Police commented that the vehicle had been completely gutted before being set ablaze, with all forms of identification missing, including the license plates. The following day, the car was identified successfully through the VIN number and confirmed to have been Philip's Volkswagen Jetta. Philip's father, Robert, stated to Unsolved Mysteries after hearing the news, quote, "I was sure that there had been foul play, but I kept hoping, thinking of all sorts of alternatives, like maybe he decided he wanted to ditch his car and be on his own. Intellectually, I knew that was wrong because he really loved his car." Police traced Philip's movements to the Beaver Creek checkpoint in Yukon, where he handed over his handguns. However, that left the following 2 days unaccounted for. The RCMP subsequently appealed to the public for help. Leads began pouring in, with reports coming from multiple areas along Philip's likely route. Some originated in Yukon's Upper Liard region, while others came from around S.D.C Lake in British Columbia. Since these locations aligned with the path Philip would have taken on his way towards Seattle, investigators pursued each tip carefully. Their efforts paid off when they confirmed that Philip had indeed spent the early hours of June 18th at a campsite near S.D.C Lake, just 1 day before his burnt-out car was discovered. Additional reports surfaced suggesting Philip had been spotted at a campground in Dawson Creek, British Columbia, about 4.5 hours northeast of Prince George, heading towards Alberta. These accounts sparked hope within his family, fueling speculation that he might have ditched his car in Prince George and continued his journey by other means, possibly by securing another vehicle or hitchhiking east. In response, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police placed notices about Philip in local newspapers, specifically under the Tourism Alerts section, in the hopes that he might come across one and reach out to his family. However, nothing came of their efforts. On July 27, 1988, tourists pulled into a gravel turnout along Highway 37A, also known as the Glacier Highway, roughly 30 miles east of Stewart, British Columbia, near the southern tip of the Alaskan Panhandle. As they exited their vehicle, one man walked his dog, which led him into a dense thicket of shrubs. There, the body of a young man was discovered, lying face down and bearing multiple gunshot wounds. The tourists immediately drove to Stewart, about 29 miles away, and alerted authorities, who already suspected the identity of the remains. 2 days later, on July 29, 1988, the body was positively identified as Philip Fraser through dental records provided by Alaskan officials. The cause of death was determined to be multiple handgun gunshot wounds, though the police have kept many specifics, such as the exact location of the wounds and whether the site of the body was the actual crime scene, confidential. Investigators did confirm, however, that based on the body's state of decomposition, Philip had likely been killed around the time of his disappearance. This timeline aligned with the discovery of his burnt-out car in Prince George, hundreds of miles away from where his body was eventually found. After receiving information from Gay and Tina Frockledge at the 40 Miles Flat Cafe, the RCMP placed their focus on the mysterious, unidentified male hitchhiker. Throughout the investigation, multiple witnesses came forward with accounts of the enigmatic hitchhiker connected to Philip Fraser's case. Consistently, they described him in unsettling detail. A white male in his early to mid-20s, roughly 5'9" tall and weighing around 225 pounds, with brown hair, brown eyes, a prominent beer belly, bad teeth, and a strong body odour. He appeared unkempt, often sporting stubble, walked with a waddle, and some believed he might have had a mental disability. Witnesses also noted his habitual nail-biting and constant smoking of American cigarettes, which he held between his fingers in a distinctive manner. Despite the many features recalled, no one could confirm whether he was Canadian or American. Several witnesses recounted the man sharing personal details, though police suspected they were fabrications or possibly stories lifted from Philip himself. On separate occasions, he claimed to be visiting relatives in Tok, Alaska, to work at a fish processing plant there, and even to be a medical student from Toronto hitchhiking home after a wedding in Whitehorse, Yukon. While some of these claims might have been true, authorities considered them highly improbable. Few witnesses reported seeing him in Philip's car. Most said he was alone, driving by himself. Only Gay and Tina Frockledge recalled seeing him interact with Philip at the cafe near 40 Mile Flat. By the time police began tracking this man more seriously, he had seemingly vanished without a trace. Authorities widened their search from roadside restaurants and gas stations to rest stops, campgrounds, and parks, yet he remained elusive. It would take nearly 2 months towards the end of the summer before investigators were able to gather more concrete information about this mysterious figure. Roughly 8 hours after the cafe encounter, and about 200 miles or 321 kilometres farther south, Eddie and Pauline Olsen of Kitwanga, Canada, stopped to assist a motorist stranded on the roadside. Eddie noticed how tense and uneasy the young man seemed. Wanting to help, he offered him a place to sleep in their basement for the night. By morning, the traveller told the Olsens that he said his parents were doctors in Anchorage, and he claimed he was on his way to the US to attend college and study medicine. He stated that he needed to start classes in Seattle the next day, June 20th, 1988, and wanted to hit the road early. Despite the urgency, he made an unexpected offer. He proposed selling them his black 1983 Volkswagen Jetta, which appeared to be in decent condition. Eddie Olsen went outside to inspect the car and found it mostly sound, aside from minor mechanical and cosmetic issues that could easily be repaired. Eddie expressed interest in the vehicle, but explained that any sale would have to wait until Monday, when the banks were open and the transaction could be properly recorded through customs. The young man was frustrated by the delay and insisted that the deal happen immediately. He even suggested exchanging the car for a plane ticket to Seattle, but Eddie declined again. Trying to show gratitude for their hospitality, the man pulled out 2 wallets and handed Eddie $20 before beginning repairs on the Jetta. The car's only real problem turned out to be a broken fan belt, which was quickly fixed. By 8:30 to 9 a.m, the man was back on the road. Approximately 12 hours later, Philip Fraser's charred Volkswagen Jetta was discovered, roughly 300 miles or 482 kilometres from the Olsens' home. It wasn't until months later that Eddie learned of Philip Fraser's death. Seeing a composite sketch of the suspected killer at a local gas station, he recognised the man who had stayed with them and immediately contacted authorities to share his account. The Olsens became the last known witnesses to encounter the individual believed to have killed Philip Fraser, who had been driving his car and seemingly posing as him. This brief encounter provided police with crucial insight into the timeline, suggesting that Philip had likely been murdered within hours of meeting the mysterious hitchhiker. Over the following months, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police pursued leads relentlessly, receiving more than 500 tips by the end of the first year. In October 1988, they conducted searches through garbage dumps around Prince George, British Columbia, hoping to recover Philip Fraser's missing belongings. Among the items they sought were a stereo, tapes with handwritten labels, a passport, luggage, camping gear, and clothing, items likely discarded by the killer before setting Philip's Volkswagen ablaze at the local car wash. Philip's credit cards, checkbook, passport, and birth certificate remain missing. Philip's story resurfaced briefly in 1992 when Unsolved Mysteries aired a segment covering his disappearance and murder, nearly 4 years after his death. Filmed on location in Alaska and British Columbia, the segment recreated key moments of the case and remains one of the show's eeriest episodes, leaving a lasting impression on viewers. In more recent years, online theorists have suggested a connection between Philip's murder and Michael McGray, a Canadian serial killer who targeted hitchhikers throughout the 1980s and 1990s, including male victims, something less typical for killers of opportunity. McGray was arrested in 1998 and later convicted of nearly half a dozen murders spanning much of Canada from 1984 to 1998. Over time, he confessed to killing more than a dozen people, some in the United States, including Seattle, but refused to disclose the identities of his victims. Despite McGray fitting the general profile of Philip's killer, including physical appearance, police do not believe he was responsible. He has been officially ruled out as a suspect, or at least investigators lack sufficient evidence to implicate him. Nonetheless, some online theorists continue to speculate about his potential involvement, keeping him under public suspicion. Philip Fraser's murder remains unsolved, with the RCMP continuing to follow leads and explore potential avenues in the case. The mysterious hitchhiker, who was seen impersonating Philip and was the last person known to be with him, remains the prime suspect. Despite this, the young man's identity has never been discovered, and his motives for targeting Philip remain unknown. Investigators believe he may have been familiar with both the Seattle and Toronto areas, and likely returned to one of those regions after committing the crime. If still alive today, he would probably be in his early to mid-60s or older. Dr. Robert Fraser passed away in 2014 at the age of 83, still believing that his son's killer could be caught. Philip's mother, along with his family and friends, continue to hold on to hope that someday his case will be resolved and that they will finally get justice and closure. Terlingua is a town located in the rugged desert landscape of southwestern Texas, near the Rio Grande and Big Bend National Park. Originally a bustling mining community in the late 19th and early 20th centuries due to its rich cinnabar deposits, the town was abandoned when the mines closed. Living up to its name as the Texas Ghost Town, the population in 2020 was just 78. Terlingua, which sits close to the Mexican border, serves primarily as a tourist hub for visitors to the nearby national park. Popular outdoor activities for tourists include rafting and canoeing on the Rio Grande, mountain biking, camping, hiking, and motorcycling. Terlingua is also known for its famous annual chili cook-off events, which attract over 10,000 attendees each year. Phyllis Eleanor Berry was born on the 16th of September 1954 in the Lone Star State. In 1975, she turned 21 years old and was living in Odessa, Texas. She resided with her best friend, Vanjie Strait, who described Phyllis as a, quote, unique individual who was widely well-liked. At the end of October, both Phyllis and Vanjie quit their jobs and decided to visit Terlingua over the weekend, alongside a friend, Terry Robert Bailey. They wished not to only partake in the cook-off festivities, but also go camping in the ghost town after the 9th annual World Championship Chili Cook-Off. On Saturday, the 1st of November, the friends packed clothes and food into Phyllis's car, described as a, quote, foreign-made automobile. Phyllis's puppy, an Irish setter, also joined the trio on their trip. Upon their arrival in Terlingua, Terry went to visit friends, Vanjie went to a friend's camper to catch some rest, and Phyllis went motorcycle riding in the glorious afternoon sunshine. As the sun set, an, quote, impromptu dance began, where Phyllis unexpectedly bumped into two friends, Dale Wade and John Jackson, both of Odessa. She also met a third man called Jim, who was from Austin and had hitchhiked to Terlingua. John Jackson recalled that Phyllis was in, quote, good spirits, stating, quote, I saw her dancing with several fellas and she appeared to be having a good time. As midnight approached, John, Dale and Phyllis rode on Dale Wade's motorcycle to their camp, which was based approximately a quarter of a mile away from the Chili Cook-Off's headquarters. The hitchhiker, Jim, joined them on foot. John Jackson further recalled of their night by the campfire, quote, we just stood around for a few minutes, eating Fritos and bean dip. The fire had just about burned down and she asked us to get more wood for the fire. I don't remember her exact words, but she said she was going to sit by the fire and wait for us to return. He concluded, quote, Jim sat with her on the cot for a minute or two and then joined us about 20 feet away where we were gathering the wood. We all walked back to the campfire a few minutes later and she was gone. John believed she may have descended the hill to rejoin revelers, or she may have gone to use the bathroom facilities. Approximately 5 minutes after the friends returned to camp, Terry Bailey appeared in Phyllis's car with Phyllis's Irish setter puppy. Dale Wade rode his motorcycle around the area for around an hour, looking for any sign of Phyllis. However, he returned to the camp with no news. The friends thought she must have gone down the hill and returned to partying, and together they decided to gather around the fire and sleep. They awoke on Sunday morning and they were met with an eerie silence, as Phyllis had still not returned to camp. According to John Jackson, Jim departed to hitch a ride back to Austin, and Dale Wade also went his own way back to Odessa. John remained in Terlingua alongside Terry Bailey and Vanjie Strait, who began searching for their missing friend. Vanjie reportedly saw Phyllis between 11:30 p.m. and 11 p.m. on Saturday night, and it appeared to her that Phyllis was having fun. According to Vanjie, after their initial searches proved fruitless, they called loved ones in Odessa, having assumed that Phyllis had gone home. However, she had not. The Alpine Police Department were called and immediately began their investigation into the mysterious disappearance of 21-year-old Phyllis Berry. They utilised specially trained search dogs and searched the area on horseback. Her car was found abandoned in Terlingua with her Irish setter puppy alive and well inside the vehicle, plus her personal belongings, including her purse, were left untouched. Members of the Alpine Police Department, Rescue Squad, Department of Public Safety, Border Patrol and Texas Rangers started their search efforts on Tuesday the 4th of November at 5:30 a.m. Phyllis's aunt, Ruth Matheny, said, quote, "It's just not like her. If she was okay, she'd get in touch with us. I just know she would." Texas Ranger Jess Malone stated, quote, "Sometime between midnight and 8 a.m. November 2nd, she disappeared. We have not been able to determine anything since then." A Border Patrol aircraft and a DPS helicopter carried out air searches. 50 searchers began, quote, "probing the depths of the some 100 abandoned mine shafts in the vicinity of this ghost town. Foul play was feared in the case of Phyllis's vanishing. It was thought a possibility that Phyllis may have left Terlingua with an unidentified male on a dark-coloured Honda 350 motorcycle. A witness described the unidentified individual as being in his late 20s and had blonde hair. Another witness reported seeing a woman resembling Phyllis at a tavern across the Rio Grande. However, this report was unsubstantiated. The search for Phyllis was called off on Wednesday, the 5th of November, when it was reported that Phyllis had contacted the police department in Odessa. However, the report was later found to be false. Phyllis's Aunt Ruth said, quote, "Her car was left behind and her dog was in it. So was her purse. I know she didn't go off and leave everything behind. Because of the false reports, a lot of people think she has been found, but we don't know any more today than we did 4 weeks ago. God, I wish I could hear good news." James Skinner, Brewster County Sheriff, believed that despite her loved one's optimism and hope of a safe return, he believed that Phyllis had passed away due to some sort of foul play. He further said, quote, "This is a very hilly area with a lot of mine shafts around. Some of them are open. She might be in one of them. You could stay down there for many years before your bones are found. They may never be found." Loved ones of Phyllis kept her name in the public eye in the weeks and months following her unexplained disappearance. However, despite their efforts, nothing new came to light regarding what had happened to her. Vanjie Strait, who described herself as feeling, quote, "helpless," had a theory of her own, stating that Phyllis had possibly been kidnapped. However, like all other theories, there was not a single piece of evidence to direct investigators in any significant direction. It was anyone's guess as to whether she had been in an accident, had been kidnapped, murdered, or otherwise. Phyllis's sister, Lucy Wiley, described her as a pretty young woman who was friendly and quite shy. Lucy said of her sister, quote, "Sometimes she didn't use good judgment, and she was trusting, sometimes too trusting." Lucy believed that Phyllis did not simply run away to begin life anew. She continued, quote, "She really had nothing to run away from here. She had a life she liked, her own car and friends. It would have been totally out of character for her to run off." While discussing the possibility she had run away of her own volition, Lucy concluded, quote, "We love her and we welcome her back to the family, and we are forgiving of anything she might have gone through. We will abide by her wishes, whatever they may be. If she never wanted to see any of us again, it would be sad, but we would abide by her wishes. I just want to know." Texas Ranger Jesse Malone said in an article published in 2000 that there were suspects when Phyllis vanished, and that remained the case as of the publication date. He elaborated, quote, "The passage of time has cost us a lot of witnesses, and a lot of people we wanted to talk to have died." He further commented that the case remains open. Quote, "We've been involved in it every year. There's not a chili cook-off that goes by that we don't think about it. These types of files remain open forever." A $1,000 reward was offered by the family at the time, however, has since expired. At the time of her disappearance on the 1st of November 1975, Phyllis Berry was 21 years old. She is a female of Caucasian and Native American descent, standing at 5 foot 5 inches tall and weighing approximately 100 pounds at the time she vanished. She is registered as a member of the Chickasaw Nation. She has brown hair and hazel eyes. She has a flat brown mole on the lower right side of her abdomen, pierced ears, a small gap between her upper front teeth, and a freckle between her thumb and right wrist. She was last seen wearing a tan and black shirt. blue jeans and knee-high granny boots laced up the front. She may also be known as Phyllis Benny or Phyllis Eccleston. She is currently classed as an endangered missing person. Her DNA, fingerprints, and dental records are available for comparison, and to date, Phyllis has been ruled out of being several unidentified women, including Presidio County Jane Doe, 2001, Isle of Wight County Jane Doe, 2001, Tina, 1979, Virginia Beach Jane Doe, 1976, Winchester Jane Doe, 1991, Hanover County Jane Doe, 1981, Rockingham County Jane Doe, 1980, Stafford County Jane Doe, 1998, Harris County Jane Doe, 2009, Lucas County Jane Doe, 1987. It's worth noting that all of these Jane Does remain unidentified. The fate of Phyllis Berry remains a mystery. Phyllis's sister Lucy stated, quote, "As long as we don't have a body or remains, then there's still hope that she's still alive, and that's what I live for." If you have any information regarding the disappearance of Phyllis Berry, you can contact the Texas Rangers at 432-249-0961. Daisetsuzan National Park, nestled in the heart of Hokkaido, Japan's northernmost island, is a pristine wilderness offering a breathtaking blend of rugged mountains, expansive forests, and serene hot springs. It's the largest national park in Japan, famed for its dramatic volcanic landscapes and diverse flora and fauna. The park's name, which means Great Snowy Mountains, aptly describes its majestic peaks, including Mount Asahi, Hokkaido's tallest mountain. Mountaineering and hiking enthusiasts are particularly drawn to Daisetsuzan for its challenging trails and stunning vistas. The allure of scaling its peaks lies not only in the physical challenge, but also in the unparalleled beauty encountered along the way. Crystal clear lakes, vibrant wildflowers, and the chance to spot rare wildlife, such as the Etso red fox and the Hokkaido brown bear. Whether it's a strenuous climb to the summit or a leisurely trek through lush valleys, Daisetsuzan National Park offers an immersive experience in nature's splendour, making it a must-visit destination for adventurers and nature lovers alike. Mount Asahidake is a mountain that reaches a peak of over 1,600 metres. The trail taken to ascend the mountain is known to be a fairly easy route for hikers, with the path to the summit being a more or less straight way, which runs for approximately 2 kilometres. Certain sections of the hiking trail can be somewhat of a challenge to navigate, but there are areas where ropes are installed on both sides of the path, ensuring that hikers can easily stay on the track and avoid getting lost. Near the summit on the ridgeline, there is a prominent rock known as Kinko Rock that acts as a guidepost. However, a nearby rock called Nisei Kinko Rock closely resembles it, leading many hikers to mistakenly use it as a landmark. This confusion has resulted in accidents in the past. However, to prevent such incidents, a rope has been placed around Nisei Kinko Rock to clearly distinguish it from the actual guidepost. On Monday, the 24th of July, 1989, 2 men employed at Otsuka Pharmaceutical in Tokyo were mountaineering on the trail between Mount Kurodake and Mount Asahidake. However, they strayed from the path and got lost. Instead of following the designated path, they mistakenly turned back and started moving south towards the Chubetsugawa River. When the 2 men failed to arrive as expected, an alarm was raised, prompting the Hokkaido police to dispatch a rescue helicopter. Despite the vast search area, complicated by the men deviating from their planned route, the police soon discovered a large SOS sign formed from 19 birch trees, each approximately 5 meters or 16 feet long. Although the police did not spot the men at the SOS site, they later located and retrieved them approximately 2 to 3 kilometers or 1 to 2 miles north of the sign. Then there was a strange twist in the tale. Once the men were aboard the helicopter, the Hokkaido Prefectural Police conducted a debriefing and provided them with food and water. During this time, one of the rescuers commented on the SOS sign the men had apparently constructed. The 2 men from Tokyo were puzzled and didn't understand what the officer was talking about. The men had never seen the sign before and were astonished by the coincidence of their being lost so near to it. This discovery led the police officers to a troubling conclusion. Someone else was stranded on the mountain and required urgent rescue. Regrettably, it was too late in the day to deploy another rescue team. The police could only hope that the stranded individual would make it through the night until the following day. On July 25, 1989, a second search and rescue mission commenced. The SOS was located about 4 kilometers or 2.5 miles from the summit of Mount Asahidake, and the police conducted a vast search of the area. Near the SOS site, the police made a chilling discovery. Numerous human bone fragments were scattered on the terrain, many showing signs of animal bites and some with fractures, possibly sustained while the individual was still alive. During their ongoing search, the police also found an abandoned backpack in a small hole near the SOS site, just large enough for one person to fit inside. The backpack contained 4 cassette tapes, a tape recorder, some jewellery reported as Lucky Charms and a talisman, a tripod, a pair of men's basketball shoes, 2 cameras, a notebook, and a human skull. The presence of a tape case decorated with anime illustrations and similar drawings in the notebook fueled speculation that the individual might have been an otaku, which is defined as a person with an intense or obsessive interest in a particular aspect of pop culture, most commonly anime, manga, and video games. The term can sometimes carry a negative connotation, implying social awkwardness or an extreme dedication that may lead to a reclusive lifestyle. However, in many contexts, otaku can simply denote a passionate fan with deep enthusiasm for these hobbies. Among the items was a driver's license, identifying the owner as a 25-year-old named Kenji Iwamura. Authorities soon discovered that Kenji was an office worker from Konan in Aichi Prefecture who'd been missing since July 10, 1984, after embarking on a hiking trip in the area. His disappearance was reported a week later when he failed to show up for work. Despite an extensive search at the time, he had vanished without a trace. The police concluded that the bones and skull they had found were Kenji's. However, the case took an unexpected turn when the human remains were examined at Asahikawa Medical University, and medical experts determined that the bones actually belonged to a woman aged 20 to 40. Medical examiners suggested that the bones could belong to multiple individuals. As a result, investigators concluded that the missing persons in the park might include 2 men and a woman. There was no official report of a missing woman, and acquaintances of Kenji stated that he typically hiked alone. This led to considerable confusion in the investigation and sparked widespread speculation in the media about the identity of the woman and her possible connection to Kenji. At this juncture, the Hokkaido police decided to review the cassette tapes they had discovered, hoping they might provide some insight into the situation. The officers were somewhat taken aback to find that some of the cassette tapes contained music from various popular anime TV shows, including Magical Princess Mink Momo. However, when they spoke to someone who knew Kenji Iwamura, they learned that he had indeed been carrying anime-themed music tapes at the time. Additionally, the acquaintance confirmed that the basketball shoes found at the scene were the correct size for Kenji. Chillingly, one of the tapes contained a recording of a young man shouting for approximately 2 minutes and 17 seconds, during which he was heard saying, quote, "SOS, help me. I can't move on the cliff. SOS, help me. The place is where I first met the helicopter. The Sasa is deep and you can't go up. Lift me up from here." It was initially assumed that the voice was that of Kenji, however the mentioning of a cliff contradicted with where the skeletal remains were found. It's also a mystery in regards to what helicopter he was speaking of. One theory suggests that Kenji might have been influenced by an episode of Astro Boy, in which the character becomes lost on the moon and uses driftwood that appears on the lunar surface to signal for help. It's speculated that Kenji may have emulated this scenario and ended his life in a similar manner. However, once again, this contradicts with the contents of the voice recording on the cassette tape. Investigators turned their focus to the makeshift SOS sign. Police officers reached out to the Japan Forestry Agency and the Japan Geographical Authority for assistance. By examining historical topographic maps and aerial photographs, both agencies verified that the SOS sign had been present on the mountainside since at least September 20th, 1987, and possibly even earlier. On February 28, 1990, it was announced that a re-examination of the bones had been completed. The police now concluded that the remains were from a single male skeleton and not a female. It was determined that the skeleton likely belonged to Kenji Iwamura, who probably perished on the mountainside. This conclusion, however, struck many as odd. The SOS sign had been constructed by piling large, heavy fallen Japanese birch trees, and experts estimated that it would have required approximately 2 days of significant physical effort to assemble such a massive sign. Medical examiners described the skeletal remains as having belonged to a thin and weak individual, meaning that if the skeleton was indeed that of Kenji, it was implausible for him to have completed such a task alone and without any help. It's also unknown what tools were used to create the sign. However, investigators believed an axe was likely used. However, no such tool was discovered in the search effort. Examiners determined that the bones were likely fractured before death, probably due to a fall from a significant height. This finding further suggests that it is improbable Kenji constructed the sign by himself. One possibility is that he built the sign, then, growing impatient while waiting for rescue, attempted to climb to safety and fell. Many questions remain unanswered, also in regards to the cassette tapes. There is speculation that the man on the cassette tape recorded himself with the intention of leaving a message for rescuers in case he became too frail to speak. It's possible that he accidentally left the recording running, capturing his final cries for help. While many believe the voice on the tape belongs to Kenji Iwamura, his parents remain uncertain. After listening to the recording, they were unable to definitively identify whether the voice was that of their son. The most plausible explanation is that Kenji was hiking alone, became lost, and managed to construct the SOS sign before ultimately succumbing to his injuries and the harsh conditions. The skepticism about his ability to build the sign can be attributed to the extraordinary feats that desperate individuals can accomplish. Unfortunately, it seems that the truth about the situation, whether he was alone, whether his death was accidental, or if there were more sinister factors at play, will never be known. The mystery surrounding Kenji Iwamura's disappearance and the enigmatic SOS sign remains unresolved, leaving numerous questions unanswered. Despite the thorough investigations and various theories, the true sequence of events that led to Kenji's presumed death and the identity of any potential accomplices or factors involved may never be known. The haunting image of the SOS sign, along with the conflicting evidence and unanswered questions, ensures that Kenji Iwamura's story continues to both intrigue and perplex. As time passes, the case serves as a poignant reminder of the unpredictable nature of the wilderness and the enduring enigma of human survival. A seemingly innocent friendship between two women, once flourishing with trust and support, took a devastating and tragic turn as one betrayed the other. What began as a mutual bond slowly spiraled into a dark and sinister plot, fueled by greed. It was a case which shocked locals, as one of their own was mercilessly killed by a woman she wholeheartedly trusted. Mi Quen Chong, known as Deborah to loved ones, was a 67-year-old retired tax consultant who was described by friends as being of a, quote, sweet and childlike nature. Originally from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, she had resided in the suburb of Wembley in the City of London for 3 decades. A widow, she was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and was taking antipsychotic medication to control her symptoms. Deborah Chong was a devout Christian and regularly attended church. In August of 2020, as the world was adapting to coronavirus restrictions worldwide, Deborah met Gemma Mitchell in the congregation. Gemma Mitchell was born and raised in Australia, where her mother was employed by the UK's Foreign and Commonwealth Office. After her parents divorced, she relocated to the UK with her mother and sister, attending King Edward's School, Whitley. In 2004, she pursued a human sciences degree at King's College London, where she honed her skills in human dissection. Her proficiency earned her the prestigious Hamilton Prize for Anatomical Excellence, and she graduated with first-class honours. Following her studies, she trained as an osteopath at the British School of Osteopathy and briefly practiced in Australia. In 2015, she returned to the UK, but was unable to continue working as an osteopath due to not being registered with the General Osteopathic Council. Living in a dilapidated multi-million-pound family home in Willesden, northwest London, with her retired mother and sister, the latter of whom Gemma had a strained relationship with. In 2016, she was convicted of breaching a non-molestation order involving her sister and brother-in-law, for which she received a conditional discharge. At church, Deborah Chong, further described as, quote, very innocent and very trusting of people, reportedly believed that Gemma Mitchell was helping to, quote, heal her paranoid schizophrenia through spiritual practices. Deborah also harboured the belief that she was in a relationship with Prince Charles, thinking she could communicate with him through YouTube. In the early summer of 2021, her behaviour became increasingly erratic. Due to this, the 67-year-old was referred by the Fixated Threat Assessment Centre to her local community mental health team after sending letters to both Prince Charles and Prime Minister Boris Johnson. That summer, 38-year-old Gemma Mitchell and her mother had intended to renovate their dilapidated ancestral home by adding an extra floor, but lost £230,000 to two cowboy builders they had hired for the job. Deborah initially offered Gemma £200,000 to assist with the project, and the two frequently discussed the arrangement through text messages. However, Deborah eventually rescinded her offer, advising Gemma to sell the property instead, and texted to her, quote, "Enjoy the money, life is too short." The 10th of June was the last time Deborah Chong was seen alive, and a concerned friend and lodger reported her as missing the following day. When police questioned Gemma about Deborah's disappearance, she claimed that she had gone to stay with family friends, quote, "somewhere near the ocean," and mentioned that Deborah had been feeling, quote, "depressed." Furthermore, it was found that Gemma had contacted a missing persons charity by email, reporting Deborah as missing. She also sent a WhatsApp message to Deborah's lodger, claiming that the 67-year-old had left to stay with her family for a year. With suspicions mounting around Gemma Mitchell, police began scouring for clues as to Deborah's whereabouts. On June 27th, over 200 miles away in Salcombe, a beach resort town in the south of Devon, holidaymakers made a chilling discovery. Deborah's decapitated body was discovered in the woods near Bennett Road. Police indicated that her remains had likely been in the woodland for several days before being found. 4 days later, a police search located the head approximately 10 metres or 33 feet from where the rest of the body was found. Searches of Deborah's Wembley home plus CCTV footage provided police with a significant breakthrough in the case. The footage showed Gemma leaving Deborah's property in Wembley, struggling to manoeuvre two large-wheeled suitcases on the morning of June 11th, 2021. It is believed that she killed Deborah during her visit, placing her body in the suitcase and fracturing Deborah's ribs in the process. Several hours later, Gemma left the property with the suitcase, having also stolen documents from Deborah's house. Along with papers taken from a recently deceased neighbour, Gemma later attempted to forge a will that would leave 95% of Deborah's £700,000 estate to her. Gemma kept the suitcase in the garden of the house she shared with her mother for another 2 weeks. After reactivating her deceased neighbour's mobile phone and using it to rent a car, she drove 200 miles to Salcombe in Devon on June 26th. There, she discarded the body along a woodland path near Bennett Road. Deborah's body was too severely decomposed to establish the cause of death, but the post-mortem examination did reveal that she had suffered a skull fracture. After the body was identified, Gemma Mitchell swiftly became a suspect when detectives interviewed people familiar with Deborah. She was arrested at her residence on July 6th, but chose not to respond to any of the questions posed by the authorities. On September 28th, Gemma Mitchell pleaded not guilty to the charges. The trial took place at the Old Bailey in October of 2022. During the trial, it was revealed to the court that Gemma had worked as an osteopath for 7 years, with her professional website highlighting her expertise in neuroanatomy, genetics, and the dissection of human cadavers. The court also learned that Deborah was murdered after she retracted her decision to invest in Gemma's house renovations. Jurors were presented with the CCTV footage showing Gemma Mitchell arriving at Deborah's house with a large blue suitcase shortly after 8 a.m. on June 11th, 2021, and leaving around 1:13 p.m. with the suitcase noticeably bulkier. A smaller bag, said to contain stolen documents, was also taken. The footage further showed Gemma walking through London with the bags for at least 2 hours before taking a taxi for the remainder of her trip home. That evening, she visited St Thomas's Hospital in central London with a broken finger, claiming it was injured when she accidentally shut it in a door. The full extent of what happened was presented to the court. The court was informed that the Volvo Gemma hired to transport Deborah's body to Devon experienced a flat tyre during the trip, prompting her to stop at a co-op garage near Salcombe and request assistance. The AA repairman who arrived to help noted that Gemma appeared, quote, confused, and described the car as having an, quote, odd, musty smell. He also observed the suitcase in the vehicle's boot and found it odd that Gemma wished to keep the deflated tyre. Additionally, it was revealed that Deborah's body was found by the holidaymakers at the base of a set of steps, missing the head, the first 2 vertebrae, and the larynx. A pathologist testified that the skull injuries could have resulted from being pushed onto a sharp object or from a weapon, though no weapon was discovered. During a search of Gemma Mitchell's home, police found a forged will that bequeathed 95% of Deborah's estate to Gemma, quote, for the benefit of her projects, with the remaining 5% allocated to Gemma's mother. The suitcase was later found on a neighbour's shed roof, and while no DNA from Deborah Chong was present inside, a blood-stained tea towel was discovered in one of its pockets. Gemma chose not to testify in her own defence, leading her legal team to present arguments on her behalf. There was also a public uproar when it became apparent that Gemma received over £166,000 in legal aid, despite her home being worth over £4 million. Gemma's legal team contended that there was insufficient evidence to support the claim that Deborah's body was kept in the suitcase, pointing to the absence of DNA evidence and any signs of a struggle at Deborah's residence. They argued that Gemma's broken finger, sustained while at Deborah's home, could be interpreted as evidence of a physical altercation. Additionally, her defence emphasised that the substantial value of her property, along with £93,000 in personal savings, indicated that she lacked a financial motive for the crime. Gemma's mother also claimed that her daughter was innocent, later telling the Daily Mail in 2023 that, quote, I saw the suitcase when she came back from Deborah's house, and all there was in it was a saucepan, some kitchen utensils, some towels, there were tins, there were books. They were all heavy things, but there wasn't a body in there. She's not a killer. I know you don't believe me, but she's not. I'm telling you, Gemma did not commit this crime. She stated that she believed Deborah had either succumbed to a fall or had taken her own life. Detective Chief Inspector Jim Eastwood commented, quote, the motivation for Gemma Mitchell's actions was money, and she showed a significant degree of planning and calculation as she attempted to cover up her horrific actions. The cold facts of this case are shocking. Deborah Chong was a vulnerable lady. In the weeks before her murder, she was seeking help for her declining mental health. However, Mitchell, so desperate to obtain the money she needed to complete the renovations on her house, sought to take advantage of Deborah's goodwill. But when Deborah changed her mind, she callously murdered her and embarked upon an attempt to fraudulently obtain her estate. On October 21st, 2022, the jury was dismissed to deliberate on the case. After 7 hours of discussion, they reached a verdict, and on October 27th, they found Mitchell guilty of murder. Media coverage noted that Mitchell appeared subdued as the verdict was announced. It was later reported that the sentencing phase of her trial would be broadcast live, marking Gemma Mitchell as the first convicted murderer in England and Wales to be sentenced on live television, and making her the first woman in the UK to have her sentencing filmed. Gemma Mitchell was sentenced to a minimum of 34 years behind bars for the murder of 67-year-old Deborah Chong. Judge Richard Marks, KC, who passed the sentence, noticed that Gemma showed no remorse and said, quote, "The enormity of your crime is profoundly shocking, even more so given your apparent religious devotion, as well as the fact that Deborah Chong was a good friend to you and had shown you good kindness." Detective Chief Inspector Jim Eastwood stated following the sentencing, quote, "Mitchell has never accepted responsibility for Deborah's murder, so there are questions which remain unanswered. Why she kept her body for a fortnight, why she decapitated her, why she deposited her remains in Salcombe. What we do know is that these were evil acts carried out by an evil woman, and the only motive, clearly, was one of financial gain." The Eastburn family resided in Fayetteville, North Carolina, where they were part of a military community. Gary Eastburn held the well-respected rank of captain in the United States Air Force. He met his future wife, Catherine Katie Eastburn, in the 1970s, and they wed in 1975. The couple had 3 children together: daughters Cara, aged 5, Erin, aged 3, and Yana, who was 22 months old, respectively, at the time of the family's tragic demise in May 1985. In 1983, the Air Force stationed the family at Pope Air Force Base, where Gary served as the Chief of Air Traffic Control. By May 1985, Gary was attending a training program at a squadron officer school in Montgomery, Alabama, while his wife, Katie, and their 3 daughters stayed in Fayetteville. By 1985, the Eastburn family was preparing for a move to England, where Gary had secured a liaison position with the Royal Air Force. Due to travelling abroad and the lengthy period animals have to quarantine for before entering the UK, mainly due to the eradication of rabies across the country, the family thought it best to rehome their English setter, Dixie. Despite the difficult decision to rehome their dog, Katie placed an advertisement in the local Beeline Grab Bragg newspaper, looking for the right person to take care of her. On May the 7th, 1985, 27-year-old US Army Sergeant Timothy Hennis, who was based at Fort Bragg, responded to the ad and visited the Eastburn residence. After conversing with Katie, Hennis, whose family already had a Japanese Spitz, decided to adopt Dixie. On May 11th, 4 days later, Kate failed to answer her husband Gary's usual phone call at 8 a.m, which set off alarm bells. Nobody had seen or heard from Kate or her 3 daughters in approximately 4 days. And as a result, on May 12th, a concerned neighbour named Bob Seafelt, accompanied by a police officer, went to check on the family. As they entered the home cautiously, they were met with a grim and bloody scene. They found the lifeless bodies of Katie and her 2 eldest children, Cara and Erin, with baby Yana still in her crib. However, despite being severely dehydrated, she was alive. Katie had been stripped to the waist, sexually assaulted and stabbed approximately 15 times, with rape kits later confirming semen was present. Cara had multiple stab wounds to her chest, whilst Erin had been beaten in the chest and back. While police taped off the Eastbourne residence in order to conduct their investigation and search for forensic evidence, they found fingerprints and hair throughout the residence which did not belong to the family, and while conducting a luminol test, it was established that whoever had committed this crime had made an effort to clean the blood off the walls of the master bedroom and throughout the house. Police tried to establish if neighbours saw or heard anything unusual in the days leading up to finding the bodies, and one witness came forward with some crucial information. A neighbour witnessed a man described as, quote, a tall white man wearing jeans, a knit cap and a members-only jacket, leaving the Eastbourne's driveway with a trash bag in the wee hours of May 10th before the man drove away in a white Chevrolet Chevette. Due to this sighting, police established that the murder likely occurred between 8 p.m. on May 9th and 3 a.m. on May 10th. A composite sketch of the man was drawn up with the help of the NCSBI, and many saw a strong resemblance to Timothy Hennis, the man who had adopted the family's English setter. After a police lineup was arranged, the witness confirmed that the man he saw that night was indeed Hennis. Hennis had been watching a report about the murders on the news. He went to the police station on May 15th and was subsequently arrested and remanded in custody, whilst police tried to establish his movements, quickly concluding that his motive was sexual. When questioned regarding his movements around the Eastbourne's home, he stated that he visited on May 7th, where he adopted Dixie and went home, and no further contact was established until May 9th during a phone call conversation with Katie, asking how the dog was settling into her new home. Hennis claimed he drove his wife and daughter to his in-laws that night before refueling his car and returning home. However, his girlfriend at the time contradicted his story and told authorities he had visited her out of the blue. Police also uncovered that Hennis's black members-only jacket had been taken to the dry cleaners on May 10th, and a neighbour of his saw him burning something in a barrel on his property in the early hours of May 11th. Despite these testimonies and various discrepancies, Hennis denied ever stepping into the Eastbourne residence on the night in question. Timothy Hennis went on trial for the first time in the summer of 1986. Prior to the legal proceedings, Hennis was offered a plea bargain, 2 counts of second-degree murder with most likely 2 life terms. However, he turned down this offer. The main hypothesis put forward by authorities was that because Hennis's wife was out of town, having just had a child together, Hennis made a pass at Katie Eastbourne, to which she rejected, following which the situation spiralled out of control and he killed her and her 2 eldest children. According to reports, Gary Eastbourne told authorities that a number of items were absent from the home following the crime, including cash in an envelope, an ATM card and the bank account password. After investigating with the help of the bank, police established that money had been withdrawn from the ATM account twice over 2 days, totaling approximately $300. This was highly significant, as Hennis was approximately $300 in rent arrears at the time, and somehow managed to pay it the following Monday. A witness also confirmed to authorities that she had seen a man matching Hennis's description at the ATM on May 11th during the second withdrawal of cash. These witness accounts were enough for police to firmly believe that Hennis was the man responsible for the Eastbourne's murders, even though his blood, hair and saliva samples, as well as his fingerprints and palm print samples, had not yet been analysed to confirm it. Timothy's previous conviction of fraudulent checking added fuel to the fire of suspicion surrounding his guilt. During the trial, several graphic crime scene images were shown to the jury, purely for psychological effect. The brutality of the crime was beyond comprehension. After just 10 hours of deliberations, the jury found Timothy Hennis guilty of 3 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of first-degree rape. Following this, Hennis was sent to prison in Raleigh. Peculiarly, while Hennis was on death row, he received a mysterious anonymous letter which read, quote, "Dear Mr. Hennis, I did the crime. I murdered the Eastburns. Sorry you're doing the time. I'll be safely out of North Carolina when you read this. Thanks, Mr. X." The letter was not just sent to Hennis, but also to the sheriff's office. Despite looking into the letter, which was postmarked on July 8th, the day he was sentenced, police have never established the author of this strange letter and have been unable to determine whether there is any truth to the claims. In 1988, Hennis's conviction was appealed by his defence attorney, citing the graphic crime scene photos swayed the jury and their decision to convict him. This resulted in a judge demanding Hennis to have a retrial, the first to have ever occurred in North Carolina in regards to a prisoner who was already on death row. The retrial commenced in April of 1989. The defence challenged alleged inconsistencies in the witness statements made by Patrick Cohn and in the statement made by the woman who allegedly saw Hennis at the ATM. 2 new witnesses were presented by the defence, to which one attested to witnessing a long-haired man driving a light-coloured van on the morning of May 11th, and the other, a teenager, to seeing a man named John Rapoff jogging near the Eastburns' home on the night of the murder. It should be noted that John resembled Hennis and was witnessed wearing similar attire. Forensic evidence was also presented by the defence, including blood, hair and footprint samples which were not a match to Hennis or the Eastburns, and they presented his members-only jacket which did not have any bloodstains on it. DNA under Katie's fingernails also did not match anyone tied to the case. Hennis testified at the trial, and after it concluded, the jury acquitted him of all charges. Following this, he returned to normality and re-enlisted in the army before retiring in 2004 as a Master Sergeant. In 2006, the semen swab taken from Katie's body was tested using new and improved DNA technologies, and finally, the long-awaited break in the case finally came. The results of these tests concluded that the DNA matched that of Timothy Hennis. Due to his prior acquittal, concerns arose that Hennis could not be placed on trial for a 3rd time. The Fifth Amendment's double jeopardy clause prevents retrials after acquittals, but the dual sovereignty doctrine allows state acquittals to be retried in federal court. The Uniform Code of Military Justice also allows military personnel tried in civilian courts to be court-martialed. At the Cumberland County Sheriff's Office request, Lieutenant General John R. Vines recalled retired Hennis to charge him with the Eastburn murders using this new DNA evidence. Hennis was recalled to military duty in September 2006 and returned to Fort Bragg in October. In August 2007, he was ordered to be court-martialed for 3 counts of premeditated murder. His appeals were denied at various courts in April 2008, June 2008, September 2008, and finally in March 2010 by the United States District Court for the Eastern District of North Carolina. Hennis's court-martial at Fort Bragg began on March 17, 2010, and lasted 3 weeks. The prosecution focused on DNA evidence with eyewitness accounts as support, whereas the defence argued that the footprints, blood and hair samples at the crime scene didn't match Hennis or the victims and suggested evidence contamination. The defence claimed Hennis had consensual sex with Katie before her murder to explain the DNA evidence. After 3 hours of deliberation, the jury unanimously found Timothy Hennis guilty on April 3rd, 2010. On April 15th, the jury recommended the death penalty for Hennis. He was demoted to Private E1, stripped of all pay and allowances, and dishonourably discharged. Numerous appeals over the years against his conviction for triple homicide and for dishonourable discharge from the armed forces have all been rejected. Hennis is currently incarcerated at the United States Disciplinary Barracks at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. Even after the appeals process, he cannot be executed without presidential approval, which rarely occurs. The US military hasn't carried out an execution since 1961. Gary remarried an English nurse in 1991, and after working for the US Air Force for a number of years, he retired and settled down in Washington. As it stands, justice continues to await the Eastburn family. Gary and his daughter Yana, who moved to London in 1988, have awaited answers and the truth for almost 40 years. Though the culprit has been caught and sent to meet his fate on death row, exactly when his execution looms remains unclear. Molokai is an island located in the central Pacific Ocean, part of the Hawaiian archipelago, situated between the islands of Oahu to the northwest and Maui to the southeast. Molokai is graced with waterfalls, beaches, coves, coral reefs, and rainforests, which are best explored on foot, by horse, or by boat. Tourism in Molokai is a journey into Hawaii's untouched past, where visitors can immerse themselves in the island's pristine landscapes and rich cultural traditions. Known for its lack of commercialization, Molokai offers a more peaceful retreat, with residents of the island committing to sustainable tourism, ensuring that its natural beauty and local way of life remain preserved for the years to come. Ron and Karen Zoltowski welcomed their son, Jeffrey John Zoltowski, into the world on the 19th of March 1970. Jeffrey grew up in Farmington, Michigan, alongside his sister Kim, who was a few years his junior. By 1993, following his parents' divorce, 23-year-old Jeffrey had attended Wayne State University in Detroit, where he was a junior in general education. However, according to Ron, his son paused his studies the previous summer as he was unsure of what he wanted to pursue in life, and he wished to, quote, do a little soul-searching. Despite his parents' divorce, Jeffrey was said to be close to both of them. Jeffrey was described by his father as, quote, a good boy, and he is of great character. He spent a lot of time in soup kitchens for the needy. He would gather coats for the homeless. He would read letters for blind people when he visited the Veterans Hospital. Ron further commented, quote, I tell everyone that Jeff is the kind of kid that would run down a hill and stop to hug every tree in his path. He was a vegetarian. He wouldn't even wear leather. His views are different than mine, but I respect him for it. He told the Honolulu Advertiser, quote, he smiles with his eyes. That's the one thing that anyone who has ever met Jeff would remember about him the most. Hiking can be challenging due to its physical demands, varying terrain, and unpredictable weather conditions. However, Jeffrey was a fairly seasoned hiker who, according to his sister, quote, lived off the land and had hiked in places such as Montana and Colorado, and eventually set his sights on travelling to Hawaii for a solo hiking expedition. Jeffrey Zoltowski arrived in Oahu, Hawaii on the 31st of January 1993 and stayed at the Hare Krishna Mission. According to the Honolulu Advertiser, he had done copious amounts of research about the vegetation and land of Hawaii at public libraries and decided that he wished to hike in Molokai. After completing his hike in Oahu, he arrived on the island on the 21st of March and called home, where he informed his family about his plans to hike in Wailau Valley on Molokai. Jeffrey was seen 10 days later on March 31st, solo camping in the remote Wailau Valley. He adventured into the wilderness, stepping through the treacherous jungle and seeking the thrill that comes with exploration and discovery. The specific trail began on the south of Molokai and heads north along the eastern edge of the island. According to the media, around 200 people hiked the trail each year, and hikers rarely ever strayed from the path. On March 31st, by the shoreline at 8:45 a.m., Jeffrey caught the attention of a helicopter from the State Department of Land and Natural Resources, known as the DLNR, which landed nearby. Jeffrey approached them and told the forestry ranger on board that he was suffering with painful blistering and bleeding and desperately wanted to leave the Wailau Valley, yet he was too exhausted to do the 14-mile return hike. Jeffrey asked to hitch a lift on the helicopter back to civilization. However, both the ranger and the pilot of the helicopter refused, stating that not only was the helicopter apparently full, but Jeffrey was also not in a life-threatening situation. They suggested to him that he could hire a private aircraft for $650. However, Jeffrey was not in the financial situation to do so. The forestry ranger offered to take Jeffrey's backpack, estimated to have weighed around 60 pounds, to prevent Jeffrey becoming encumbered. The ranger insisted that the 23-year-old keep some essentials, with Jeffrey taking his tent with him. Then the ranger took the dark blue backpack. The helicopter then deserted Jeffrey in the wilderness. This was the last time anybody saw Jeffrey Zoltowski alive. Jeffrey had planned to return home on May the 16th and had regularly called home in Livonia, Michigan. In the final days of March, his family became concerned when he failed to contact them on the weekly basis he regularly did. Several sources cited the date of May 2nd as the day his mother reported him to police as a missing person. Further concern arose when, on Sunday the 9th of May, he did not call to wish Karen a happy Mother's Day. The backpack was kept at the Kaunakakai base yard, where it was to remain for 30 days to be claimed. Unfortunately, Jeffrey did not appear to collect his backpack, and the pack was subsequently transferred to the police as a lost item on May the 10th, after the backpack was forgotten about for 41 days, until DLNR workers realised it was sitting beneath a table. The missing persons report and the backpack were subsequently linked 7 weeks after Jeffrey vanished. As the initial search for Jeffrey began, his father, Ron, stated his bewilderment at his son supposedly agreeing to part with his backpack, which contained several important items. It became apparent that Jeffrey only took his tent out of the backpack, leaving essentials such as his compass, maps, flashlight and first aid kit behind, as well as his 16th May return flight ticket to San Francisco, his ID, journal and food. As word spread about Jeffrey's disappearance and the retrieval of the backpack, Ron Zoltowski boarded a flight out to Hawaii on the 12th of May. Ron collected Jeffrey's backpack and spent approximately $39,000 in his search efforts for his son. Ron printed and distributed posters of Jeffrey with 2 photos showing Jeffrey both clean-shaven and with a beard, in the hope that somebody knew something. He said, quote, "I've sent them to all of the Hare Krishna temples in the world, 247 addresses, because my son had some involvement with them. I have a gut feeling he could be involved with those people." For context, the Hare Krishna movement's teachings originate from ancient Hindu scriptures, with adherents believing that Krishna, an avatar of Vishnu, is the Supreme Lord and that humans are eternal spiritual beings caught in a cycle of reincarnation. Within his son's journal, Jeffrey had written about his planned hike to Molokai. However, once he arrived on the island, he didn't update his journal straight away. In later entries, he used many question marks, which his loved ones believed suggested that Jeffrey had lost track of time. He also wrote that he was looking forward to returning home and was excited for a Grateful Dead concert in June of 1993. His sister, 20-year-old Kim, believed it was possible that her brother may have been hallucinating while out in the wilderness. Ron hired private investigators in July and was angered by the police's response, stating, quote, "I blame the state government for what has happened." He continued, quote, "The biggest problem I have with this whole thing is they took his belongings and then forgot about him and his backpack. There was no follow-up, no inquiry, not one slip of paper of the incident or about the bag." Ron concluded, quote, "There's many scenarios of what could have happened to him, but I'm hoping for the best." The Maui County Police scoured the Wailau and Halawa valleys via land, sea and air searches, utilising teams comprised of members of the police, US Marines, fire department and civilian volunteers. Despite their efforts, nothing was found in these searches. Ron remained active in his quest to find his son, taking friends along with him to personally interview locals, and furthermore, he called senators to request aid from cadaver dogs. As the case got more attention, alleged psychics from both Detroit and Hawaii offered the family their thoughts and stated that they believed Jeffrey was injured but alive. They also believed Jeffrey had been involved in a landslide and was suffering from amnesia. Jerry Malik, a friend of Ron's who had visited Hawaii in 1989 and had encouraged young Jeffrey to travel there, closed his business for an entire month so that he could help find Jeffrey. Jerry told the press that, quote, "Maybe if I didn't tell Jeff to go to Hawaii, maybe this wouldn't have happened. It's a nightmare. We cried a lot of tears. We cried probably several new waterfalls for Hawaii." A $25,000 reward was offered for any information regarding Jeffrey's disappearance, which saw many tips being made to the authorities. A man called in a tip stating that he discovered Jeffrey's body on the shore, having appeared to have succumbed to a shark attack. The man claimed to have performed a traditional Hawaiian burial for him on the beach. However, police stated that the tide was far too high for such a burial to have taken place. Maui police scoured the beach for any potential evidence, however, nothing came of these searches. The niece of an old friend of Ron's reportedly told her family that she had witnessed, quote, "a kid who was missing from Molokai in Kalalau Valley on Kauai, a place where Jeffrey had indicated he wished to visit in his journal." Strangely, according to the Honolulu Advertiser, once she found out that her uncle personally knew the Zoltowski family, she, quote, dropped out of sight herself and could not be interviewed. Months went by, then years followed, with no further clues as to what happened to 23-year-old Jeffrey. Many questions remain unanswered, such as why did the DLNR workers not make the link between the backpack and the missing persons report sooner? What factors made the pilot and forestry worker determine that Jeffrey was not in a life-threatening situation? Why did they take his backpack when he required all of its contents to merely survive? On July 28, 2001, 8 years after his disappearance, a man resembling Jeffrey was reportedly seen near the Institute for Human Services, a homeless shelter close to a Kmart in the area of Nimitz Highway and Sumner Street in Honolulu, Hawaii. A woman claimed that the man, who went by the name Sam or Samuel, was begging for money from vehicles stopped in traffic. He exhibited heavy facial scarring, walked with a limp, and had slurred speech, suggesting he may have sustained a severe head injury in the past. However, it has never been confirmed that this individual was Jeffrey. Despite efforts by investigators to locate the man, he could not be found, and furthermore, following inquiries, no one at the Institute recognised Jeffrey Zoltowski's photograph. Since his vanishing, his mother, Karen, sadly passed away without ever knowing what happened to her son. His father, Ron, and sister, Kim, continued to keep Jeffrey's case in the public eye, in the hope that one day they can be reunited with Jeffrey. When Jeffrey Zoltowski went missing, he was described as 23 years old, standing at 6 feet tall and weighing approximately 160 pounds. He is a Caucasian male with brown hair and brown eyes. Jeffrey, also known as Jeff to loved ones, has a birthmark on the outer side of his right ankle bone, quote, roughly the size of a nickel or quarter, and a small scar beneath his left eye. He may have a moustache, beard, or goatee. He is left-handed and has previously fractured both his left ankle and left hand. He was last seen wearing a purple tie-dye t-shirt and white shorts. If alive today, as of 2024, he would be 54 years old. If you have any information regarding the disappearance of Jeffrey Zoltowski in 1993, you can contact the Myuu Police Department at 808-244-6000. Onslow Square is a prestigious garden square located in the area of Kensington, London. It is renowned for its elegant Georgian and Victorian architecture, characterised by grand terraced houses and stately facades. The square is adorned by beautifully landscaped gardens, providing a serene retreat for residents amidst the bustling city. Onslow Square has long been favoured by affluent residents and is considered one of the most desirable residential addresses in London. Its proximity to Kensington High Street and the cultural attractions of South Kensington adds to its allure, making it a sought-after location for those seeking luxury and sophistication in the heart of the city. In 1954, the Rennie family lived at number 59 Onslow Square, which is notable as having been situated just a few hundred yards from a hotel where serial killer John Haig infamously known as the acid bath murderer, resided and planned his murders before his execution in 1949. The property was also within a 4-mile radius of the notorious 10 Rillington Place, where John Reg Christie murdered at least 8 people in the 1940s and 50s. The case resulted in arguably Britain's greatest miscarriage of justice, where Timothy Evans was hanged for killing his wife Beryl and daughter Geraldine, and was posthumously pardoned when it was concluded that Reg Christie had murdered them. Margaret Rennie, known as Maggie, was a former showgirl who was married to the British film star Michael Rennie, who was known primarily for his role as Klaatu in 1951 science fiction film The Day the Earth Stood Still. His other notable works included roles in productions such as Phone Call from a Stranger, The Lost World, and The Robe, starring Richard Burton. Maggie and Michael, who had an infant son called David, separated in November of 1953, just months before an incident that would change Maggie's life forever: the murder of her 64-year-old widowed mother, Violet McGrath. In April of 1954, Maggie travelled to Paris, parting with her husband, who had travelled to Rome. Maggie's wealthy mother, Violet, known as Vi to friends and loved ones, had informed her daughter that her flat in Westbourne Grove, Orset Terrace in Paddington, was to be redecorated, and Maggie offered a bed for her mother at 59 Onslow Square whilst the renovations took place, an offer she delighted in accepting. Maggie stated that she would return to the property at Onslow Square on the 10th of May. At approximately 3 p.m. on the 10th of May, Maggie did return home. She was puzzled that the curtains were drawn at that time, and she further noticed that bottles of milk had not been collected from the doorstep. Holding her 14-month-old son, David, in her arms, dread washed over her as she met resistance from the front door. She found it was off the chain and unlocked. After forcing her way in, there in the hallway, she found the lifeless body of her mother, Violet McGrath. It was reported that she had met her demise in the lounge, with indications from indentations in the thick red carpet suggesting that her body was subsequently dragged into the hall and left leaning against the oak-panelled front door. One of Violet's nylon stockings had been wrapped around her neck, and initial investigations concluded that Violet had been asphyxiated, likely the previous night on the 9th of May, between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. Shortly after police arrived at the scene, the decorator at her flat in Paddington called to tell her that her flat was ready for her. However, instead, he was informed of her untimely death. Further examinations of the body found 2 sets of scratch marks on Violet's left thumb and right wrist, and because of how deep the scratches were, newspaper reports stated that police were looking at the possibility that Violet had been killed by a woman or a small man with pointed fingernails. A witness recalled seeing a young woman leaving the Kensington flat on the afternoon of Sunday the 9th of May, which supports the police's theory that the crime was committed by a woman. The witness account indicated that the woman had departed between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. However, authorities noted that Violet was confirmed to be alive beyond that time. Described as approximately 35 years old, standing at 5 feet 5 inches with dark hair and a dark complexion, the unidentified young woman was reportedly attired in a printed dress, a short coat and flat shoes. Additionally, she was observed carrying a travel bag with white trim and a brown bucket-shaped shopping bag. On the opposing side of the argument, however, some investigators believed it would be difficult for a woman to strangle a person to death, more so after it was found that the stocking was tied into a reef knot, which struck police as odd. Police visited an inmate at Broadmoor who had the same modus operandi, however, no results came from that visit. A small amount of blood was found at the scene and determined to not have belonged to the victim. It was also concluded that Violet was unconscious before she was strangled. On the 12th of May, reports suggested that police were seeking a taxi driver who allegedly drove Violet and an unidentified friend to the Rennie flat on the night of Sunday, the 9th of May. Investigators strongly believed that the perpetrator was known to Violet, and it was noted that items of value such as her ring, a gold lighter, cash and a wristwatch had not been stolen. However, later investigations found that a pearl necklace of little value, along with some money, were unaccounted for. There were also no signs of a struggle or assault. However, strangely, a magazine was found near Violet's body and was opened at a specific page about fingerprints, which struck detectives as odd. The caretaker of the Onslow Square property resided in the room below, where Violet was murdered, reported hearing talking between Violet and this unidentified individual, which tended to occur most nights. Investigators were puzzled at how the perpetrator left the property, as Violet's body had been leaning against the front door, and there were no indications of unlocked or broken entry and exit points. Michael Rennie had been on a flight destined for the US to carry out some film commitments in Hollywood. However, he was informed upon his arrival in Shannon, Ireland, that his mother-in-law had been murdered. He felt there was not much he could do about the situation, however he chose to fly back to London to be with his wife. Investigators took a deep dive into the life of Violet McGrath, building a clearer picture of who she was. According to neighbours and friends, she was a sweet, charming and attractive woman with a bright smile and a unique purple streak in her silver hair. After routinely finishing watching television every night at 9 p.m, she would frequently go out and visit bars, pubs and clubs, sometimes until the early hours. She was a very sociable woman who had many friends, both male and female, who described Violet as a cheery person and the, quote, happiest woman on earth. At various saloon bars, Violet would frequently talk about two loves of her life, Maggie, her daughter, and her grandson, David. Basil de Moulin, the owner of a pub Violet went to almost every night, said that, quote, she was a delightful person, kind, intelligent, and thoughtful. Among her friends and loved ones, however, there were suspicions regarding her life behind closed doors, away from the bustling nightlife. Violet was known to regularly visit a pub named the Gloucester Arms, just around the corner from her flat in Paddington, and tended to return home at 11 p.m. She would normally return home in the company of another person and never in a group, which police found unusual. It was described by the media as, quote, a constant stream of visitors who came to her flat for reasons unknown. A statement made by the friend of an unnamed woman told investigators that Violet had seemed uneasy in the days leading up to her murder. Violet allegedly told the woman, quote, I'm frightened. Someone means to do me harm. It was reported police were following up on this statement, however any results, if there were any found, were not made public. At one point, police theorised that she was the victim of a skeleton key thief who managed to gain access to the flat. However, again, police couldn't get their heads around the fact that whoever committed the crime managed to escape the property unnoticed. The police also mentioned their search for an unidentified individual who allegedly requested the telephone number for Violet McGrath's daughter's flat at the Gloucester Arms pub. However, this number was not listed in the post office directory. The police scrutinised letters discovered in the flat from family friends, yet they concluded that none of the contents offered any leads to solve the crime. However, the letters did disclose Violet's association with a man named Larry, whom she had frequented public houses with in the final 6 months of her life. Authorities indicated that limited information was available about Larry beyond his connection with Violet. Subsequently, it was revealed that Larry had been located in Germany, where he was attending singing lessons, leading to his exclusion from the investigation. An 18-year-old art student residing adjacent to the flat where Violet McGrath was discovered deceased recalled that while she was in bed on the night of May 9th, that she heard abrupt banging noises past 11:30 p.m, followed by gasping and choking sounds. According to reports, she told police that it sounded as if someone was being murdered. However, she later retracted her statement, saying her comment was made in jest. Despite their efforts, police were unable to find a motive for the crime. According to Maggie Rennie, her mother had no known enemies. At the time, many homeless people wandered the streets of Kensington, and police did not rule out the possibility that Violet had become victim to one of these homeless people. An aircraft electrician became the main focus for police when he was found to have numerous abrasions on his hands, some which investigators concluded were fresh on the 9th of May, the last day Violet was seen alive. The coroner sought the professional opinion of a doctor who said that the scars and fresher abrasions were consistent with having ripped off some sort of stocking suspenders, the statement of which the aircraft electrician strongly opposed. He stated that he was consistently getting marks and scars on his hands from his job. An actress came forward and stated a ring of hers had caused scarring on the aircraft electrician's hand. A painter and decorator claimed familiarity with the aircraft electrician for over 2 decades, stating that he had encountered him on Saturday, May the 8th, 1954, around 10:30 p.m. at a cafe located at the junction of Praed Street and Edgware Road. Additionally, he recalled observing Violet McGrath and the aircraft electrician in the saloon bar of the Gloucester Arms. The landlady of the Gloucester Arms stated that the aircraft electrician was a customer and had owed her husband some money. However, he had managed to pay it back. Police were suspicious of this, as £15 of Violet's money was unaccounted for. The aircraft electrician paid his debt of £2, 13 shillings and a sixpence on Monday the 10th of May. The verdict of Violet McGrath's inquest, convened on Friday, August 13th, 1954, concluded that she was murdered by person or persons unknown. 70 years later, the death of Violet McGrath remains shrouded in a veil of mystery. Albeit tinged with the passage of time, hope for answers in the case remains. Belanglo State Forest is a wooded area located in the Southern Highlands region of New South Wales, Australia. The forest covers an area of approximately 3,640 hectares and is characterised by dense eucalyptus forests, rugged terrain, and a network of walking trails. The forest gained widespread attention and notoriety following the discovery of several bodies in the area between 1989 and 1992. All of the victims were backpackers and were found buried in shallow graves throughout the forest. The murders were particularly brutal, with victims being shot, stabbed, and in some cases sexually assaulted. The brutal crimes led to one of Australia's most notorious manhunts in its criminal history. From 1989, a series of perplexing events unfolded as numerous young Australian backpackers embarked on their journeys only to vanish without a single trace, leaving behind a shroud of mystery that confounded investigators and shook communities to their core. On the eve of December 30th, 1989, two young Australians, Deborah Everest and James Gibson, both aged 19, embarked from Melbourne, commencing a journey that would tragically result in their uncharacteristic disappearances. Their initial destination was Sydney, where they sought refuge in a backpacker hostel nestled within the vibrant inner-city suburbs. Departing from Sydney, the couple's trail grows faint as they embarked on a fateful journey towards Confest, their intention to hitchhike towards Albury. However, the thread of their whereabouts abruptly snaps, leaving only lingering questions in its wake. A mere day following their last confirmed sighting, a bushwalker stumbled upon Gibson's camera, abandoned alongside the road at Galston Gorge in northern Sydney. Curiously, the discoverer opted to take the damaged camera home, its significance not fully realised until later. It wasn't until a month had passed that another piece of the puzzle emerged. Gibson's empty backpack was discovered in the same vicinity, prompting a belated connection to the couple's missing persons report. It wasn't until October 5th, 1993, when a local man searching for firewood made a grim discovery: human bones. Returning with the police, they found two bodies, later identified as Gibson and Everest. Gibson's skeleton, bearing 8 stab wounds, was found in a fetal position. Everest showed signs of a brutal attack, with fractures to her skull and jaw, as well as knife marks on her forehead. Gibson's presence puzzled investigators, as his belongings had been found over 120 kilometres away in northern Sydney months earlier. On the brisk morning of January 20th, 1991, Simona Simi-Schmidl, a 21-year-old German national, embarked on a journey from Sydney, her destination Melbourne. Her purpose was not merely a solitary venture. Rather, she eagerly anticipated a reunion with her mother, who was en route from Germany to partake in a shared camping excursion. With enthusiasm and anticipation fueling her spirit, she bid farewell to acquaintances, weaving a tale of familial joy and adventure ahead. The last sighting of Simone's presence was witnessed at a bustling train station, where she stood amidst the throngs of travellers, poised to embark on the next leg of her journey. Her destination lay in western Sydney, where she endeavoured to secure passage through the age-old practice of hitchhiking, a venture not uncommon in the realm of nomadic wanderers. However, the promising tale of reunion and adventure was tragically marred by the chilling silence that followed. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into years, with no trace of Simona to be found. The weight of uncertainty hung heavy in the air, casting a shadow over the hopes of those who awaited her return. It wasn't until November 1st, 1993, that the harsh truth was unveiled. During a police sweep of the forest, a skeleton was discovered in a clearing along a fire trail. Later identified as Schmidl, the skeleton exhibited at least 8 stab wounds, with 2 severing her spine, and others likely puncturing her heart and lungs. Interestingly, clothing found at the scene did not belong to Schmidl, but matched that of another missing backpacker, Anja Habschied. In the waning days of December of 1991, Gabor Neugebauer, a 21-year-old German backpacker, and his companion, Anja Habschied, aged 20, bid farewell to the bustling confines of the Backpackers Inn in King's Cross, Sydney. Their aspirations were set on a journey that would traverse the vast expanse of Australia, with Adelaide and Darwin as their distant waypoints. It wasn't until November the 4th, 1993, that the bodies of Habschied and Neugebauer were found on a nearby fire trail, in shallow graves just 50 metres apart, their plane tickets home found discarded nearby. Habschied had been decapitated, a chilling echo of the darkness that lurked within the forest's shadows. Her skull was never recovered despite an extensive search. Neugebauer had suffered 6 gunshot wounds to the head. On the crisp morning of April 18th, 1992, 2 spirited British citizens, Joanne Walters, aged 22, and Caroline Clark, aged 21, embarked from King's Cross with hearts full of wanderlust and dreams of adventure. Their destination, Victoria, where they hoped to immerse themselves in the seasonal fruit picking. Their travels led them to the scenic Bully Pass near Wollongong, where they paused briefly to seek guidance on their route, reportedly inquiring about directions to the Hume Highway. Yet the promise of their journey was cruelly shattered. On September 19th, 1992, a grim discovery unfolded within the depths of Belanglo. 2 runners stumbled upon a concealed corpse while orienteering. The next day, police discovered another body nearby. Dental records confirmed the victims as Caroline Clark and Joanne Walters. Walters had been stabbed 15 times, while Clark had been shot 10 times in the head. Despite a thorough search, no further evidence was found in the forest. In response to the discoveries, Task Force AIR, comprising of 20 detectives and analysts, was established by the New South Wales Police on October 14th, 1993. The New South Wales government increased the reward for information related to the Belanglo serial killings to $500,000 on November 5th, 1993. Public warnings, particularly aimed at international backpackers, were issued to avoid hitchhiking along the Hume Highway. To manage the vast volume of data, investigators utilised advanced link analysis technology, progressively narrowing down the list of suspects from hundreds to a short list of 32, bringing them closer to apprehending the perpetrator, who had been dubbed by the Australian media at the time as the Beast of Belanglo. All the murders shared striking similarities. Victims were dumped in remote bushland and covered with sticks and ferns. Forensic analysis revealed multiple stab wounds and signs of sexual assault. The perpetrator, likely a local with a 4WD vehicle, spent considerable time with the victims before and after the murders, as evidenced by nearby campsites. Matching .22 caliber bullets and cartridge boxes linked to the crime scenes, as did discarded beer bottles and cigarette butts. Speculation arose about multiple killers due to differing methods and separate burials, particularly as many victims were attacked in pairs. On November 13th, 1993, police received a vital call from Paul Onions, a 24-year-old backpacker from the UK. On January 25th, 1990, while hitchhiking from Liverpool Station towards Mildura, Onions accepted a ride from a man known as Bill, south out of Casula. Near Belanglo State Forest, Bill attempted to rob Onions at gunpoint. Onions managed to escape, seeking help from a passing motorist, Joanne Berry, who reported the incident to Bowral Police. Despite missing documents, constable notes corroborated Onions' account. Berry's testimony and a suggestion from a colleague's girlfriend prompted police to look into a man named Ivan Milat. Ivan Robert Marco Milat was born on December 27, 1944 in Guildford, New South Wales, to Croatian immigrant Stjepan Marko Stephen Milat and Australian Margaret Elizabeth Piddleston. Raised in Bossley Park and later Liverpool, Milat was one of 14 children. Despite financial hardships, his parents prioritised education and discipline, sending their children to Catholic schools. Milat's father's alcoholism often led to outbursts of anger, and the Milat boys were known to local police, spending time handling knives and firearms, practising target shooting in their yard. Siblings recalled Ivan's early antisocial behaviour, including animal cruelty, leading to his enrolment in a residential school at 13. By 17, he was in juvenile detention for theft, followed by a shop break-in at 19. He received multiple sentences for burglary and theft in the mid-1960s. In April 1971, he abducted 2 hitchhikers, raping one before they escaped. Ivan was arrested and faced charges of rape and armed robbery. While awaiting trial, he participated in robberies with his brothers before faking his suicide at The Gap, a notorious suicide spot in Sydney. Authorities believe Myuu fled to Queensland and Victoria before moving to New Zealand for 2 years. Upon his return to Australia, he lived discreetly using a fake passport. In 1974, he was re-arrested but escaped conviction with legal assistance. He worked as a truck driver from 1975 onwards, occasionally for the Roads and Traffic Authority. In 1977, he unsuccessfully attempted to rape and murder 2 hitchhikers, but was never charged. Ivan's colleagues in the trucking industry recognised him as a solitary man who frequently vanished from their digs on away jobs in regions such as the Blue Mountains, Hunter Valley and the New South Wales South Coast. His whereabouts and activities during these periods were never verified by his employer. In 1983, Myuu met Karen Duck, who was pregnant by his cousin. They married in 1984 and had a daughter together. However, due to domestic violence, Duck left Myuu in 1987 and they divorced in October 1989. During the trial, Duck described Myuu as, quote, gun crazy, and recalled him killing kangaroos during a visit to Belanglo State Forest. On February 26, 1994, police surveillance commenced at the Myuu residence in Eagle Vale. Myuu had recently sold his silver Nissan Patrol shortly after the bodies of Clark and Walters were discovered. Confirmation of Myuu's absence from work on attack days, coupled with acquaintances' reports of his weapon obsession, raised suspicions. Myuu's brother, Bill, was questioned due to identity use by Ivan, as was another brother, Richard, whose name Ivan had also used. When the connection between the Belanglo murders and Onions' experience surfaced, Onions flew to Australia to assist. On May 5, 1994, Onions positively identified Myuu as his attacker. On May 22, 1994, Ivan Myuu was arrested at his Eagle Vale home by approximately 50 police officers, including heavily armed Tactical Operations Unit personnel. A search of his residence uncovered various weapons, including rifles matching those used in the murders, a pistol and a knife. Additionally, items belonging to the victims, such as clothing, camping gear and cameras, were found. Searches of his mother's and 5 brothers' homes, conducted simultaneously by over 300 police officers, revealed more weapons, ammunition, and additional items linked to the victims. Myuu appeared in court on May 23rd, but didn't enter a plea. On May 31st, he faced additional charges related to the backpacker murders. On June 28th, he replaced his defence lawyer and sought legal aid. Meanwhile, his brothers faced trials for weapons, drug and theft-related offences. A committal hearing for Myuu began on October 24th and concluded on December 12th, with over 200 witnesses. He was remanded in custody until June of 1995, based on the evidence. The trial began on March 26, 1996, at the New South Wales Supreme Court, with S.D.D.C prosecuting. Despite extensive evidence, Myuu's defence argued there was no direct proof of his guilt, attempting to blame other family members, particularly his brother, Richard. Over 145 witnesses testified, including Myuu family members providing alibis. Myuu himself testified on June 18th. On July 27th, 1996, after 18 weeks of testimony, the jury found Ivan Milat guilty of all murder charges. He received multiple life sentences without parole and additional convictions for the attempted murder, false imprisonment and robbery of Paul Onions, resulting in additional 6-year sentences for each charge. Police suspect that Milat may have been involved in more attacks or murders beyond the 7 for which he was convicted, based on similarities in modus operandi. The task force suspect Milat may have been involved in approximately 58 other disappearances and suspected murders long before the horrors of Belangolo occurred. His brother once suggested there might be, quote, heaps more bodies awaiting discovery. Additionally, Ivan Milat was highly mobile geographically, beginning his career as a truck driver in the mid-1970s. He transported tyres across different cities, including Adelaide, Melbourne, Brisbane, Goulburn, Yass, Canberra and Perth. Task Force Commander Clive Small identified 3 unsolved murders who exhibited almost identical modus operandi, indicating a high likelihood of them being victims of Milat. On February 26, 1971, Karen Rowland, an expectant mother, vanished while travelling to a motel in Canberra. Milat allegedly boasted to his co-workers about murdering someone and burying the body in bushland. Her remains were found on May 3rd, 1971 near Canberra. Eyewitnesses reported seeing a vehicle similar to Milat's chasing a woman matching Rowland's description. However, her murder remains unsolved. On November 13th, 1987, Peter Letcher, 18, disappeared while hitchhiking to his parents' house. His remains were found near Jenolan Caves on January 21st, 1988, with evidence of having been shot, stabbed, blindfolded, bound, and possibly sexually assaulted. He was only clothed below the waist, and his shirt, which was covered in bullet holes, and a whiskey bottle were found nearby. Milat's estranged wife mentioned he had shown her the area where Letcher was found shortly before the disappearance. On September 6, 1991, 29-year-old Diane Pinocchio travelled to the Lake George Hotel in Bungadore and planned to hitchhike back to Queen Bay Inn. She was found murdered on November 13th, 1991, in the Talaganda State Forest, wearing only underwear and trousers, with a stab wound to her spine resembling Milat's M.O. The arrangement of her clothes suggested sexual assault. Pinocchio's murder occurred during Milat's known killing spree. Other cases of interest investigated included a series of unsolved disappearances of young women in the Hunter region south of Newcastle, initially attributed to a separate, unidentified serial killer. On December 30th, 1978, Leanne Goodall, 20, was last seen at Newcastle's Star Hotel. She was reported missing in February 1979 after being dropped off by her brother at the Muswell Brook railway station earlier that day. Milat, who worked as a road worker in the area during that time, was known to frequent the Star Hotel. Robin Hickey, 18, disappeared on April 7th, 1979 after being last seen at a bus stop near her home. Police initially closed the case, suspecting she left voluntarily. However, a witness later reported seeing Milat at a local hotel the night before Hickey vanished. Amanda Robinson, 14, went missing on April 21st, 1979, while walking home to Swansea from a high school dance in Gateshead. She was last seen on Lake Road after getting off a bus. Despite a thorough investigation, her case remains unsolved. Amanda Zolis, 16, disappeared on October 12th, 1979, after being last seen at a bus stop in Hamilton, Newcastle. She called her father later that night from another location in Newcastle, saying she needed clothing for a trip to Queensland. Despite suspicions of a link to other disappearances, no evidence has been found to support this. Annette Briffa, 18, disappeared on January 10, 1980, after she was last seen hitchhiking on the Pacific Highway between Mount Colah and Asquith, heading towards Hornsby. Eyewitnesses reported seeing her enter an orange Mazda, or a similar vehicle. Susan Eisenhood, 22, vanished from Mayfield, Newcastle, after being dropped off by her brother near the Stag and Hunter Hotel. She was hitchhiking to Tiree. Her skeletal remains were discovered in 1986 in the Kiwarak State Forest south of Tiree. Myuu was considered a possible suspect due to records showing he was in the area around the time of Eisenhood's disappearance. Myuu became a person of interest in the disappearances of Goodall, Hickey and Robinson during a 2001 inquest. State Coroner John Abernethy noted Myuu's significant connection to the Hunter region during his work as a road worker in the late 1970s. Allegedly, Myuu boasted to a friend about graves and corpse pits in the area. During his testimony, Myuu denied involvement with the disappearances, stating he had picked up hitchhikers but not in the Hunter region. Despite suspicions, no charges were brought against Myuu due to insufficient evidence. Similar inquiries were conducted in 2005 regarding the disappearance of Briffa, but no charges were filed. Myuu has been speculated to be involved in numerous other crimes, including but not limited to the following. On the 4th of July 1972, Anita Cunningham, 18, and Robin Hoynville Bartram, 19, left Melbourne hitchhiking to Queensland. Hoynville Bartram was found shot under a bridge at Sensible Creek with a .22 caliber rifle, similar to the one Myuu used. Cunningham's remains were never found. Although authorities investigated Myuu's actions, no direct connection was established. On the 5th of October 1973, Gabrielle Yanka, 18, and Michelle Riley, 16, hitchhiked from Brisbane to the Gold Coast. Yanka's body was found a week later at the foot of a slope on the Pacific Highway. 10 days after their disappearance, Riley's body was discovered in remote bushland off the Mount Tambourine Highway, with signs resembling Myuu's methods. Lydia Knotts, a 21-year-old German national, disappeared in Chapel Hill, Queensland, on the 31st of October 1976. She left a note saying she would return in a week, but she never came back. Experts in a 2021 TV programme suggested she could be a victim of Myuu's. Narelle Mary Cox, 21, disappeared on the 20th of July 1977 during a trip to Noosa, Queensland. She is believed to have gone missing in the Brunswick Heads area of New South Wales, where Myuu worked. Despite suspicions, he was ruled out as a suspect due to conflicting work dates, although this decision has faced criticism. Barbara Carol Brown, a 22-year-old American, disappeared in New South Wales on May 17, 1978. She was last seen leaving her Melbourne boyfriend's brother's home in Beecroft, intending to hitchhike to Queensland and then travel to Perth. Despite extensive search efforts, she was never found. In 2021, Brown was proposed as a possible victim of Myuu's. On August 25, 1978, Stephen Lapthorne, 20, and Michelle Pope, 18, vanished while travelling from Lapthorne's home in West Pymble to Pope's home in Barora. Their lime green Bedford was never found. Investigators suspect foul play, believing their remains might be in the Ku-ring-gai Chase National Park. In August 2005, a coroner's inquiry suggested Myuu was likely responsible, but the cause of death remains undetermined. On January 11, 1979, Alan Martin Fox, 22, and Annika Adriansen, 17, vanished after hitchhiking from Barora Heights to Kempsey and Byron Bay. Last seen on Byron Bay's main street the next day, their disappearance was deemed suspicious, with Myuu considered a potential suspect given his possible presence on the northern New South Wales coast. Tony Marie Kavanagh, 15, and Kay Docherty, 16, vanished on July 27, 1979, after seen at a bus stop in Wollongong. A letter received later, postmarked Darlinghurst and dated August 1st, stated they were in Sydney, but they were never heard from again. Myuu was probed as a suspect in a 2013 inquest, but lacked concrete evidence. Kim Cherie Tier, 17, vanished in East Melbourne around September 1979 while attempting to travel to Adelaide with her border collie. In her last letter to her mother, she expressed fear of hitchhiking and requested her birth certificate to obtain a driver's licence. Victorian Homicide Squad detectives suspect foul play in her disappearance. On February the 1st, 1980, Elaine Johnson, 17, and Kerry Ann Joel, 18, disappeared after last being seen in Cronulla. They were hitchhiking to Wyong and were presumed to have encountered violence during their journey. Myuu, who was working in the region they were travelling to at the time, is considered the prime suspect. On the 12th of June 1980, nurses Deborah Balkin and Gillian Jameson, both 20, were last seen with a man with a wide-brimmed cowboy hat in Parramatta Tavern. They planned to hitchhike to a party in Wollongong. Myuu, employed in Western Sydney at the time, was questioned about their disappearance and was considered a person of interest in the inquiry into their wrongful deaths. Joanne Lacey and Leslie David Toshak, both 20, went missing on the 20th of April 1981 while hitchhiking from Sydney to Byron Bay for a surfing trip. In 2012, a coroner determined that their deaths were suspicious. On the 10th of March 1991, Carmen Verheyden, 22, vanished while hitchhiking near the Crossroads Hotel, Liverpool, around 12:30 a.m. after leaving a party to return home to Westmead. Speculation arose that Myuu might have been involved since she disappeared from a location similar to the backpacker abductions. However, detectives found no evidence linking Verheyden to him during their investigation in November 1993. And finally, on the 23rd of November 1992, Melanie Merrill Sutton, 14, and her elder brother, Chad Everett Sutton, 16, disappeared from Inala, Queensland, after leaving for school on foot. They had planned to hitchhike to Perth to find their father, and are suspected to have passed through the Belangolo State Forest. They have never been found. All cases share similarities. However, there is not enough physical evidence to tie Ivan Myuu to each of these individual cases. Experts state, however, due to being in his mid-40s when the Belangolo murders occurred, it is strongly believed that Myuu had a long history of crimes of a similar nature that had simply gone undetected over the years. It is highly irregular for a serial killer to begin their murder sprees later in life. In 2001, Myuu was compelled to provide evidence at an inquest into the disappearances of 3 other female backpackers in the Newcastle area. Related cold cases include Gordana Kotevsky's disappearance in 1994. Despite Myuu's presence in the area during the crimes, no charges were filed due to insufficient evidence. Similar inquiries were initiated in 2003 and 2005, but no charges were brought. During his incarceration, Ivan appealed his sentence for the Belangolo murders. However, despite numerous attempts, all were rejected. Given the potential for an accomplice, the murder cases remain open. Myuu's former lawyer, John Marston, claimed that on his deathbed in 2005 that Myuu's sister, Shirley Swar, assisted him in the killings of 2 British backpackers. However, Ivan denied his family's involvement in any of the murders. As it later transpired, some years later, bloodlust appeared to be a family trait. In 2012, Ivan's great-nephew, Matthew Malat, and his friends, Cohen Klein, both 19 at the time, were sentenced to 43 years and 32 years in prison, respectively, for murdering David Ochterlony in Belangolo State Forest in November 2010. Matthew wielded a double-headed axe, while Klein recorded the attack on a mobile phone. In May 2015, Malat's brother, Boris, disclosed to former detective Steve Apperin that Malat admitted to accidentally shooting taxi driver Neville Knight during a 1962 robbery, leaving Knight paralysed. Despite never being charged, Apperin, after conducting polygraph tests, was convinced of Malat's guilt. Similarly, Clive Small, who led the backpacker murder investigation, believed Malat was responsible for Knight's shooting, citing similarities with his other crimes. In May 2019, Ivan was transferred to the Prince of Wales Hospital, Randwick, after being diagnosed with terminal esophageal cancer. Following treatment, he was moved to the Long Bay Correctional Centre to serve the remainder of his sentence. In his final days, New South Wales Police made multiple attempts to elicit a confession from Malat, visiting him 8 times in the prison and in hospital, but he did not confess. Although he never officially confessed, it's reported that he admitted to his mother that he was responsible for the backpacker murders. On August 9th, 2019, due to significant weight loss and a high temperature, Malat was relocated to a secure treatment unit at the Prince of Wales Hospital, although his condition was not deemed life-threatening. He was pronounced dead on October 27, 2019 at 4:07 a.m. at the age of 74. Before his death, Malat requested that the New South Wales government cover his funeral expenses, but the request was denied. Instead, his body was cremated, with costs covered by his prison account. Despite its dark history, Belangolo State Forest remains a popular destination for outdoor enthusiasts, including hikers, campers, and picnickers. The New South Wales National Parks and Wildlife Service manages the forest and has implemented measures to ensure visitor safety, including increased patrols and signage warning of the area's history. While the forest continues to attract visitors, it remains a sombre reminder of the tragic events that unfolded there decades ago, and reminds us of all of the lives that were tragically cut short by the beast of Belangolo.
On the morning of March 10th, 1993, a motorist passing through the eastern side of Lake Andes, a town situated in South Dakota, near the Missouri River and close to the Nebraska border, when they witnessed a chilling sight: a woman's body floating in meltwater between Route 281 and a railroad. The motorist called the police, who diverged on the area and carried out their investigation. The following morning, beneath 4 feet of water and 15 feet away from where the female's body was found, authorities discovered another body, which belonged to a male. Identifying the female was difficult, as the body was badly decomposed. However, a tattoo aided in their quest to name her. The man's body was in better condition, and authorities had no trouble in identifying him. The pair were Ruby Brugier and Arnold Archambault, a couple from Lake Andes who had been reported missing 3 months earlier. Arnold Archambault was born in 1972. From the Yankton Sioux tribe, Arnold grew up within the reservation, located in the southeastern portion of Charles Mix County, South Dakota. Following the passing of his mother when he was 13 years old, Arnold was brought up by his grandmother. By December 1992, he was residing with an aunt named Karen Tuttle, and he was employed at the Fort Randall Casino. During his time at Marty Indian School, he was a popular student and actively participated in basketball and was selected as a member of an all-Native American team to embark on a tour to the Soviet Union in 1990. Ruby Brugier, born on January 11, 1974 in Wagner, was also of Yankton Sioux heritage. Like Arnold, she was raised on the reservation and received her education in Lake Andes. Ruby and Arnold were never married. However, in 1991, she gave birth to their daughter, Erica Marie. According to her father, Quentin, Ruby was a gentle woman with a wicked sense of humour and was incredibly kind to everyone she knew. During the night of Saturday, December 11th, 1992, 18-year-old Ruby and 20-year-old Arnold and their friend 17-year-old Tracy Dion set out on a marathon of partying that lasted until the early hours of the following morning. By around 6 a.m. on the 12th of December, they found themselves back at Tracy's residence, where Erica was left behind. Tracy's father, awaiting their return, confronted them. Arnold inquired about retrieving Erica, but Tracy's father immediately noticed signs of alcohol consumption. He proposed that they entrust Erica to his care for the time being, suggesting they could retrieve her later that afternoon, a suggestion to which they acquiesced. Tracy assured her father she intended to accompany Arnold and Ruby, and they departed shortly thereafter. Shortly after, nearing 7 a.m, the trio found themselves at a three-way junction with US Route 281, also designated as US Route 18 and South Dakota Highway 50 at that location, about 1 mile east of Lake Andes. Arnold, assuming the role of the driver, adhered to the traffic signal. As he executed a left turn on Route 281, their vehicle encountered a treacherous patch of black ice on the road, causing it to flip and come to a halt just off the highway. The vehicle settled in a depression between the road and a former railroad, right of way, approximately 75 feet to its north. In an account later provided to the television show Unsolved Mysteries, Tracy recalled that although she did not witness Arnold exit the vehicle post-accident, he was nowhere to be found inside when it finally came to rest upside down. Throughout the ordeal, Ruby repeatedly exclaimed, "Oh my God," while striking the vehicle. Eventually, Ruby managed to force open one of the doors and escape. Tracy attempted to follow suit, but found the door shut, trapping her inside until rescuers arrived some time later. Both Arnold and Ruby deserted the vehicle, with Tracy inside, for reasons unknown. As dawn broke, law enforcement had already initiated a search in the vicinity. Despite the frozen terrain around the vehicle's resting place, authorities harboured concerns that Arnold and Ruby might have strayed somewhere and encountered problems in the icy conditions. Officers meticulously combed the frozen ditch, with one officer traversing the opposite side of the railroad tracks, speculating that the pair might have wandered towards the lake area, which was similarly frozen. Deputy Bill Youngstrom, drawing from past experiences, recounted numerous incidents where drivers and passengers were unaccounted for after accidents. Many of these occurrences involved revelry and alcohol consumption. Initially, his suspicion inclined towards the notion that Arnold and Ruby might have absconded due to intoxication, fearing legal repercussions such as Arnold's potential arrest for driving whilst intoxicated, a DWI. He speculated that they might resurface in a few days' time. Contrarily, Karen, Arnold's aunt, harboured doubts about Arnold's inclination to flee. She held firm in her belief that he would have either returned home or made contact to assure them of his safety. However, days passed without any word from him. Ruby's mother, Myrtle, echoed Karen's thoughts. She couldn't fathom why Ruby would remain out of contact with Erica and the family for such an extended period. She speculated whether Ruby might have encountered harm or faced obstacles preventing her from reaching out to them. Despite exhaustive efforts, law enforcement found no indication that Arnold and Ruby had succumbed to hazards caused by the plummeting temperatures. Deputy Youngstrom, driven by a sense of duty, transformed the search into a relentless personal mission over the subsequent 3 months. He dedicated himself to exploring every conceivable lead, diligently pursuing clues day in and day out, yet his efforts yielded no results until the arrival of spring thaw. When Ruby and Arnold's bodies were found, the authorities were puzzled at the differences of conditions their bodies were in. Ruby's was heavily decomposed, and her clothing, except her shoes and glasses which were missing, had been frozen to the ground, whereas Arnold's body was the opposite, noted as being in fine condition and well preserved. The area itself had also been thoroughly investigated when police were informed of the couple's disappearance, which perplexed investigators when they retrieved the bodies. Autopsies were conducted in order to get answers in regards to their deaths. However, the findings only made the case more unusual. The absence of a clear time of death and any signs suggesting foul play baffled investigators. The coroner's assessment indicated that Arnold and Ruby had succumbed to exposure and had not sustained any injuries from the accident, leaving the circumstances surrounding their deaths shrouded in mystery. Deputy Youngstrom had been in the ditch area where Ruby and Arnold were found several times since Tracy alerted emergency services on December 12th, as had many walkers who regularly followed the path. However, he struggled to understand how the two bodies could have been missed for 3 months if they had been there for the entire duration. It was reported that the authorities believed the bodies had been elsewhere, then planted in the ditch. Oddly, a set of keys were found in Arnold's pocket, one of which belonged to a vehicle and 2 house keys. To this day, it has not been determined what vehicle and houses these keys were for. Furthermore, by the roadside, hair, which was determined to have belonged to Ruby, was found, yet it was strange that it had supposedly lain there for 3 entire months. Youngstrom believed that Ruby and Arnold were killed elsewhere, then abandoned in the ditch area. As time marched on, police received many tips from the public in regards to the deaths of Arnold and Ruby. 2 men, reportedly in a dark Blazer-style vehicle, were seen near the ditch in the hours leading up to the bodies being discovered on the 10th of March. However, police were unable to trace them. Believed to be a credible account, a witness reported seeing Arnold in a car with 3 individuals on New Year's Eve of 1992. The witness passed a polygraph test and strongly believed that the man she saw was indeed Arnold Archambault. A couple who were in the vehicle were later identified and brought in for questioning. They denied being in the car with Arnold. However, both of them failed their respective polygraph tests. Although any polygraph tests should be taken with a pinch of salt, as they are notoriously unreliable. Additionally, 5 other individuals approached the police, asserting sightings of Arnold and Ruby subsequent to their disappearance. One witness attested to observing the couple entering a vehicle following the accident, which was subsequently observed travelling eastward. Another witness reported encountering Ruby on January 20th, more than a month post-accident, and 9 days after she was due to turn 19 years old, in the vicinity of Wagner, South Dakota. These accounts further complicate the timeline and circumstances surrounding the couple's disappearance, adding layers of intrigue to an already perplexing case. In September 1999, the FBI officially concluded their investigation into the case, determining no evidence of foul play and attributing Arnold and Ruby's deaths to accidental circumstances. Sadly, there were no official suspects in the case, leaving Arnold and Ruby's loved ones without answers. Ruby's father, Quentin, holds firm in his disbelief that they perished at the location where they were found, suspecting that they met their demise elsewhere and were subsequently placed in the ditch to cover the killer's tracks. Arnold's aunt, Karen, is also convinced foul play was involved. Both families harbour doubts regarding the thoroughness of the police investigation. Members of both families believed the case wasn't looked into thoroughly enough, in part due to the fact that both Arnold and Ruby were of Indigenous heritage, which in general is an enormous issue, particularly in America and Canada. Ruby's aunt, Sharon, stated, quote, "When a Native American is charged with something, it's pursued heavily. However, when a Native American is a victim, it's not pursued with the same perseverance." Arnold's cousin Mike took aim at the investigators, stating, quote, "It sounds like you're trying to cover your butt. It sounds like you didn't investigate in the first place." Karen Tuttle, Arnold's aunt, said, quote, "I don't believe the bodies were there because if they weren't hurt, they would not lay down and die." How did the bodies of Arnold and Ruby resurface in the very ditch where their car had crashed 3 months earlier? Was it merely a bizarre twist of fate, an oversight in the investigation by law enforcement, or could it possibly hint at something more sinister? A reward of $5,000 is being offered in hopes of shedding light on this case.
In a child's life, there are many milestones which are celebrated. A first birthday, Christmas, their first day at school, the list goes on, and with each passing event, they continue to remind us that life is fleeting and should be treasured. The first time a son or daughter spends time away from home is always an anxious experience for any parent, a sign that their children are growing up and soon enough will fly the nest into new territory. For a mother and father in Wyoming in the early 1950s, their worst fears were realised when their daughter mysteriously disappeared during a summer camping trip. Swedish-born Helen Jensen married Peter Smith, son of former Wyoming Governor Nels H. Smith, on the 23rd of October 1937 at her parents' home in Greenwich, Connecticut. Residing in Sundance, Wyoming, the couple became parents to 2 children. A son, Nels Jensen Smith, was born on the 29th of January 1939, and on the 11th of July 1942, they welcomed a daughter who they named Constance Christine Smith, known as Connie. Unfortunately, the couple's relationship crumbled, and they divorced a few years later in 1949. After the breakup of her parents' marriage, Connie went to live with both Peter and Helen, the latter with primary custody rights on their neighbouring ranches. The family were actively involved in not only ranching, but also trout production, meatpacking, and mineral investments. Having been born to a wealthy family, she was an experienced traveller, enjoyed reading comics, colouring, swimming, and participating in various equestrian disciplines. Despite being involved in these activities, Connie was described as an intelligent, well-spoken, sheltered, and lonely child, with a vivid imagination and few friends. July of 1952 was set to be a time for new and exciting adventures for Connie Smith. On the 11th of July, she celebrated her 10th birthday, Helen taking a trip that weekend to visit her daughter for the occasion. By this point, she stood at 5 feet tall, weighed 85 pounds, had blue eyes and wavy light brown hair. Connie had long arms and flat feet, and she was very nearsighted, which required her to wear glasses. Furthermore, she was frequently mistaken for being older than she was, as she had started developing early. Before and during her birthday, Connie had expressed her enthusiasm for a summer camp she had been attending, which was the young girl's first experience away from home. Connie was particularly looking forward to a dance and a dressage event she was taking part in during the coming week. She had stayed at Camp Sloan for a couple of weeks already, and sources differ on whether she had 1 week left at the camp or 1 month. Camp Sloan was situated by the rural village of Lakeville, which lay within the locality of Salisbury, Litchfield County, Connecticut, under the direction of Ernest Roberts since 1918. Of those attending the camp, most were from New York City or Westchester County, New York, but of course, Connie was one of few who were not city dwellers. As with most young people, group divides tended to form cracks in relationships, and this appeared to be the case at Camp Sloan, fellow campers apparently resenting her because of her privileged upbringing. Despite these rumours, Helen Smith, who visited Connie on the 14th of July, recalled that her daughter was in good spirits and actually requested to stay at the camp longer than anticipated due to the upcoming horse show. However, Helen had already arranged for them to return to Wyoming once the week was over. She noted that Connie did not seem disheartened by this decision. A counsellor later claimed that following this visit from her mother, Connie seemed homesick. On the morning of the 16th of July 1952, Connie Smith rose from her slumber in a tent she shared with 7 other girl campers. Whilst getting ready for the day ahead, a camper who descended the bunk she had been sleeping on accidentally kicked Connie in the face, which caused her nose to bleed. Having an ice pack in her possession from the previous day, she tended to her nose. She told her tent mates that she was planning on skipping breakfast and going to the dispensary to return the ice pack, which she had used the previous day after bruising her hip following an incident where she fell out of the tent. At approximately 7:50 a.m, Connie ascended a winding dirt road, heading to the camp's entrance, and turned right down on Indian Mountain Road past Deep Lake Farm towards Lakeville. Even though it was reportedly a humid morning, Connie was wearing a red windbreaker, a brown bandana top with a halter neckline, navy blue shorts with plaid cuffs, tan leather shoes, and a red hair ribbon. In her possession, she may have had a black pocketbook containing photographs of her friends. She left the camp without her glasses, which were found to have been broken, and it was noted that she was very suntanned at the time of her disappearance. Connie's campmates returned from breakfast that morning at approximately 8:45 a.m. and discovered that the tent was empty and Connie was nowhere to be found. They alerted Carol Baker, their group leader, who went on to inform Ernest Roberts. The campsite and the surrounding areas were searched, yet there was still no sign of the 10-year-old. It was at 11:30 a.m. when police were contacted. During the investigation, a handful of witnesses came forward. According to Connecticut History on Blogspot, August Epp, the caretaker of Camp Sloan, reported that he had been driving near the camp's entrance and had seen Connie at around 8:15 a.m, turning right on Indian Mountain Road, and said that she had been picking flowers. He told authorities that he had mistaken her to be a camp counsellor due to her height. A couple who had been out for a walk said that they had passed Connie about a quarter-mile north of the camp's gate, however they did not interact with her. Alice Walsh reported that she saw a girl, roughly 5 feet tall and 100 pounds in weight, crying while she walked. Alice offered a hand in giving the girl directions towards Lakeville. Mrs. William Walsh answered her door to find Connie on her doorstep. Connie asked, quote, "Could you tell me the way to Lakeville?" Mrs. Walsh replied, "Continue on up the hill and turn right on Route 44. Connie continued, "Do you mean straight up the hill?" "That's right, straight up the hill," Walsh told her. Mrs. Walsh's story also corroborated with earlier reports indicating that Connie looked as if she had been weeping and believed her to be of an older age. She took a last glance at the girl who was indeed walking up the hill. Several other sightings were reported, including 2 maids outside of a servant's cottage at 50 Indian Mountain Road, whom the girl asked for directions to the same destination and departed. Mrs. Frank Barnett, who had been driving from Millerton on Route 44, claims she saw a girl walking east on the north side of the route just before turning in to Belgo Road. Police reports indicate that the last people to witness Connie Smith were Mr. and Mrs. John Brune on the south side of the road. The girl had apparently asked to hitchhike with them at the Route 44 Belgo Road intersection. When they left her, they saw her walking towards Lakeville Village Centre. Taking all of these witness accounts into consideration, if they were Connie, she would have had to cover 2.5 miles worth of road within a 45-minute time frame. On the 18th of July, Peter Smith arrived on the scene, soon joined by Helen, and was involved in the search on horseback. The pair shared the strong belief that their daughter had not merely wandered off into the woods and got lost. The surrounding roads and terrain were heavily scoured for clues, and also a 20-hour air search was carried out. Canaan Barracks troopers, bloodhounds and local volunteers also aided in combing the area, including the woodland, swamps, wells and abandoned buildings. Passing truck drivers, travellers, carnival workers, fellow campers and locals were questioned, yet authorities were no closer to finding Connie. Strangely, locals of Lakeville stated that they had never seen a girl matching Connie Smith's description travelling through the village on foot, and were firm of the opinion that someone would have noticed her. There were no public transport services running at the time. Several appeals were made to the public and various tips came in, however police were no closer to finding her. Police theorised many different possibilities as to what could have happened to the young girl. Some of the ideas put forward included that she could have been accidentally killed by a speeding car, and subsequently her death was covered up. However, there was no evidence of blood or an accident having taken place anywhere on the road or surrounding area. It was suggested that she may have accidentally drowned in a nearby lake, despite the fact she was a skilled swimmer. Was Connie the victim of a killer who chose hitchhikers as his prey? Reports also theorised that she may have suffered from a delayed concussion and experienced amnesia. Theories circulated that possibly her parents were at war over the custody of Connie, and one of them had plotted to take her. This particular theory was rejected by both of her parents, who called it, quote, nonsense. Peter and Helen knew that Connie was familiar with finding her way to help if she had become lost. According to an article in the Daily News, Connie knew that she should, quote, walk downhill and find and follow a fence or a road. Her parents believed that it was a real possibility that their daughter had been kidnapped, partly due to her parents' financial standing. However, no ransom note was ever delivered to the Smiths. Another question worth exploring is, why did Connie leave Camp Sloan that morning? Was she homesick? Was she being bullied? Or had she been assaulted? The list of possibilities is almost endless. Was it coincidental that she had suffered 2 separate injuries within 24 hours? There was a $3,000 reward for any information regarding her disappearance, and a further $1,000 was offered for her body to be returned to her family. Sightings were reported all over the United States, in Massachusetts, New York, Alabama, Cincinnati, Vermont, and even sightings further north in Canada. In Cooperstown, New York, a girl matching Connie's description was seen with a group of travellers, and when this news reached Peter Smith, he thought it was possible that, if it was his daughter, she may have been trying to travel to Chicago to meet with relatives. He flew to Chicago in hope of finding her, however, sadly she did not appear. Further sightings in New York included a housewife who saw a girl resembling Connie riding a horse outside of her home in upstate New York. A construction worker also in that area allegedly shared his lunch with Connie, and a service station operator also witnessed a girl with a travelling group in Mabbittsville. A woman from Great Barrington in Massachusetts also allegedly saw Connie at the town's annual fall festival. Over 11,000 posters were distributed throughout the United States, and furthermore, Connie's dental records were published in the Journal of the American Dental Association. The festive season approached with no answers as to what happened to Connie Smith. Helen Smith pleaded for hunters to search wells and abandoned dwellings in the hope of finding her daughter. Helen stated to the Daily News, quote, "Whether she is alive or dead, I want her back. I've got to know what happened to her. Christmas was always such a big event in our house, but this year I feel I can't stand it. Each day is a little harder to face. We all know we might lose our children, but not to know what happened to her isn't human. Connie had a fall the day before she disappeared. She was not examined by a doctor. Maybe the fall was more serious than the nurse at the camp thought. If she is alive, I know Connie would get in touch with me if she could." The Smith family experienced an unimaginable amount of heartache throughout the years, many tips rekindling hope, only for the flame to dwindle into further sadness and disappointment. Even a convicted murderer, George Davis, claimed to have killed Connie, only retracting his statement half an hour before his execution, admitting he made a false confession. A carnival worker named William Henry Redmond was considered a possible suspect, having murdered an 8-year-old girl in 1951, the year before Smith vanished. He told fellow prison inmates in 1980 that he had taken the lives of 4 people and was considered a suspect in the disappearance of Beverly Potts. He was declared as being too ill to stand trial for the murder in 1951 and returned to his home state of Nebraska. Police have been unable to determine if Redmond was in Connecticut at the time of Connie's disappearance, and he actually passed a polygraph test when questioned about the case. A photograph circulated of a girl on the beach in the Bronx who had a resemblance to Connie, but this was later dismissed. In 1988, a woman came forward believing herself to be the missing girl. However, a DNA test confirmed she was not Connie Smith. A year after Connie vanished, Frederick Walker Pope, a 27-year-old travelling jewellery salesman, told police he and 2 travelling companions named Jack Walker and Wilma had picked up Connie on Route 44, promising to take her to Wyoming. He said, quote, "Connie was always talking about how tall her daddy was. She told me he was a real big man." This seemed significant at the time, since Peter Smith stood at 6 feet 7 inches tall, and this information fueled speculation that this witness did in fact converse with Connie Smith. Media reports stated that Frederick said they dropped Wilma off in Oklahoma and then carried on driving to Wyoming. Frederick Pope claimed that following an argument between Connie and his companion Jack and Connie exited the vehicle at a stop in Arizona, with only Jack returning. He allegedly told Frederick that he had fatally strangled Connie, and he insisted that Frederick should help him to bury her in a shallow grave. The pair then allegedly dug a grave off Route 60 between Show Low and Carrizo. As they continued their journey 50 miles further from their stop in Arizona, they stopped to change a tire. According to Frederick, he then killed Jack with a tire iron and, quote, dumped his body in a side road ravine where he concealed the body. Frederick then stated he abandoned the vehicle and subsequently hitchhiked to New Mexico. When Frederick Pope was being interrogated by Detective Russell N. Starks, his account began to crumble. The day prior to Connie's disappearance, Frederick had been registered for work at the Indiana Employment Security Division in Indianapolis, which in turn clashed with Frederick's alleged trip to Wyoming. It was impossible for him to have been in New England on the day Connie vanished. He then confessed that the entire story was fabricated, and he had seen Connie's disappearance being covered on the news. He claimed he lied because he wished to be taken to a healthcare facility to overcome alcoholism. On Halloween 1958, near Skinner Ridge in Arizona, just south of the Grand Canyon, bones were discovered and confirmed to be human remains. The bones were confirmed as female, and the teeth were compared with Connie's dental records, and although there were striking similarities, further tests were inconclusive, and the Arizona Jane Doe, known as Little Miss X, remains unidentified to this day. Helen Smith passed away from a heart attack in 1962 when she was just 47 years old, always believing that her daughter was still alive. For the rest of his life, Peter Smith never stopped in the hunt for his daughter. He said in 1984, whenever he saw a woman who would be the same age as Connie, he would imagine her face in theirs. He visited Lakeville in the 1980s, hoping to find new clues. After dedicating his time to the search for his daughter, Peter passed away with his son by his side on the 22nd of February 2012, aged 97. His obituary reportedly stated, quote, Pete Smith left for his next hunt at 4:35 p.m, February 22nd, 2012. The family of Connie Smith never gave up hope, believing that one day they would be reunited with their only daughter. Authorities believe there was foul play involved, however, with next to no evidence, the trail has gone cold over the decades. One of the most peculiar cases in Connecticut, the fate of Connie Smith remains a mystery, as does the circumstances surrounding her disappearance. Despite having taken place over 70 years ago, the Connecticut State Police have kept the case open. It was the summer of 1973 in the county borough of Neath Port Talbot in the southwest of Wales in the United Kingdom. The season brought long, warm days with a cool breeze, clear skies, blooming flowers, and the lush landscapes promising glorious days to come. These glorious summer days, once filled with cheer and vibrance, were suddenly darkened by sinister and heartbreaking news which sent ripples of fear through the community. Britton Ferry is a town located on the banks of the River Neath where it meets Swansea Bay. Historically an important port town, Britton Ferry played a significant role in the industrial development of South Wales during the 19th century, particularly in the coal and steel industries. It was Saturday the 14th of July 1973, and 16-year-old Sandra Newton, accompanied by her boyfriend, spent the night out on the town. The pair departed a nightclub and went their separate ways at approximately 1 a.m. on the 15th of July. Sandra planned to walk the 5-mile distance to her residence, however she never returned home. She was, however, known to hitchhike, and it was thought that she likely hitched a ride. However, for reasons unknown, she failed to reach her destination. Loved ones were concerned that Sandra was nowhere to be seen, and police were alerted to her disappearance. Police believed that Sandra had been abducted while hitchhiking. Sandra's uncharacteristic disappearance instilled deep fear and anxiety among her loved ones and the close-knit community, casting a shadow over their peaceful summer days. Reports conflict on whether it was 2 or 3 days after her vanishing. However, the body of a female was found at the entrance of a culvert in a ditch near an abandoned coal mine in Tonmore, 4 miles east of the market town of Neath. It was clear to investigators upon the discovery of the body by the colliery that no effort had been made to conceal the body, and because of the specific location where the body was found, police were of the opinion that the perpetrator had extensive local knowledge, specifically in the rural areas. The autopsy report confirmed the identity of the body as being that of Sandra Newton, and the coroner concluded that the 16-year-old had been hit over the head, sexually assaulted, and had been asphyxiated by her skirt. The hunt for Sandra's killer began. However, weeks went by with no leads. Then, in September of 1973, the community were rocked once again by a double murder. On Saturday the 15th of September, 16-year-old best friends Pauline Floyd and Geraldine Hughes concluded the night of partying at a nightclub in Swansea, a vibrant coastal town in South Wales. The girls agreed to hitchhike back home. However, news quickly spread around the local area that they didn't make it back. In the early hours of Sunday the 16th, their bodies were found dumped in woodland in Llandarcy, a village not far from Neath. Geraldine and Pauline had both been sexually assaulted and strangled to death, eerily similar to the death of Sandra Newton 3 months prior. Despite the similarities, the two cases were not linked at the time. With fears of a serial killer on the loose, the South Wales Police ramped up their investigation into the deaths of Pauline and Geraldine. 150 detectives were assigned to the case, which would be notoriously known as the case of the Saturday Night Strangler. Police received thousands of leads and tips, which proved difficult for the force to keep up with. They were overwhelmed by the fact that over 10,000 drivers needed to be questioned, and furthermore, over 13,000 employees at Port Talbot Steelworks were all considered suspects. The M4 road was also under construction, with hundreds of people working on it, and the annual Neath Fair brought thousands of visitors to the community, which meant that they also needed to be questioned. It is worth noting that in 1973, the United Kingdom was struggling in an energy crisis, and the working week had been reduced to just 3 days, making police's job even more difficult. It was established that Geraldine and Pauline had been witnessed getting into a vehicle, specifically a white Austin 1100, on the night they vanished. The suspect driver was described as having, quote, bushy hair, a moustache, and a man between 30 and 35 years of age. In the summer of 1974, the trail went cold and the case was put into storage, where unfortunately many notes were lost due to mould and a mice infestation. Dr. Colin Dark, who was employed at Forensic Science Services in Chepstow, anticipated that such events would happen and promptly requested for the girls' underwear to be stored at the facility in Chepstow until a time where DNA technology had advanced enough. This decision ultimately proved to be the doorway to breaks in the case, when in 1998 the genetic fingerprint of the killer was taken from remaining semen evidence. For the first time, scientists could separate the victim's DNA from the killer's. In 2000, another breakthrough came when the National DNA Database was made available to investigators, where they hoped to match the sample with someone listed. There were approximately 1.7 million DNA samples on record since its inception in 1995, and despite not finding a match then, the Llandarcy case was officially reopened and named Operation Magnum. Delving into the remaining archive of case files, there were over 35,000 persons of interest, including family, friends, and boyfriends of the victims. However, detectives had only managed to retrieve approximately 500 DNA swab samples. A team of Detective Chief Inspector Paul Bethel, Phil Rees and Geraint Bale, along with a psychological profiler, trawled through each name and cut the persons of interest list down to 500 names after 8 months of dedicated hard work. Passport, driving licence and criminal record checks were conducted, resulting in 353 men cooperating with authorities and being tested. However, none were a match. Bethel, Rees and Bale then dedicated themselves to investigating the remaining 147 names. The trio looked at other cold cases, where they found striking similarities between the Llandarcy murders and the murder of Sandra Newton. DNA from evidence from Sandra Newton's case then confirmed that the person who killed Sandra also took the lives of Geraldine and Pauline. Next on their list was suspect number 200. He was Joseph Joe William Capin, a nightclub bouncer based in Port Talbot. Capin had been questioned previously, and what came to investigators' attention at that time was that Capin had owned an Austin 1100, the exact same vehicle Geraldine and Pauline were last seen going into. However, Capin had insisted, as the car was without wheels, was not roadworthy. He was known to be a violent man with a short temper, and had engaged in petty crime throughout his life. He also had a record of domestic violence and was imprisoned several times. Capin's car was recorded on the road by police conducting stop-and-check operations. This evidence would have disproved his alibi, but due to the lack of a computerised system for cross-referencing, it went unnoticed by detectives. Capin also claimed to have been at the Neath Fair on the night of the murders. As a result, Capin was not further pursued as a suspect at that time. Dr. Colin Dark of Forensic Science Services in Chepstow decided to look into potential familial DNA matches, which provided police with a staggering breakthrough. South Wales Police decided to use an innovative tactic of searching for the DNA of potential living descendants of the murderer, as their genetic profiles would closely resemble the killer's. Since 50% of an individual's DNA is inherited from each parent, investigators believed they could identify the killer by finding a partial match with the DNA of their children. They examined the profiles of local individuals that partially matched the killer's DNA and compiled a list of potential suspects. Among these was local car thief Paul Capin, whose DNA was already in police records but who was only 7 years old at the time of the murders. Paul's DNA showed a distinctive similarity to the killer's, leading police to identify his father, Joe Capin, who had been a suspect in the original investigation, as the prime suspect. Upon arriving at Capin's address in 2001, they were greeted by his ex-wife, Christine Powell, who told investigators news which they had not hoped to hear. She divorced Capin in 1980, and Joe Capin had died in 1990, aged 49, from lung cancer. Christine also admitted she lied about his alibi when they first questioned her, which was something she often did when police visited their address. According to BBC News, Joe Capin's son, Paul, and daughters, Deborah and Beverly, always maintained the belief that he was innocent. An application to exhume Joe Capin's body for testing was granted. According to reports, witnesses reported that as the exhumation began in May 2002, a thunderstorm suddenly swept over and a loud thunderclap echoed as the ground was first disturbed, leading them to believe they had, quote, unearthed evil. DNA samples were retrieved from a femur and a tooth and was found to be a perfect match to the killer of Geraldine, Pauline and Sandra. Dr. Colin Dark told Wales Online, quote, "After all those years of questions, suppositions and heartache for the girls' families, we'd got our man at last." Christine Powell, Joe Cappen's ex-wife, stated, quote, "Our first thoughts are with the families of the victims. Our concerns are protection from hurt for our children. We are all deeply shocked by the revelations." It is suspected that Joe Cappen may have committed a fourth murder in February 1976. 23-year-old Maureen Mulcahy was strangled following a Saturday night out, and her body was found on an estate within close proximity of Joe Cappen's home. There was, unfortunately, no DNA evidence to compare. However, Dr. Colin Dark believes that DNA could potentially be retrieved from evidence within the case archives and be tested against Cappen's DNA with modern technology. Cappen is also believed to have committed several unsolved sexual assaults. Pauline Floyd's father, Trevor, was consumed by sorrow, yet according to neighbour and local councillor Margaret Jones, it was the day he had long awaited. Denver Hughes, the father of Geraldine, stated, quote, "When we heard the news, we couldn't believe it at first. We were so shocked. My wife Jean and I broke down and cried. Then we took a few flowers to Geraldine's grave and had a few quiet words with her. We felt we had put her to rest properly at long last, but we cannot thank the police enough because they have never given up the hunt for the killer." The investigation marked the world's inaugural use of familial DNA tracing to posthumously uncover a serial killer and resolve a previously unsolved murder through familial DNA analysis. Additionally, Cappen is recognised as the first documented serial killer in Welsh history. Geraldine Hughes's cousin, Julie Begley, told the BBC, quote, "No words can describe the way we all felt. It was a huge relief. None of us ever stopped hoping that one day we would find out who he was. Although you get on with your life, it never goes away. Geraldine was a fantastic girl. She was always full of fun." Sandra Newton's friend, Theresa May, stated, quote, "I've been going down to her grave for 49 years, and it's hard to believe she's there. My beautiful friend. She had her life taken away from her future taken away from her. I still think about her now. All these things that we could have and should have done together. But after all of those years, she can finally rest in peace now." Llanharry is a village located near Bridgend in the county of Rhondda Cynon Ta in the southeast of Wales, United Kingdom. Llanharry has a deep-rooted historical connection with iron mining, dating back to Roman times. At one point during the 20th century, it proudly hosted Wales's sole iron mine. However, Llanharry gained notoriety due to the tragic murders of Harry and Meghan Toos, which, to this day, stands as one of the most infamous murder cases in Welsh history. On the morning of Monday, July 26, 1993, husband and wife Harry and Meghan Toos, aged 64 and 67 respectively, departed from their cottage on T. Ariwan Farm, located in the village of Llanharry. They embarked on their routine trip to a Tesco supermarket in the nearby Talbot Green in Llantrisant to purchase their weekly groceries where they ran into Harry's sister, who later stated he seemed completely normal. They then planned to make a brief stop to collect their pensions on the return journey home. On a daily basis, Harry and Meghan's daughter, Cheryl, would telephone her parents in the evenings, specifically during the advert break during an episode of the television soap Coronation Street. Concerned that neither her mother nor father responded to her call then or an earlier call she had made, she contacted the couple's neighbour, Owen Hopkins, whose phone number she possessed in case of emergency. Owen agreed to go to the farm and check on Harry and Meghan. In an interview on BBC Radio Wales's The Murder Files, Harry and Meghan 2s in 2021, Owen said, quote, "It was quiet. We went round and knocked the door and the door was locked, so we shouted and called for Harry." He further stated, quote, "I went to the shed. There was nobody about in the yard. I thought maybe he'd fallen over or something." Cheryl received a call back from Owen, who told her that her parents were nowhere to be seen and suggested that they should contact the police. Cheryl told Owen that her fiancé, Jonathan Jones, would be travelling to Llanharry from his and Cheryl's home in Orpington in Kent, England, which was over 200 miles away. Cheryl decided to remain at home in Kent, sitting by the phone anxiously awaiting news of her parents. The police were subsequently informed of Harry and Meghan's apparent vanishing at approximately midnight. Owen remembered that an officer arrived promptly and conducted basic searches of the premises, including knocking on the doors and windows of the cottage and calling out the couple's names, yet receiving no reply. Additional officers and a dog handler arrived, and Owen was requested to accompany the dog handler to search the surrounding fields. Upon his return to the cottage, Owen noticed it was unlocked, and upon entering the hallway, he could discern sounds emanating from upstairs. An officer informed him that it was Cheryl's fiancé, Jonathan Jones. He recalled Jonathan descending from the stairs, exchanging greetings, and then Jonathan proceeded to enter the living room. In the early hours of Tuesday, the 27th of July 1993, a grisly discovery was made. The bodies of Meghan and Harry were found dead in the farm's cowshed, wrapped in carpet and obscured from view beneath a pile of hay bales. Both had been shot, execution style, in the back of the head, at a distance estimated to have been approximately 3 feet away. There was no evidence to suggest that they had perished in the cowshed and had been moved there after they were killed. A witness reported seeing Harry and Meghan returning home from their visit to Tesco at 11 a.m. on July 26th. Another witness told investigators that they heard 2 gunshots at around 1:30 p.m. on the afternoon of July 26th. However, they had ignored them, believing it to be the case that Harry was out hunting rabbits, which he did regularly. With this witness statement, the police were able to narrow the time frame in which the couple were murdered. In the farmhouse, the dining table was elegantly arranged for lunch, adorned with the couple's finest china. Notably, a teacup was carefully placed on the table, a practice reserved exclusively for esteemed guests, as investigators later discovered. Evidence suggested that the couple had refrained from using the teacup, as Meghan's preferred mug was found nearby, while Harry's mug also sat on the table. This strongly suggested the presence of a visitor at the farm during lunchtime. The tableware set out was reserved for special occasions, and it was no part of the everyday usage. Despite the meal being prepared and cooked on the stove, it remained untouched. A shirt had been laid out for Harry upstairs, further fueling the theory that the couple were expecting a guest. Intriguingly, there were no indications of a robbery having taken place. According to reports, the possibility of murder-suicide was swiftly dismissed upon the discovery of drag marks, believed to have been created by a body leading from the vicinity of the farmhouse to the cowshed. Through meticulous forensic and ballistics analysis, it was determined that Harry had been shot just inside the cowshed door. Subsequently, his body was placed in a trough and concealed beneath layers of hay and tarpaulin sheets to obscure it from view. Megan, on the other hand, had been shot on the opposite side of the farmhouse, potentially near the kitchen corner, suggesting she might have been attempting to flee. Her body was then relocated to the cowshed and covered with a carpet. Turning their attention to the murder weapon, it was determined that Harry and Megan were likely killed by a double-barreled 12-bore shotgun, utilised with number 7 shots. However, despite their best efforts, investigators were unable to find any cartridges which may have been left behind by the killer. However, in 2003, examinations were underway on the barrels of a shotgun, cartridges, and a fishing bag found by a member of the public in an abandoned quarry close to the secluded farmhouse where the couple resided. Curiously, number 7 shots were not a type that Harry ever used, and strangely, a year prior to the murders, a shotgun belonging to Harry mysteriously disappeared. This specific shotgun was never recovered, and police could not say whether that particular weapon was used in the murders. Forensic examination of the cowshed pointed towards the likelihood that the perpetrator would have been covered in blood and bodily tissue, yet no traces of blood were discovered elsewhere on the farm. Furthermore, Harry's body exhibited noticeable hypostasis on the side opposite to where he was discovered, indicating that he had been repositioned approximately 3 to 4 hours post-mortem. In contrast to this, Megan's body displayed hypostasis to a lesser extent, implying the possibility that her death occurred quite some time after Harry's. Theories indicating a professional hit or a robbery were quickly dismissed by investigators. There was no evidence of thievery, and ballistics experts did not believe the professional hit theory to be likely. On September 28, 1993, which marked 2 months following the tragic events, a reenactment and plea for information aired on the BBC's Crime Watch programme. The appeal specifically targeted the unidentified visitor to the farmhouse, urging them to step forward and clear their involvement. Regrettably, despite the broadcast, the individual never came forward. The appeal sadly didn't bring the breakthrough police were hoping for. Initially, a motive for the double murder could not be established. However, investigators then turned their attention to Jonathan Jones, the boyfriend and reported fiancé of Harry and Meghan's daughter, Cheryl. Cheryl was at work at the time of the murders, which solidified her alibi. Digging into Jonathan's private life, it was found that he was experiencing financial difficulties, although he made the decision not to disclose that information to Cheryl. Investigators suspected that Jonathan had a motive for the murders due to Harry and Meghan's £150,000 life insurance policy. Additionally, there was evidence indicating that shortly before the tragic events, Harry and Meghan had consulted a solicitor regarding a disputed will. Moreover, Jonathan was aware that Cheryl was the sole heir to her parents' estate. Jonathan claimed to have taken the day of the murders off to scout new office locations for his marketing business in Orpington, meeting with several estate agents. Despite police inquiries in Orpington, no witnesses were found to corroborate his alibi, and estate agents interviewed reported no interactions with him on that day. Jonathan later admitted that he had lied. Police noticed a peculiar response from Jonathan upon being informed of the murders. Their suspicions heightened due to the unusually extended duration of Jonathan's journey from Orpington to Llanharry, which exceeded the expected timeframe. This led authorities to believe that Jonathan might have disposed of evidence while on the drive. Crime and Investigation's Murder Town podcast stated that numerous witnesses alerted the police about a man spotted walking along a road near the Two's farm in late June of 1993. This individual was described as wearing a beige trench coat and dark sunglasses while carrying a bag, deliberately concealing his face from passing motorists. Subsequently, one of these witnesses contacted the authorities again, asserting that she recognised them as Jonathan Jones, being the person that she had previously seen. Jonathan later admitted to being in the area, asserting that he had joined Harry in baling hay after hitchhiking to Pontypridd. Interestingly, Jonathan owned a trench coat matching the description provided by witnesses, and several acquaintances attested to seeing him wear it. However, both Jonathan and Cheryl denied that he owned such a coat. The police began to entertain the notion that Jonathan might have been responsible for taking Harry's shotgun prior to the murders. Further suspicion fell on Jonathan Jones when he denied ever having used a particular teacup, despite his fingerprint being found on it. Cheryl also denied that he had used the teacup. The teacup fingerprint allegedly places Jonathan at the cottage during the time of the murders. Jonathan's fingerprints were also found on other items in the cottage, with all other fingerprints confirmed to have belonged to just Harry and Meghan. With their suspicions of Jonathan and with Cheryl's lack of cooperation in answering questions, police arrested and charged Jonathan Jones with the double murder of Harry and Meghan Tooze in December 1993. The case went to trial in 1995 at Newport Crown Court, where the main theory of what happened that day was explored. The police proposed a theory suggesting that Jonathan, motivated by greed, had travelled by train from Orpington to Pontypridd that morning. Upon arrival, he allegedly surprised Harry and Meghan while they were preparing lunch, prompting them to set out the fine china and brew tea, possibly assuming he was visiting to seek their blessing for marrying their daughter. Following the murders, he would have returned via train, reaching his flat by 7:30 p.m, consistent with his reported whereabouts. It took the jury just a few hours to reach a verdict. Jonathan Jones was found guilty of the murders. Despite this, Cheryl rejected the verdict and stood by Jonathan, which resulted in family relationships breaking down and being severed. Meghan's sister told the media, quote, "Why can't she let her parents rest in peace? I sat through every day of the trial, and I'm happy that Jonathan is where he should be. Cheryl has been totally blinded by the man." Following appeals, after a year of imprisonment, on the 25th of April 1996, Jonathan Jones was acquitted, and outside the courtroom, he and Cheryl shared a lengthy embrace, followed by a public kiss for the gathered media. Cheryl boldly proclaimed the release of her partner, acquitted of her parents' murder, as, quote, "a victory for love and truth." Following the successful appeal, Cheryl and Jonathan tied the knot. However, Jonathan did not receive compensation for his time in prison, as there was insufficient evidence proving his innocence. He later expressed that the conviction had profoundly destabilised his life, mentioning that the stress had negatively impacted the health of Cheryl. During her pregnancy, she experienced cartilage loss, a condition from which she never fully recovered, resulting in difficulties walking unaided and partial deafness. In 2000, with the murders of Harry and Meghan Tooze still unresolved, 2 case reviews were conducted, but their findings were not made public to avoid influencing any potential future trial. On the 10th anniversary of the murders in 2003, police disclosed receiving an anonymous letter in November 2002 urging the writer to come forward, believing the letter to be authentic. Despite efforts, the sender's identity remains unknown. Additional shotgun-related evidence, including cartridges and barrels, was discovered in various locations. Forensic analysis and witness statements were revisited, leading to new leads. However, by 2008, South Wales Police announced the exhaustion of all leads, and the investigation was scaled down, with detectives no longer linking the recently found gun-related items to the crime. In 2021, the case was linked to bullseye killer John Cooper. Collaborating with South Wales Police in an effort to solve the case is esteemed forensic scientist Dr. Angela Gallop, who played a pivotal role in solving the Pembrokeshire murders and the murders of Lynette White and Damilola Taylor. On the 30th anniversary of the murders, on the 26th of July 2023, South Wales Police announced that they had initiated a forensic reassessment of the case, which remains unsolved. Christmas is a season that goes beyond the dazzling decorations and festive lights. It is a celebration deeply rooted in love, family, and poignant reflection. As families gather around the warm glow of the fireplace and share laughter over festive feasts, the essence of Christmas becomes a manifestation of the bonds that unite us. It is a time when love transcends material gifts, and the joy of giving is found in the simple act of being together. However, amidst the festivities, Christmas can also be a bittersweet reminder of those who are no longer with us. The empty chair at the dinner table and the absence of familiar voices may evoke a sense of nostalgia and longing. Yet, in this reflection, we find an opportunity to honour and cherish the memories of our loved ones, celebrating the enduring spirit of family and the power of love that connects us all. In 1991, Christmas took a devastating turn for a family from Indianapolis, USA, when one of their own vanished on Christmas morning, only to be discovered lifeless later that day under perplexing circumstances. Melissa K. Missy Kessinger, born on May 30th, 1968, to parents Alvin Kessinger and Verda Scott, was a cherished single mother of two from Indianapolis, Marion County, Indiana. Missy was surrounded by 4 sisters and 2 brothers. In 1988, tragedy befell the Kessinger family when one of Missy's brothers, Stephen, who was a construction worker, lost his life in a road traffic accident at the tender age of 21. His passing left an indelible mark on the Kessingers, and little did they anticipate that another tragedy would strike just 3 years later. At the age of 23, Missy was characterised as beautiful and affectionate, earning the adoration of her 2 children, Antoine and Tia, with whom she shared a home on the 400 block of North Illinois Street. On Christmas Eve of 1991, Missy enjoyed time at her father's residence on the 400 block of North Ketchum Avenue, joining her siblings in the celebration of the festivities and eagerly anticipating a joyous Christmas day. As recounted in a post on Melissa's memorial site, her sister recalled the events of that night and the subsequent morning when Missy mysteriously vanished around 5:30 a.m. on her way home. Her intention was to deliver a gift to a friend before heading back home, with plans to return to her father's house for Christmas celebrations with her loved ones. Unfortunately, she never made it back. Christmas Eve, 1991. Melissa, Nikki and I stayed at Dad's for Christmas with Dad and Alan. We watched TV, we laughed, we played, we ate, we aggravated one another. Next morning, Christmas morning, we all wake 5-ish, so happy and excited as we were little, and Christmas used to be a happy day. We open presents. Afterwards, Missy decides to take gifts to a friend about 5:30 a.m. She asked if I could go and walk with her and stay the night. Dad says if I could get a hold of my mum, and she says yes, I could go. Well, Mum didn't answer, so Missy left and said she would come back in a couple of hours to get me. We played all day with our new stuff, played in the snow, laughed and played with Dad and everyone around. Darkness came and Missy still wasn't there. Mum came to pick us up and we kept waiting, thinking she would soon return. Instead, a cop came for my dad to go identify her and asked all of questions. She had been murdered in the morning, and no one knew until they found her laying up against a tree in Memorial Park, downtown Indianapolis. On the early afternoon of Christmas Day, December 25th, 1991, a man walking from the Indiana University, Purdue University campus to church for the Christmas service stumbled upon a disturbing scene in the snow. While passing through Military Park on the south side by West and Ohio streets, the man discovered the lifeless body of a woman seated beneath a tree, clad in a red sweater and a pair of jeans. Immediately alarmed by the unsettling sight, he promptly alerted firefighters at a nearby station adjacent to the park. City homicide detectives were alerted around 12:45 p.m. and promptly arrived at the scene for investigation. A grey coat was discovered, although reports from the time were uncertain about whether it belonged to the victim. 2 firefighters present at the scene suggested that the woman had sustained abdominal trauma, possibly from a vehicle collision. Newspaper accounts also hinted at a potential gunshot wound to the victim, later identified as 23-year-old Melissa Kessinger. According to the coroner, Missy's cause of death resulted from multiple blunt force trauma injuries that were consistent with a vehicular impact. However, in a disturbing turn, someone had moved her after the collision, propping her body against a tree in nearby Military Park. This intentional act, coupled with the perpetrator's failure to come forward, classified the case as a homicide. Notably, this incident marked the city's 100th homicide in 1991 alone. Military Park, where Missy's body was found, was only 2.5 miles away from her father's residence. Missy was occasionally known to hitchhike around Indianapolis, making it not uncommon for her to accept rides from strangers. It's plausible that the person she encountered on that fateful day could be connected to her untimely demise, although this remains a topic of much debate. Following a public appeal for information, the police received a witness account indicating that Missy was spotted at the intersection of West Michigan Street and White River Parkway, West Drive, at around 6:45 a.m. on Christmas morning. At the same intersection, a dark-coloured car was also noted. Authorities believed that the occupants of the vehicle might have witnessed something significant related to Missy's death. However, it remains unclear whether the driver or passengers were ever identified, traced, or questioned. Reports suggesting a gunshot wound were infrequent, and considering that no gunshot wound is mentioned in Kessinger's death certificate, such claims should be approached with caution. The most likely scenario appears to be that Missy was struck by a vehicle and left for dead on the morning of her death. However, without conclusive evidence or indications of other fatal or contributing injuries, certainly is elusive. It's plausible that the mention of a gunshot wound may have been a false narrative circulating in the media at the time, lacking any sustenance. Missy found her final resting place at Washington Park East Cemetery, near her brother Stephen. Grief manifests uniquely for each individual, and for their father, Alvin, songwriting became a means to navigate his own sorrow. He penned a song titled "She Was Searching for a Dream," performed by Doug DeBon, encapsulating Melissa's quest for love and the tragic circumstances of her death. With no leads and no suspects, this case swiftly went cold. Regrettably, there is limited public information about this case. With increased exposure, there is hope that some semblance of solace can be provided to Melissa's family. Despite the lack of recent investigations, it's crucial to affirm that Missy has not been forgotten and her case has not faded into obscurity. As of 2024, the mystery surrounding this case persists and it remains unsolved. Those with any information regarding the death of Melissa Kessinger are urged to contact Crime Stoppers of Central Indiana at 317-262-8477. Residents of Greenwich, Connecticut referred to the tragic killing of a 13-year-old schoolboy in 1984 as the end of innocence for their community. Matthew Margolis resided in the Pembroke neighbourhood of Greenwich, fondly referred to by locals as the Valley. His family included his parents and his older sister, Stacey. The year 1983 marked a significant change in Matthew's life when, at the age of 12, his parents divorced, leading to his father moving out of the marital home. In the aftermath, Matthew found solace and support from his maternal grandparents, George and Stella Miazga, who lived just a few blocks away from his home. He developed a close bond with them, frequently spending time at their residence and even staying overnight on a regular basis. In 1984, 13-year-old Matthew was navigating his way through 8th grade at Western Junior High School. He was an average student but worked hard and was very well liked amongst his peers. A frequent outdoor enthusiast, he spent many days engaged in fishing expeditions with his beloved grandfather. When not by the water's edge, he could be spotted riding his bike to his grandparents' house or hanging out at the local Spartan deli. Described by those close to him as bright, responsible, polite and loving, Matthew was the type of individual who always sought permission before making plans. Furthermore, he was known for his generous nature, often sharing the fish he caught with others who were less fortunate in their fishing endeavours. Matthew shared an exceptionally close bond with his grandfather, George Miazga, who served as his mentor in the realms of angling and survival skills. The duo frequently immersed themselves in outdoor activities, from foraging edible berries to George imparting wilderness survival knowledge to his grandson. Trout fishing along the Byram River became a cherished activity for the pair. Matthew's mother, Marianne, a nurse, expressed that George was her son's very best friend in the world. Their days were typically spent together. However, in the summer of 1984, their routine underwent a significant change when George was diagnosed with an aggressive form of cancer, rendering him bedbound. Although the diagnosis meant an end to their fishing excursions, Matthew, being exceptionally attentive, assumed the role of caregiver for his ailing grandfather. He took charge of ensuring George took his medications and provided companionship when his grandmother was at work. Tragically, in August, George succumbed to the illness, leaving Matthew profoundly devastated by the loss of his beloved grandfather. Despite the absence of George, Matthew persisted in his fishing pursuits along the Byram River. According to his family, this familiar locale remained a source of joy and solace for him, a haven that provided comfort amid the challenges and turbulence he had faced in the wake of his grandfather's passing. On August 30th, 1984, during the Labour Day weekend, Matthew spent the night at his grandparents' home, with plans to embark on an early morning fishing trip the next day. His mother, Mary Ann, who had just completed a double shift at the hospital the day before, had a rare day off that Friday. When she arrived at her mother's residence in the early hours, she checked on her 2 children, finding them both still fast asleep. Choosing not to disturb them, she left in her car to run some errands during her day off. On the morning of August 31st, Matthew rose with the sun and set out on his bike for the river. Around 9:30 a.m, he made a stop at the deli on Morgan Avenue to gather supplies for the day, including a carton of milk and a pastry. Although only 2 weeks had passed since his grandfather's death, these trips to the river provided Matthew with some solace. His destination was a bridge on Comley Avenue. About half an hour later, a woman engaged in a brief conversation with the schoolboy. Observing a line of fish by Matthew's side, she inquired about his catch, to which he replied, "They were really biting." After some time, Matthew decided to explore upstream towards the east side of the river along Pemberwick Road. Around 11:30 a.m, with the intention of returning to his grandparents' residence, he set out on the journey home. At approximately 12 noon, Matthew's grandmother, Stella, returned home for lunch. Although Matthew was not present, it was evident that he had been there recently, as dripping wet corduroy trousers were hanging on the back of a chair in the living room, and some trout were discovered in the kitchen. Before leaving to attend to her own errands, Stella left a note for her grandson, instructing him to dispose of the fish in the sink. Around 5 p.m, Mary Ann returned to her recently widowed mother's residence after a busy day of running errands. Her plan was to collect Matthew and bring him home for dinner. However, upon arriving, the house was eerily silent, and Matthew was nowhere to be found. Both Stella and Stacey were also absent, as Stacey had an appointment and her grandmother had taken her. Mary Ann decided to wait until they returned, thinking Matthew might have possibly gone with them, but as the hours passed, there was still no sign of him. At approximately 7 p.m, overwhelmed with worry, Matthew's mother called the police to report her 13-year-old son as missing. A deep sense of foreboding gripped her, as she couldn't shake the feeling that something terribly wrong had happened. The evening Matthew went missing, family members, police, a youth division officer, neighbours and local volunteers diligently searched the area, including the Byram River, hoping to find any sign of him, but their efforts were in vain. Contacting his friends yielded no information, as nobody had seen him in recent hours. The following day, the search efforts intensified with the involvement of divers, helicopter teams and firefighters brought in to aid the search. Matthew's father, Paul, residing in Dallas, Texas at the time, was contacted, but he informed the police that he hadn't seen or heard from his son. As the search continued, the FBI became involved, and Mary Ann, Matthew's mother, made an emotional plea for information about her son's whereabouts in the Greenwich Times newspaper. Matthew's sudden and unexplained disappearance was highly unusual and a cause for significant concern. With fears that he might have fallen into the river, the focus of the search remained on the water in the following days. Sniffer dogs were brought in to assist and managed to track Matthew's scent to a waterfall below a dam on the river, but the trail abruptly stopped there. Despite divers searching in the water, no trace of Myuu was found. The search for Myuu extended to various locations, including an abandoned house on a nearby farm and St. Mary's graveyard, where his recently deceased grandfather had been buried just weeks prior. Unfortunately, these searches also yielded no results. Posters and flyers were distributed throughout the Greenwich area, appealing to anyone with information to come forward. The police also scoured an area known as the Mill, where people often went for work, shopping, or socialising, but no leads were established there. After 4 days of intense searching, the efforts had to be scaled back due to the lack of any leads. At this point, authorities were inclined to believe that Myuu had fallen into the river and drowned. The focus shifted to searching for a body, as the possibility of a tragic outcome became more prominent in their minds. A few days before Myuu's disappearance, he had inquired with his mother, Marianne, about the area near Pembroke Road and Hawthorne Street, leading to a secluded spot known as Glenville. When questioned about his interest, Myuu simply mentioned his curiosity. Marianne, concerned, asked if someone had prompted him to go there, but he denied it. She advised him not to visit the area alone, to which he acknowledged. During the search on September 2nd, Marianne and her soon-to-be husband, Jim, detected a foul odour emanating from a rocky dump site near the woods at the end of Hawthorne Street. They promptly informed the police, but the authorities dismissed it as the result of rotten fish left by anglers frequenting the area. Skeptical, Marianne found it hard to believe this explanation. After 6 anguishing days of searching, on September 5th, the search was called off following the discovery of a young boy in a wooded area on a hill near a ravine. This location was adjacent to Pembroke Road, near Hawthorne Street and Greenway Drive, just a mile away from where Myuu was last seen. The discovery was made by a 38-year-old local volunteer firefighter named Fred Lambert, who had experience in such searches. Lambert found a black and white checkered sneaker similar to the ones Myuu was last seen wearing while walking along a forest path not far from the mill area. He marked the spot and promptly alerted the police. Around 4 p.m, 2 youth division officers arrived at the site alongside Lambert and began searching the steep and rocky forest terrain. While leaning against a tree for a moment, Lambert noticed what appeared to be a child's foot protruding from underneath some foliage. It soon became apparent that authorities were not dealing with a boy who had run away, distraught over his grandfather's death, who was looking for peace, nor an accidental death by drowning, but something much more sinister: a homicide. Myuu's body was discovered in a shallow grave, partially covered by leaves, and investigators determined that he had been there for a considerable amount of time. Shockingly, the 13-year-old had sustained multiple stab wounds to the torso. An autopsy revealed that Myuu had attempted to defend himself against his attacker, but succumbed to multiple stab wounds and traumatic asphyxiation. Specifically, he had been strangled and suffocated with dirt forced down his throat. His athletic shorts and shoes were found in close proximity to his remains, and he was still wearing a t-shirt and undershorts. Pathologists concluded that there was no evidence of sexual assault. Police could not determine whether Myuu was killed at the site where he was found, or if he was attacked elsewhere before his body was discarded in the woods. The knife used in the attack, a 10.5-inch Foster Brothers boning knife, was found nearby. However, it is unclear whether the knife underwent forensic examination or if any DNA was ever taken from the blade. Interestingly, the fishing rod that Myuu had taken with him that day was initially not located. Eventually, it was found in the possession of an individual claiming to be a friend who stated that Myuu had sold it to them. Marianne, Matthew's mother, was sceptical of this claim, as the fishing pole had been a gift from Matthew's late grandfather. However, this friend was never identified, and they were not considered a suspect or person of interest, despite likely being the last person to see Matthew alive. In the year 2000, Matthew's case files were released by the Greenwich Police in response to a request from the Freedom of Information Commission. The files had been sealed to avoid compromising an active investigation. Some specific details in the files were redacted. Many raised questions about how the Greenwich Police handled the early stages of the investigation. Notably, no specific officer was initially assigned to tackle Matthew's missing persons report, which was considered a significant oversight likely to have delayed normal proceedings. Even after an officer was eventually assigned to investigate the murder, only one detective physically visited the crime scene. The lack of coordination in this particular investigation faced scrutiny. According to the case files, sightings of Matthew were reported in several places around Pembroke in the afternoon and early evening, including his grandmother's driveway and the deli, a popular hangout spot for teenagers at the time. A group of older teenage boys, known as the Valley Boys, were often seen around the deli and were involved in petty crime and drug use. Some sources suggest that Matthew had confronted these boys about their behaviour and the risks of taking drugs. However, conflicting reports from Matthew's friends also indicate that, in the weeks following his grandfather's death, he was seen spending time with the Valley Boys. On the day Matthew was last seen, August 31st, a group of approximately 12 of these boys was spotted near the deli between 5:15 and 5:30 p.m. 3 to 5 individuals were considered potential persons of interest, and among them was a known neighbourhood bully whose house was just beyond where Matthew's body was found. One man claimed that this male individual had threatened his own son with a similar knife just weeks prior. Additionally, this person had a friend from Port Chester with a criminal record who frequently went angling down by the Byram River. The friend was notably uncooperative with authorities. The possibility was raised that Matthew may have gone exploring in the Glenville area, despite being told not to, and was subsequently attacked. 3 search warrants were granted by a court judge, but this occurred long after the crime had been committed, and nothing of significance was found in relation to Matthew Margoli's death. Police, however, remain certain that the truth lies within Greenwich itself and that the perpetrator of this heinous crime was a local male. The central and haunting question that lingers in the minds of many is simple. Why? Matthew was a well-behaved, quiet and kind boy. The circumstances that led to his life being brutally stolen from him remain elusive, and this unanswered question adds to the complexity and tragedy of the case. Matthew's family persists in their quest for justice, holding on to the hope that someday they will find the answers they seek. Marianne, his mother, maintains a vow to never give up hope in the pursuit of justice for her son. Following a funeral service at St. Paul's Roman Catholic Church, attended by over 500 people, Matthew was laid to rest near his grandfather in St. Mary's Cemetery in Greenwich, Connecticut. Despite the outpouring of grief and the community's desire for justice, no arrests have been made in this case. The lack of evidence has hindered the progress of the police in identifying the person responsible for taking the life of an innocent 13-year-old boy, especially in the wake of his grandfather's passing just 2 weeks prior. In 2001, a reward of $60,000 was offered for any information leading to the arrest and conviction of Matthew's killer. However, it remains unknown if this reward offer still stands. The investigation into the murder of Matthew Margolis remains open and active. If you have any information regarding this case which could be useful to the authorities, you can contact the Greenwich Police tip line at 203 622 3333. York, a former city and district within Toronto, Ontario, Canada, lies to the northwest of Old Toronto, to the southwest of North York, and to the east of the Humber River. York holds a significant place in Canadian history, as it was the original settlement that eventually grew into the vibrant metropolis of Toronto. 19-year-old Mabel Krumbach resided at 661 Willard Avenue in the former York Township. She was described as a pretty, lovely-mannered, decent young woman who trusted everyone. She was religious and frequently went to St. John's Baptist Church, where she participated in the choir and engaged in various social activities hosted by the church. Quiet, reliable and sensible, Mabel was employed at steel fabricating company Eastern Steel Company as an office stenographer. It was Sunday, May 27th, 1950. Mabel's parents, Sheldon and Helen, had travelled to a wedding in Detroit, Michigan for the weekend, leaving Mabel at home to take care of Gary, her 8-year-old brother. Her older brother, 11-year-old Bruce, was not at the residence that evening. After the clock struck midnight on May 28th, Mabel returned home to the Willard Avenue residence following a date night with her boyfriend, James Bryan. Gary saw his sister at approximately 12:30 a.m, and she seemed content with nothing out of the ordinary. The house fell silent, and the siblings fell into a slumber. A few hours later, 8-year-old Gary woke suddenly. He described hearing what sounded like, quote, a dogfight downstairs. He recalled hearing a dog barking, a cacophony of male voices, and a high-pitched laughter from what he deciphered to be Mabel. In his sleepy state, he thought little of it, and subsequently fell asleep once more. Later that Sunday, Sheldon and Helen returned from Detroit to a home that sat in an eerie stillness. Anxiety began to flood in, as Gary told them he couldn't find Mabel, and he had notified the neighbours who had contacted the police. Furthermore, both front and rear side doors of the property were unlocked, which was highly unusual and something their daughter would never have normally done. The front door looked out onto Willard Avenue, and although unlocked, was closed. The rear side door, however, which looked out onto St. John Road, was left open. Investigating Mabel's bedroom, it was discovered that a red and black checkered shirt, a blue plaid skirt, black suede shoes, and a comb were missing. Strangely, her pyjama top was missing, however, Mabel's pyjama bottoms were found neatly tucked beneath her pillow. Her purse and cash lay in her bedroom untouched. Treating her vanishing as an abduction, police began door-to-door inquiries regarding the mysterious disappearance of Mabel Krumbach. Chillingly, a number of neighbours recalled disturbing events in the night. At approximately 2 a.m, one neighbour heard a distressing scream. A second witness recalled hearing many voices coming from the kitchen of the Krumbach residence, with lights on in both the kitchen area and in Mabel's bedroom. A third stated that they saw 3 strange men sitting in a parked car in the area. In June of 1950, 2 weeks after Mabel's vanishing, the North Bay Nugget reported that a witness had seen Mabel at a tourist home in Ancaster. The individual who reported the sighting confirmed that a man with a hare lip, also known as a cleft palate, had been in her company, and the pair allegedly headed west together. The witness was Mrs. Wesley Jenny, who was the owner of Highland Cabins, a camping site for tourists and travellers. Having been shown a photograph of the missing 19-year-old, she was certain that the woman she saw was Mabel. According to Jenny, the woman had appealed to her for help and said that she was with the man against her will. However, Jenny paid no attention to her pleas. Jenny further stated that the woman had bleach blonde hair, despite Mabel being known as having raven black hair, and she reported that the woman acted oddly, as if she was under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Mrs. Jenny commented that the woman told her she had been forced to bleach her hair and alter her appearance, likely to avoid being identified. Jenny only notified authorities of her encounter with the woman after reading about Mabel Krumbach's disappearance in the newspapers. Sheldon and Helen Krumbach did not believe that the woman Mrs. Jenny conversed with was their daughter, as Mrs. Jenny recalled the woman lighting a cigarette. However, according to Mabel's mother, she was not a smoker. Mabel also had a habit of biting her nails to a degree where it was very noticeable, and Mrs. Jenny didn't describe this specific detail when recalling her interaction with the blonde woman. Investigators appealed to the public for aid in finding the blonde woman and the man with the cleft lip. Unfortunately, not much came from this appeal. However, several sightings of a dishevelled woman matching Mabel's description was seen in the days following her disappearance. In Oakland, Brant County, Mount Pleasant farmer Albert McAllister recalled that on the 12th of June, just over 2 weeks after Mabel disappeared, he witnessed a young woman sleeping behind a roller in one of his farm's fields. Albert approached and woke the dark-haired stranger, who, upon being roused, panicked and fled through the hayfields towards a side road where she disappeared out of sight. Following this, Albert McAllister called the police. Interestingly, Mabel's grandparents, George and Libby Krumbach, resided near Oakland, Brant County. Other family members lived within a few hundred yards of Albert McAllister's farm. It was theorised that Mabel may have been travelling to a relative's home. After Albert's statement was published in the newspapers, other witness reports were filed by the police which indicated that this unidentified, dishevelled woman was seen living out on the street. Searches by air, horseback and on foot took place throughout Brant County, with local volunteers and Boy Scouts aiding police in their search. Unfortunately, nothing significant was recovered from these searches, leaving Mabel's loved ones aching for answers. As time marched on, reports of sightings dwindled and the case went cold. In 1956, Mabel's disappearance hit the headlines once again, when a travelling hypnotist made comments during a meeting at Sydenham Street United Church in Kingston, Ontario, suggesting that Mabel had been murdered. Known as Jim, the man stated under an alleged hypnotic trance from his partner, Dr. Mason, that he knew where Mabel's body had been buried. Members of the club meeting were stunned at this apparent revelation, and there was a commotion following the incident. When Jim was taken out of the alleged trance he had been in, he claimed that he had never heard of Mabel Krumbach, nor had any knowledge of her disappearance. The Expositor newspaper brought the pair in for an interview, where Jim, once again under hypnosis, revealed further alleged details about Mabel's fate. Jim alleged that a man had taken Mabel into a car and passed through Brantford, driving on Burford Road, then drove south to Scotland. Jim then claimed that the man stopped the vehicle and upon exiting the car struck Mabel fatally with a wrench. Once the alleged murder had taken place, Jim further stated that the man buried her in a location that he pinpointed as being a wooded area, 1.5 miles north of Scotland on a farm owned by a Walter Paderak. Jim, Dr. Mason, and reporters from the Expositor newspaper ventured to the area where they crossed over rugged, snow-dusted fields to the alleged burial site, where Jim pointed at a specific area indicating a shallow grave. Reporters were shocked when, following this, Jim unexpectedly vomited. Police were notified and arrived at the scene, where they began digging. However, they eventually called off the dig, with no evidence to suggest that a body had been buried there. Inspector Walter Corson of the York Township Police Force said he did not believe Dr. Mason and Jim's story to be a hoax, and at that point in the investigation would follow any tips that were received. This was the last major update published about the investigation into Mabel's disappearance. Years passed with no answers as to what occurred on the night Mabel vanished. Sheldon and Helen Krumbach moved to the south of Ontario with their sons Gary and Bruce. Sheldon and Helen both passed away in 1983 and 1984 respectively, without ever knowing what happened to their daughter. In 1997, the Expositor reported that Mabel's brothers did not wish to discuss their sister's case, with an unnamed woman telling the publication that both men just wanted to forget it and move on. At the time she disappeared, Mabel Krumbach was 19 years of age. She is described as a Caucasian female of a fair complexion, standing at 155 centimetres or 5 feet 1 inches tall, and had black curly hair. If you have any information regarding the disappearance of Mabel Krumbach, you can contact Toronto Police Service Missing Persons Unit by calling 416-808-7411 or by direct email missingpersons@torontopolice.on.ca. The Godar family, spearheaded by patriarch Dr. Yves Godar, embodied adventure and unity to all who knew them. 44-year-old Yves, a dedicated doctor and acupuncturist, shared his passion for exploration with his wife, Marie-France, and their children, 6-year-old Camille and 4-year-old Marius Henri. Together, they enjoyed fishing trips and sailing adventures off the coast of France. But when not adventuring together, the family of 4 lived in Juvigny-sur-Saule in Calvados, Lower Normandy. On August 30th, 1999, Yves concluded his work in Co, sorting through paperwork and curiously cancelling all of his appointments booked for the following day before leaving to enjoy a fishing trip with his children. According to prior patients and colleagues, Yves seemed to be in his usual spirits at the medical practice, and nothing seemed awry. However, later investigations confirmed that the patients who Yves had cancelled appointments for were either existing patients who had never visited the practice before or were completely falsified. According to family and friends, Yves adored his job and his children, and his marriage, which was his second marriage, didn't seem to be troubled in any way. It should be noted, however, that both Yves and Marie-France both had 2 teenage children each from their previous relationships, and they lived with their other parents. Yves was not close to his sons, but Marie-France saw her children regularly, as they only lived 3 miles away with their father. 2 days later, on September 1st, departing from their home to San Malo at around 8:30 a.m, Yves and his 2 children, Camille and Marius, embarked on a coastal adventure aboard a Genoux Sun Odyssey 30 sailboat named Nick, rented from Club Croisière Alette Sailing Club. However, their mother did not join them, despite a neighbour allegedly seeing her in the family car that morning when they left home. It was a well-known fact that Marie did not like sailing. The man at the sailing club who rented the boat to the Godards did find it odd that there was no adult female present, however merely assumed Yves was divorced or widowed and didn't wish to pry any further. The Godards' destination was Perros-Guirec, with plans to return by September 5th. Before setting sail, Yves left cleaning supplies in his car at the port, ready for when they got back from their trip. He purchased these cleaning items from a supermarket prior to his departure at around 11:30 a.m, which included plastic bags, a mop, and 2 bottles of whiskey. Unfortunately, the voyage, which departure time is unclear, was destined not to return. On September 2nd, Customs inspected the sailboat between Cap d'Arquis and Cap Friel. During a routine check, officers noticed one of the children napping on board. As the sailboat continued under motor power despite established wind, a customs officer became suspicious of Yves' actions and decided to verify his account with the rental company in San Malo. Dr. Godard's sailboat appeared to have lingered near the cove of Rake on the Goëlo coast for several days. Witnesses reported sightings of the sailboat in the vicinity from September 2nd to September 5th. One witness, a waffle vendor from the port, distinctly identified Yves and his 2 children purchasing waffles from him on September 3rd. The following day, the seemingly deserted sailboat was sighted by a couple of hikers, not far from the Pointe de Minard in Plouizec. On September 5th, the small inflatable dinghy belonging to the Nick sailboat was discovered by a trawler, abandoned and adrift approximately 30 nautical miles off the coast of the island of Ba. Among the items found in the dinghy were a waterproof jacket and a checkbook bearing the name of Yves Godard. Intrigued by these findings, maritime gendarme from Roscoff initiated an investigation into the concerning disappearance of the Godard family. Interestingly, despite the initial belief that the Nick had perhaps gotten into an accident and sank, no SOS calls or distress signals were recorded by local coastguards, which was rather concerning. By September 7th, Dr. Godard still had not returned to San Malo. Upon investigation, gendarme found significant traces of blood and large doses of morphine in Godard's Volkswagen Combi camper. On September 8th, the gendarmerie conducted a warrant searching the Godard's residence in Tilly-sur-Seulles, situated in Jouvigny hamlet, approximately 15 kilometres west of Caen, where Yves' medical practice was situated. Nothing initially seemed off. The fridge was fully stocked, and the children's backpacks were left by the front door. A handwritten note was found on the kitchen table, which read, quote, "We're leaving for a few days. We'll be back on Sunday. Marie and Yves." Authorities uncovered substantial blood traces in various rooms of the home, including the couple's bedroom, bathroom, and living room. Efforts had been made to clean up significant bloodstains in the master bedroom on the walls and the mattress, which had been flipped during the search, showing that it had been completely soaked through with blood. A blood-stained washcloth was found in the sink, and droplets were discovered on the staircase, as well as a stained blanket in the washing machine. No blood was found in either Camille or Marius's bedrooms. By September 10th, a judicial investigation for intentional homicide was initiated against Dr. Godard, prompting an international arrest warrant. Subsequently, on September 16th, the blood samples retrieved from both the Combé and the Juvigny residence were confirmed to belong to Marie France Godard, who had been missing since August 31st, 1999. That night, at around 5 p.m, she had conversed with her 16-year-old daughter, and nothing seemed off. Interestingly, Marie did not mention any sort of sailing trip occurring the following day, despite records from the sailing club affirming that the boat had been booked 2 weeks prior to departure. On the same day these disturbing developments were confirmed, 11 days after the dinghy was discovered, a life jacket from the Nick was found near the Channel Islands of Guernsey and Alderney by skippers. Following this, on September 23rd, the partially deflated inflatable life raft of the sailboat washed ashore on a Dorset beach in Lyme Bay. Curiously, the raft's canvas roof had been intentionally severed and was missing. Moreover, the life raft's inflation device had been forcibly removed, rendering it incapable of remaining inflated beyond 72 hours, according to its manufacturer. These discoveries, coming after suspicions arose regarding Dr. Godard's possible flight following Marie France Godard's suspected murder, puzzled French investigators. The Navy's Hydrographic and Oceanographic Service experts dismissed the notion that these items could have drifted naturally to these locations. Instead, they appear to have been deliberately scattered. Then, on January 16th, 2000, a green canvas bag surfaced in a fisherman's trawl in the English Channel off the island of Ba. The bag contained an assortment of personal belongings, including children's clothing, driver's licenses belonging to Eve and Marie France Godard, registration cards for their vehicles, checkbooks, binoculars, a hammer, and, more disturbingly, the entirety of Marie France Godard's handbag contents. On June the 6th, 2000, a shellfish fisherman was combing the bay of Myuu during the night. While dredging, they initially brought up a fragment of a human skull, which they promptly tossed back into the ocean. However, 4 hours later, the fisherman retrieved another skull and chose to retain it. It was small and seemed to belong to a child. Subsequent DNA analysis on the skull confirmed that it belonged to Camille Godard, the 6-year-old daughter of Eve and Marie France. Further examination by forensic experts indicated that the skull had been resting on the seabed for at least 4 months. This discovery seems to support the theory that the Nick sailboat may have sunk, whether accidentally or otherwise, leading to the demise of Eve, Camille, and Marius, though that theory failed to account for Marie France. Despite efforts, including a thorough search by a French Navy mine hunter equipped with sonar, no wreckage of the sailboat was located in the vicinity of where it was inspected by customs officers during the Nick's voyage. It's curious to note that the area where Camille's skull was later found had already been thoroughly searched by French Marines, and they had found nothing. The case took a dramatic turn with the discovery of Dr. Godard's professional doctor card on February 11, 2001 on La Chapelle Beach, located on the main islet of Ebions Islands, Brittany, followed by a bank card on February 22nd, another credit card on May 24th, and another health insurance card on July 31st, these also being found on La Chapelle Beach along the coastline. Despite extensive searches, including the scanning of the waters around the archipelago, no wreckage of the Nick was found, nor any other items of significance during extensive sifting of sand on the beach. Interestingly, searches were conducted in the months prior and between the latter card discoveries, which again suggests they were possibly planted at a later date. That was until the subsequent discovery of a new map on June 3rd, indicating that Dr. Godard had been at the beach. Analysis revealed the cards had not been underwater for long and were likely placed on the beach in early 2001, not late 1999, suggesting deliberate disposal. Investigators suspect foul play, seeing it as an attempt to stage an accidental death, but the motive remains elusive. On August 8, 2003, a briefcase resembling one owned by Yves Godard surfaced on the bay of Myuu. However, investigators have yet to authenticate its origin, strongly suspecting it to be a hoax. A significant development came on September 13, 2006, when bones were discovered at the bottom of the Casquette Pit, 70 kilometres north of Roscoff, including a femur and a tibia. DNA analysis identified the bones as having belonged to Yves Godard. Despite efforts by the French Navy's minehunter L'Aigle to locate the sailboat wreckage, their search was fruitless. Confirmation of Dr. Godard's death ended public action against him, yet the mysteries surrounding the disappearance of Marie-France Godard, whose body remains unrecovered, as well as the deaths of Dr. Godard and his daughter Camille, along with Marius's disappearance, lingered. The possibility of intrafamilial murder followed by a disguised suicide or accidental shipwreck remains unresolved, keeping the court case open. On December 14, 2008, the discovery of a mutual insurance card belonging to Yves Godard in pristine condition on the beach of La Chapelle in Les Ebions reignited legal proceedings. Questions arose once again. Where did all of these cards come from, and how did so many wash up on the exact same beach months apart when the tide turns several times in a single day? It seems highly unlikely they would all wash up in the same place. Following the discovery of significant traces of Marie-France Godard's blood in the family home, extensive searches were conducted in the area throughout the fall and winter of 1999. Despite these efforts, the search for Marie-France's remains ended in mid-January 2000 without success. It wasn't until January 27, 2007 that excavation efforts resumed following confirmation that the bones in Casquette Pit belonged to Yves Godard. Prompted by a mysterious anonymous letter, gendarmes searched a cemetery storage room in Longevre, near the Godards' home, in hopes of finding Marie-France's remains. Bones were discovered, as indicated in the letter, but subsequent analysis proved they did not belong to her. It was later revealed that a Norman douser had confessed to writing the anonymous letter. On October 14, 1999, an Isle of Man hotelier claimed that Dr. Godard and his children had stayed at his hotel from September 7th to September 14th. This was the first of many testimonies suggesting the presence of Yves, Camille and Marius Godard in various locations worldwide, including South Africa, Miami and Crete. The letter simply read, quote, "Dr. Yves Godard is very much alive. He lives on the Isle of Man. Take it seriously." A second letter was received a short time later, which concluded with, quote, "Save Camille and Marius." This second letter suggested that Yves, Camille and Marius had been seen on the Isle of Lewis in Scotland, where the writer claimed the trio were seen boarding a ferry to the Western Isles. One witness apparently corroborated these claims, stating they had seen a man and two children resembling the missing family boarding the ferry, but it could not be verified. The writer of both these letters was never identified, despite taking fingerprints and DNA samples from the letter, envelope and stamps. Law enforcement believed the writer was female, possibly in her 60s, but every lead they had met with a dead end. The family's bank accounts were checked, including an account Yves had opened in Madeira and the Isle of Man for tax evasion purposes. However, no transactions have occurred since the family were last seen alive. In 2011, Eric Lamassen's book, The Murder of Dr. Godard, unveiled a fresh theory suggesting financial motives behind the disappearance, even implicating connections to the mafia. The book spotlighted a series of murders involving individuals associated with the French trade union, the Confederation for the Defence of Salesmen and Craftspeople, in which Godard was notably active as a member. On September 14, 2012, the examining magistrate made the decision to close the case. In his concluding remarks, Alexandre de Boucher, the Saint-Malo public prosecutor, asserted that, quote, "The only hypothesis we can exclude is that the family's disappearance was a simple sailing accident, and, quote, even if it is the most likely line of investigation, we cannot formally confirm that Yves Godard murdered his family. The case is closed with no charges brought." On December 7, 2015, upon the request of the public prosecutor, the Tribunal de Grande Instance of Caen issued a judgment declaring absence a civil procedure akin to a death certificate. Consequently, Marie France and Marius Godard are now officially recognised as deceased by French justice. The evidence certainly paints a chilling picture, challenging the assumption of a mere boating accident. The presence of Marie's blood throughout the family home and the seemingly deliberate placement of Yves' cards raise suspicions of a more sinister occurrence. Yves' substantial debt, coupled with his apparent financial distress, adds a troubling layer to the narrative. His conversation with a neighbour about his financial woes and the relentless visits from debt collectors suggest a mounting pressure that may have driven him to extreme measures. Marie's struggles with depression and stress over their financial situation further complicate the situation. Was Yves driven to annihilate his family to spare them from the shame of financial ruin? Could he have staged his disappearance and subsequent death to mask a darker truth? The possibility of an accomplice in such a scheme cannot be dismissed, especially given the calculated placement of Yves' cards on La Chapelle Beach. The cards' relatively short time underwater and their sporadic appearances raise questions about Yves' role and the potential involvement of others. Was he acting alone, or did someone assist him in orchestrating this elaborate plan? The intricate web of circumstances surrounding this case may never be fully unravelled, leaving us to ponder the chilling possibilities of what truly transpired on that fateful day. This perplexing case leaves us with far more questions than answers. With each passing day, the likelihood of uncovering the true fate of Marie and Marius Godard diminishes. The tragic events that unfolded leading up to their disappearances, as well as the subsequent deaths of Yves and Camille, remain shrouded in mystery. As time goes on, it becomes increasingly improbable that we will ever fully comprehend the circumstances surrounding this inexplicable series of events. Wells Grey Provincial Park, situated in east-central British Columbia, Canada, is a vast wilderness area. Encompassing 5,415 square kilometres or 3,364 miles, this park safeguards the majority of the Cariboo Mountains' southern and highest terrains. It ranks as the 5th largest provincial park in British Columbia. The park itself, known for its rugged terrain, dense forestry and cascading waterfalls, is located near Clearwater, approximately 475 kilometres or 295 miles northeast of Vancouver. It was the 2nd of August 1982 when 44-year-old Bob Johnson, his wife, 41-year-old Jackie, their daughters, 13-year-old Janet and 11-year-old Karen, alongside Jackie's parents, George and Edith Bentley, who were 66 and 59 years old respectively, packed up to travel on a camping trip to Wells Gray. The Johnsons resided in Kelowna, a city located on Okanagan Lake, Okanagan Valley, West Bank. The drive to Wells Gray Park was around 300 kilometres or 186 miles from the Johnson home, and the journey would take just under 3.5 hours. The 3 generations were to spend 2 weeks camping, with a family camping trip being the perfect opportunity to disconnect from the hustle and bustle of everyday life and reconnect with each other under the canopies of nature. Holidays such as this were common for the family, who all loved the great outdoors. The Johnsons, who had travelled in a beige Caravelle Plymouth, pitched their tent at a sheltered area close to the disused Old Bear Creek prison site, which was located by Phage Creek. As the Johnsons settled into camp, the Bentleys arrived on the 3rd of August, having departed from their home in Port Coquitlam, having travelled separately in a red and silver Ford pickup truck and a Vanguard camper van. With them, they brought a boat with a motor which was strapped to the roof of the camper van, as well as their own camping supplies. They checked in at a campsite in Dawson Falls and met with their daughter Jackie and her family. It is unclear what happened in the days following. However, according to former RCMP Sergeant Mike Eastham, who published a book about the case in the late 1990s, stated that Edith Bentley contacted a family member on the 6th of August, and this would be the last time the family would be heard from. Bob Johnson, who was employed at Gorman Brothers Lumber in West Bank, was set to return to work on the 16th of August. His colleagues were concerned, however, as Bob failed to appear as scheduled, as he was known for rarely taking days off work. They reported him as missing on the 23rd of August. Staff at Janet and Karen's school were also surprised when the girls didn't return after the summer break. Searches were ongoing for the Johnsons and the Bentleys, who appeared to have just vanished into the ether. Loved ones who waited for news were forced to get on with their daily lives. However, the missing 6 were never far from their thoughts. On the 13th of September 1982, the RCMP received a tip from a mushroom picker who stated that he had been hiking up Battle Mountain where he saw a scorched car. He was unsure if the vehicle was connected to the family's disappearance, but decided to call in to the authorities just in case. Authorities were able to confirm that the burnt-out vehicle was the Johnsons' Caravelle Plymouth. The inferno had been so intense that the windows of the car had melted. Upon closer inspection, the RCMP found remains of charred bones and ash. The trunk of the vehicle was locked. However, curiously, a key was left in the lock, accompanied by several other keys dangling from the keyring. After several attempts, officers could not open the trunk, yet they did manage to finally pry it open with a crowbar. What they found within it chilled them to the bone. There were the charred remains of Bob and Jackie's daughters, Karen and Janet. On initial inspection, it appeared that a bullet had penetrated one of the girls' skulls. Forensic investigators and a pathologist arrived at the scene, which was cordoned off for further analysis. Remains of a scalp was found beneath one of the back seats, with evidence of a bullet having penetrated it. It was initially believed that 4 of the 6 who had disappeared were in the vehicle, and police were puzzled at the fact that George and Edith Bentley were still missing, as was both their camper van and pickup truck. Forensics then came to police with news that all 6 members of the family were accounted for in the car, although 2 of them couldn't be officially identified as the remains were too severely damaged by the flames. They had all been shot with a .22 caliber weapon. Investigators began knocking on the doors of residents in the local area, including Clearwater. Tips were called in about 2 individuals who both had French accents and were witnessed travelling in George Bentley's pickup truck. Suspect composite drawings were made public, and sightings flooded in from North Battleford, where the two men stopped at a gas station in a similar camper. This lead, however, turned up nothing, as their vehicle turned out not to be the same one that had gone missing. In April of 1983, the crime was reenacted at the actual location, and the recreation was captured on camera for a televised broadcast across Canada, with the hope of triggering a significant lead. Come May, law enforcement transported a replica of the Bentley's 1981 Ford camper truck to Ontario and Quebec, as more than 300 individuals had reported seeing a similar vehicle heading east during the autumn and winter. The reward for locating the truck was increased to $7,500, and 10,000 posters were distributed to police stations and post offices throughout North America. The Canada Day weekend was predicted to be popular for tourists and campers alike. However, after the murders, the 105 camp capacity site saw only 18 visitors, the worst statistics on record for Wellsgrey Provincial Park. It was evident that the family were not killed where they were found, and a tip led investigators to their campsite by the Old Bear Creek prison site, approximately 20 kilometres or 12 miles away. 6 .22 caliber bullet casings were recovered, as well as beer caps. Bottles of beer were sat in a stream to cool, and 2 sharp-ended sticks were found, presumably to have been used by the campers for toasting marshmallows over the campfire. A year on from the murders, over 12,000 tips were investigated by Canadian police. However, despite hundreds of eliminations, they were struggling to find the killer or killers. On the 18th of October 1983, the Bentley's camper van was discovered by forestry workers near the peak of Trophy Mountain by Clearwater. Like the Johnsons' car, it had been set alight. The specific locations of the vehicles were in areas out of sight. Therefore, police believed that the perpetrator or perpetrators had extensive knowledge of the area, specifically the complex network of logging roads. Once again, officers visited Clearwater, questioning as many people as they possibly could. One comment corroborated with a piece of evidence that police had not made public. The camper van's door had a bullet hole in it, and one of the individuals that they questioned mentioned a man called David, whose camper van had a bullet hole in the door. Further inquiries saw a waitress handing a piece of paper to an officer in a cafe with a name written on it, David Shearing. The waitress told the officer that he was not a good man. An individual called police and told them that this David Shearing had been involved in a fatal hit and run in 1980, and he had never taken accountability for his actions in the death of the teenage victim, David Carter. David William Shearing was 24 years old and lived approximately 3 miles or 4.8 kilometres from the murder site. Shearing's late father had been a prison guard and his brother was a sheriff, and David himself had graduated high school and passed a mechanic course. He had been involved in petty crime and struggled to settle in a permanent home, securing odd jobs in and around the Clearwater area. It was discovered that Shearing had tried to re-register a vehicle in the year after the murders, specifically a Ford pickup truck which had a hole in the door, which linked with the evidence police possessed. Officers, including Mike Eastham, who wrote the book about the case, questioned David at his home, with a .22 caliber Remington pump-action rifle later found to have been the murder weapon hanging on the wall. David fumbled with his words and accidentally stated that the murders had occurred at the Old Bear Creek campsite, information that had not yet been released to the public. He then realised his mistake and confessed to having killed the 6 family members. David Shearing had shot Bob, Jackie, George and Edith at the Old Bear Creek campsite. He went to the tent and spoke with Bob and Jackie's daughters, saying that they were dangerous people around, and he told them to remain in the tent. He then dragged the bodies of Bob, Jackie, George and Edith into the caravel Plymouth and drove near his farm, with Janet and Karen forced into the front passenger seat, as their deceased family lay in the back seat. David Shearing decided to keep Janet and Karen alive for almost a week, where he repeatedly sexually assaulted them. A prison guard arrived at the door of a secluded fishing cabin in Clearwater River, where Shearing was keeping the two girls. Unaware of Shearing's true intentions, the guard informed him that he was part of a group of prisoners there for a fishing excursion. Shearing told the girls to remain silent, saying that if they were to say a word, there would be consequences. The following day, Shearing relocated the girls to his family farm. On August 16th, 1982, he led Karen, the younger daughter, into the woods and killed her. This horrifying pattern repeated itself with Janet, the older daughter, on August 17th, 1982. Both Karen and Janet were shot in the back of the head. He then took their bodies to the trunk of the Plymouth and set the vehicle on fire with an accelerant powder. On Saturday, the 19th of November, 1983, David Shearing was arrested in Dawson Creek and was subsequently charged with 6 counts of second-degree murder. He told officers his motive was to take the family's possessions. However, this was highly doubted by authorities. He walked police through the murders and drew several diagrams explaining in detail how he murdered the Johnsons and the Bentleys. Shearing showed no remorse for his actions, and he pleaded guilty to all charges. His family and friends were shocked that he was capable of such a horrific crime. Shearing stated that he didn't know why he killed the victims, but he did have an interest in Janet Johnson. The Vancouver Sun reported that he stated, quote, "I saw the 4 adults basically as being in the way of what I wanted at the time. It was just Janet as far as what I was thinking, and Karen just happened to be there." Chillingly, Shearing's cabin was explored, and carved into the wooden wall were the initials DS and JJ for David Shearing and Janet Johnson. He was given the maximum sentence of 25 years to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for 25 years. This was the first instance of such a sentence in Canadian history. Shearing, who changed his surname to Ennis, applied for parole in 2008 and 2012 but was unsuccessful. He applied once again in 2021 and again his appeal was rejected. He got married in 1995, and his wife, Heather, says he deserves a second chance and that, quote, "the man's heart is in the right place," much to the disgust of those who suffered and continue to suffer from his horrific crimes. Shearing, now in his 60s, is currently incarcerated at Bowden Institution, located south of Red Deer in Alberta. Camping holidays with family should be a perfect recipe for adventure, bonding, and lasting memories. However, the lives of Bob, Jackie, Karen, Janet, George, and Edith were cruelly taken from them. Their memory lives on in their loved ones, who continue to spread the word in efforts to keep the killer behind bars for the remainder of his life.
In April 2001, a quiet suburban neighborhood in Scottsdale, Arizona was shattered by a heinous crime that shocked the nation. The Fisher family, consisting of Robert Fisher, his wife Mary, and their 2 young children, Brittany, who was 12, and Bobby, who was 10, were brutally murdered in their own home, seemingly following an arson attack, but naught was all as it first appeared. The case soon gained national attention, not only for the horrific nature of the crime, but also because of the mysterious disappearance of the prime suspect, the father, Robert Fisher. Robert William Fisher was born on April 13th, 1961, in Brooklyn, New York. Growing up, he displayed a keen interest in the outdoors and developed a passion for hunting and fishing. As he matured, Fisher's quiet demeanour and meticulous nature became evident, traits that would later come under scrutiny in light of the tragic events that unfolded in April of 2001. His father was a banker named William Fisher, and his mother was Jan Howell. The family included 3 children, Robert and 2 daughters. However, when Robert was 15 years old in 1976, his parents decided to part ways. Following the divorce, Robert and his sisters relocated to Arizona, where they resided with their father. They all attended Swaharo High School in Tucson, Arizona. According to accounts from friends and relatives, the divorce was a tumultuous event that had a profound and lasting impact on Robert in particular. A high school friend described him as harbouring deep bitterness about the divorce. On one occasion, he confided in an acquaintance that his life would have taken a different course had Jan not left the family. Fisher met his future wife, Mary, in the early 1980s, and the couple married in 1987. Fisher had joined the United States Navy with aspirations of becoming a member of the SEALs, but his attempts in this regard were unsuccessful. Subsequently, Fisher pursued a career as a firefighter in California. However, his tenure was cut short due to a back injury, leading to an early retirement from the force. Following his retirement as a firefighter, Fisher relocated his family to Arizona and transitioned into the medical field. He held various positions, including working as a surgical catheter technician and later as a respiratory therapist, while Mary stayed at home to care for their children, Brittany and Bobby. Additionally, there was a period in the late 1980s when Fisher worked as a weed sprayer. During this time, a former employer remembered him as a reserved individual who endured significant back pain, but was nonetheless an efficient and reliable employee. The Fishers' Arizona home was spacious and located in a peaceful suburban community, and by 2001, Fisher was employed as a surgical technician at a Mayo clinic in Scottsdale. Robert Fisher was described as a quote-unquote control freak who had a fractured and awkward relationship with his children. However, he put a lot of effort into creating this perfect image of the Fishers. Mary was an obedient wife who, according to Robert's mother, never stood up for herself or questioned the actions or words of her husband. On the morning of April 10th of 2001, tragedy struck the Fisher family. In the early morning hours, an explosion occurred inside their home on the 2000 block of North 74th Place, followed by a fire that engulfed the entire property. The explosion seemed to originate from the living room, and the ensuing fire reduced the house to mere ruins. The initial blast possessed enough force to bring down the front brick wall and jolt the structures of neighbouring houses within a half-mile radius in all directions. Prior to the arrival of firefighters, neighbours utilised garden hoses in an attempt to contain the flames. Firefighters arrived at the scene at approximately 8:42 a.m. and successfully prevented the 20-foot-high blaze from extending to nearby houses. However, they had to maintain a cautious distance due to a series of smaller secondary explosions, thought to be the result of either rifle ammunition or paint cans. During this operation, one firefighter sustained minor leg injuries after losing his balance and falling near the fire. Once the flames were extinguished, a grisly discovery was made inside the Fisher home, which shocked everyone to the core. The bodies of Mary Fisher and her 2 children were found in their bedrooms, each the victim of a vicious attack. Autopsies revealed that Mary had been shot in the back of the head, and the two children, 12-year-old Brittany and 10-year-old Bobby, had been bludgeoned and had had their throats slashed from ear to ear, these injuries having occurred hours prior to the fire igniting. Investigators quickly ruled out any possibility of an accidental fire, instead concluding that the fire was intentionally set to cover up the murders. As a result, all eyes turned to Robert Fisher as the prime suspect. However, by the time authorities realised his involvement, Fisher had vanished without a trace. As the search for him began, details about his life started to emerge, providing a glimpse into the mind of a man capable of such unimaginable violence. Friends and acquaintances described Robert Fisher as a devoted family man, a loving husband and father. He was known to be meticulous about his appearance and his hygiene, often seen with well-ironed shirts and neatly trimmed facial hair, something which he had grown accustomed to during his time in the Navy. Yet behind this facade, Fisher held a much darker side. Reports indicated that he had become increasingly distant in the months leading up to the murders. Friends noted his obsession with conspiracy theories and his deep-seated paranoia. Fisher's religious beliefs also played a significant role in his life, as he became involved with an extremist religious sect. Fisher had been an active participant in the Scottsdale Baptist Church men's ministry, but he had begun to distance himself from church activities a few months prior to the murders. In 1998, the Fishers sought marital counselling from their church's senior pastor. During these sessions, Fisher confided in his co-workers about a regrettable one-night encounter with a sex worker he had met at a massage parlour. He was troubled by the possibility of his wife discovering that this encounter had led to a urinary tract infection that had left him feeling unwell for several days in December of the millennium. Fisher also confided in a hunting companion, expressing his commitment to rekindle his faith and preserve his marriage. He indicated that he could not bear the thought of living without his family, hinting at the possibility of considering suicide rather than facing a divorce. Psychologists noted that intense fear of loss is not uncommon amongst individuals who have been deeply affected by divorce during their adolescence. In the weeks leading up to her tragic death, Mary Fisher confided in several friends about her intentions to initiate divorce proceedings with her husband. According to a neighbour of the Fisher family, on April 9th, approximately 10 hours prior to the house being engulfed by an explosion, the couple engaged in a loud argument. Robert's prior cruelties came to light from several people who had once known him. One of Fisher's hunting companions told authorities that Robert was ashamed that his son didn't know or have any interest in hunting or fishing, and in order to teach his children how to swim, he threw them both off a boat. In another incident, Fisher killed an elk and disturbingly smeared its blood all over his face. On at least one occasion, he surreptitiously approached a family enjoying a picnic and discharged his firearm into the air. Several years before the tragic demise of his wife and two children, Fisher shot a stray pit bull. He asserted that he had done so in defence of his Labrador Retriever, which was being attacked by the pit bull. However, law enforcement authorities contended that he had intentionally engineered the situation to have an opportunity to shoot the dog. As the search for Fisher intensified, investigators uncovered evidence that painted a troubling picture of the suspect. Blood found at the crime scene was determined to match his DNA, and forensic experts discovered large sums of money withdrawn from his bank accounts shortly before the murders. It appeared as though Fisher had meticulously planned the crime. With witness statements regarding their prior experiences with Fisher, it became evident that it was likely that Robert never saw divorce as an option, and instead decided to take the lives of his wife and children. The gas line leading from the rear of the house's furnace had been deliberately disconnected. Subsequently, the amassed gas was ignited by a candle that Fisher purportedly had lit. He waited for hours, allowing the gas to build up and slowly descend towards the candle's flame. This delayed ignition mechanism, which would have provided him with a significant head start of approximately 10 hours in his successful evasion of law enforcement. Law enforcement formulated a theory suggesting that the murders occurred between 9:30 p.m. and 10:15 p.m. Notably, at 10:43 p.m, Fisher was captured on an ATM surveillance camera as he withdrew $280, with Mary's Toyota 4Runner visible in the background. The final tangible clue regarding Robert's location emerged on April 20th, when authorities discovered his Toyota 4Runner and his dog Blue in Tonto National Forest, near the town of Young, approximately 100 miles to the north of Scottsdale. Blue was notably hungry and in an agitated state when found by the authorities. In the prior ATM surveillance footage, Robert had been wearing an Oakland Raiders hat, which was retrieved from inside the vehicle. There was a complex cave network nearby. However, only a single cave was ever searched. Police also never searched the Fort Apache Indian Reservation, which was less than a mile from where the vehicle was found. There were footprints leading to the reservation, however, for reasons unknown, authorities did not search the area any further. A couple witnessed a man resembling Robert Fisher walking along Young Road a few days before the Toyota was discovered, and it was later stated by a family friend that Robert used to go camping in the area where the car was found. Numerous sightings of Robert Fisher were reported across the country, but all leads turned out to be dead ends. On July 19th of 2001, an Arizona Superior Court issued a state arrest warrant in Phoenix, charging Fisher with 3 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of arson. Consequently, Robert Fisher became a fugitive, leading to the issuance of a federal arrest warrant by the United States District Court for the District of Arizona, charging him with unlawful flight to evade prosecution. The FBI identified Fisher as the 475th fugitive to be added to the 10 most wanted list on June 29, 2002. He was later removed from the list in 2021. He was also featured on the Dirty Dozen list of America's Most Wanted, which highlights the show's most notorious fugitives. The FBI offers a reward of up to $100,000 for information leading to the capture of Robert Fisher. In February of 2004, a man who bore a striking resemblance to Robert Fisher was apprehended in Vancouver, British Columbia, by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. He shared similar characteristics, such as a gold upper left bicuspid and a scar on his lower back. Subsequently, fingerprints confirmed that the individual was not Robert Fisher. He was detained by Canadian authorities for approximately 7 days until a family member correctly identified him. Fisher is considered armed and extremely dangerous and is known to have connections in Florida and New Mexico. There has been speculation that he might have taken his own life or assumed a new identity to start a different life. Fisher is characterised as a solitary individual and is believed to reside alone in an isolated area. He is Caucasian, has brown hair and blue eyes, is of medium build, stands at 6 feet tall and weighs approximately 190 pounds. He would be 62 years old in 2023. Fisher is physically fit and is a passionate enthusiast of outdoor activities, such as hunting and fishing. A distinctive feature is the noticeable gold crown on his upper left first bicuspid tooth. It's possible he might walk with an exaggerated upright posture, with his chest pushed out, owing to his lower back injury. Fisher is recognised for his heavy consumption of chewing tobacco. He has connections to both New Mexico and Florida. Additionally, it is believed that Fisher possesses multiple firearms, including a high-powered rifle. He is considered armed and extremely dangerous. Despite the public's interest and the intense effort put forth by law enforcement agencies, Robert Fisher remains at large to this day. His disappearance has baffled investigators for over 2 decades, leaving many unanswered questions and a trail of grief for the family and friends left behind.
Buffalo Narrows is located in northern Saskatchewan, around 275 miles north of Saskatoon, Canada. 32-year-old Thomas Peterson and his wife Bernadette resided in the settlement with their children Grace, Robert, Fred, Connie, Richard, Rhoda and Cynthia. The Peterson family were Métis Nation, meaning that they were of mixed European and Indigenous ancestry. In 1969, Buffalo Narrows was predominantly a community of Indigenous people of the Cree Nation, and the population was approximately 700. The community is sandwiched between Churchill and Peter Pond lakes, and the inhabitants at the time mainly engaged in fishing, hunting, and trapping. A few were also teachers, mounted police, merchants, and missionaries. Buffalo Narrows is incredibly remote and in the late 1960s was inaccessible by road or train lines, with the only mode of transportation being chartered air flights. During the winter, however, temperatures could plummet to -40 degrees Celsius, which meant that these flights would be cancelled until the thaw. The 30th of January 1969 was bitterly cold, with heavy snow blanketing Buffalo Narrows. 48-year-old Jean-Baptiste Herman from the village of La Loche stayed at the Peterson home as a guest, and 2 of the Petersons' daughters, Cynthia and Connie, were absent, staying over with their grandmother that night. Sometime after 3:40 a.m, Corporal Jack Fraser was awakened by Reverend Andrew Darsh, who seemed shaken. A man had called him minutes earlier and confessed to having murdered those in the Peterson home with an axe. The man urged the Reverend to go to the farmhouse as quickly as possible to perform the last rites on his victims. Together, Darsh and Fraser quickly headed to the residence of RCMP Constable Walter Tucker. The trio then travelled to the Peterson farmhouse, where they made a gruesome and gut-wrenching discovery. The walls were completely blood-spattered and the home lay silent. Thomas and Bernadette lay in their bed with, quote, the upper parts of the bodies completely saturated with blood, and their heads were reported as being, quote, very mutilated. Thomas had passed away, however, Bernadette was clinging on to life. Leaning against their bedroom wall was a blood-soaked, long-handled fire axe with human hair stuck on it. Family friend Jean-Baptiste Herman was found in the living room, lying on his back, also deceased. Further investigating the house, the trio discovered the bodies of 4 children: 8-year-old Grace, 5-year-old Robert, 4-year-old Richard, and 2-year-old Rhoda. 7-year-old Fred Peterson had suffered minor head injuries, and he would go on to become the sole survivor of the attack. Sadly, his mother, Bernadette, succumbed to her injuries a few hours after being found. It was reported that 2 dogs were present in the property and then removed. However, it is not known what condition the animals were in and what happened to them. The investigation began, and it quickly became apparent who was responsible for the murders. 19-year-old Métis labourer Frederick Moses McCallum was found in his mother's Buffalo Narrows home drinking a cup of tea after the slayings by Corporal Jack Fraser, who had been contacted by Reverend Darsh after McCallum had called him to confess. The encounter with McCallum was explained further by Fraser, who stated that he walked up to McCallum and put him under arrest. He responded by saying, quote, "Sure, I killed them. So what?" He also told the police, quote, "I was going to get you with an axe tonight too. I'll kill you when I get out." He pleaded not guilty to the murders. Dr. Frank Coburn interviewed Frederick McCallum and determined that he was suffering from a mental illness. McCallum recounted the killings, stating, quote, "I was in sort of a trance, like a dream." Further saying, "I was dazed and I ran to Tommy and he was dead too. I don't know what I'd do to the guy if I ever caught him." He chillingly concluded, quote, "I looked in the mirror to see if it was myself. I brought the axe up. I tried my damnedest to stop. I couldn't stop." He was diagnosed as being schizophrenic by Dr. Coburn after McCallum further told him that he would hear voices and hallucinate. He was also paranoid that when listening to radio shows that when the hosts spoke about criminal cases, he was the criminal they were talking about. He confessed in the past that he had fantasies about killing. Coburn said he asked McCallum about the infamous Victor Hoffman, who 2 years prior had been responsible for an eerily similar crime. The 1967 Shell Lake murders, which became one of Canada's deadliest mass killings, was located in the same region as Buffalo Narrows. A 21-year-old farm labourer, Victor Ernest Hoffman, killed multiple members of the Peterson family, not to be confused with the Petersons of Buffalo Narrows. On the 15th of August, after driving with no destination in mind, Hoffman passed a rural farmhouse, where he later testified voices in his head told him to carry out the murders on the residents, who he had never met. He shot and killed 9 family members: Jean, Dorothy, Mary, Colin, Pearl, Larry, Evelyn, William, and James, yet he spared 4-year-old Phyllis Peterson for reasons unknown. She was the sole survivor of the attack. Her 19-year-old sister, Kathy, had recently moved to her marital home, and following the murders, she raised her sister. Hoffman was diagnosed as being schizophrenic and hallucinated about angels and devils, and had experienced impulsive thoughts regarding killing. He was found not guilty of murder by reason of insanity and was committed to an institution. Dr. Coburn reported that Frederick McCallum responded to the discussion of Victor Hoffman, quote, "I'd kill him the day I got my hands on him." Frederick McCallum was from a troubled family. He lived with his unmarried mother, whose 9 children all had different fathers. It is not known if he had any kind of relationship with his biological father, or even if he knew the identity of his father. His mother was a drunkard who lived on state benefits. The children were not cared for, with MacCallum recalling that his mother would desert him out in the cold with inadequate clothing for the weather, and more often than not, the family would go hungry. Frederick was then taken into the care of the Department of Welfare, and he went from foster home to foster home, where he frequently ran away. He was unhappy for most of his childhood until he found a home in Swift Current in southwestern Saskatchewan, where he felt loved and accepted. He did, however, suffer with loneliness and missed the north of the country. Over 600 people attended the funeral for the 7 victims, which took place in the Buffalo Narrows Town Hall. 7-year-old Fred Peterson remained in a serious condition at Saskatoon Hospital and was unable to attend the service and say his final farewells. In autumn of 1969, Frederick MacCallum was put on trial for the murders, having originally been charged with 7 counts of non-capital murder. He was instead charged with 2 counts of non-capital murder for Thomas Peterson and John Baptiste Herman. There was a delay in proceedings after there was controversy over having an all-white, all-male jury in a case involving Indigenous people. After the dust settled, it took 4.5 hours of deliberations for the jury to return a verdict. Frederick MacCallum was found not guilty by reason of insanity. He was placed in the Provincial Correction Centre, and in 1970, it was reported that he had been moved to the maximum security prison, Saskatchewan Penitentiary, at Prince Albert at the recommendation of a psychiatrist who had evaluated MacCallum and deemed him of sound mind and was no longer mentally ill. CBC released an article in 2019 on the 50th anniversary of the murders, where Cynthia and Connie, who were at their grandmother's on that fateful night, discussed how their lives were impacted by the tragedy. They were briefly taken into care, but soon returned to living with their beloved grandmother. They created a GoFundMe page to raise funds to refurbish their family's headstone, which was a successful campaign. The sisters explained that they felt lost after the murders. When the Shell Lake murders happened in 1967, the surviving child, Phyllis, was taken under the wing of her 19-year-old sister, Kathy, who received a lot of support and gifts from the community. Cynthia and Connie, however, received little support from authorities and wider communities, and felt at a loss for the lack of attention the case got in comparison. They still live in Buffalo Narrows, as does the family of Frederick MacCallum. Rumours have circulated that Frederick has been in the town on several occasions, and whenever the MacCallum family has gatherings, Cynthia and Connie lock their windows and doors. Their brother, Fred, known as Donnie, committed many crimes in his life, with his main goal being to get admitted into the same prison as Frederick MacCallum, hoping to confront his family's killer. Sadly, Don lost his life in a car accident. Reports from 1970 suggested that MacCallum was transferred to an institution located in Ontario. In the 1990s, newspapers reported that he was released from prison in 1989 after 20 years of incarceration, under the condition that he was not to step foot in Saskatchewan. As of 2023, Frederick MacCallum's current whereabouts are unknown.